because Joey's sleeping and the babysitter didn't get there yet. What's the big surprise?
Come on and read this.
Beverly LaSalle, world-famous female impersonator. Carnegie Hall, December 27th. That's wonderful. Beverly's gonna play Carnegie Hall. We're gonna go on.
Oh, sure. And that ain't all. Guess who just stopped by and left them presents and is upstairs right now trying on his dress he's gonna wear at Carnegie Hall? Guess?
Is it Beverly LaSalle?
You guessed!
What am I gonna wear to Carnegie Hall? Are you up there, Beverly, you big bogus bimbo?
Hi, you little sawed-off sex pot. Stand back and prepare to be dazzled. I stepped out of a dream. I am too wonderful. Tell me when I sing. Do you think it's too busy?
Beverly, it's beautiful.
You look exquisite.
I do, don't I?
Beverly, where did you ever get that?
Oh, I have the best dressmaker in the whole world.
Who is she?
Mr. Florence.
Mr. Florence, is that a he or a she?
Yes.
I'll explain it to you later, Ma. Bye, Beverly. I gotta get home to Joey. Ma, Michael and I want you and Daddy to come over and help us decorate the tree tonight. You too, Beverly.
Oh, I can't. I have to rehearse.
All right for you dizzy queen, you.
Oh, Carnegie Hall. I ain't never been to Carnegie Hall. I went with Archie once to get a suit at Robert Hall.
Well, you're going to get to Carnegie Hall, and you're going to have the best seats in the house.
Oh, Beverly, that's so sweet of you.
Well, who deserves it more than the man who saved my life and his wonderful wife and family?
You don't have to go right now. Sit down and talk to me while I set the table.
Sit down. In this dress? Are you kidding? One false move and you'll have wall-to-wall foam rubber.
Oh, Betty Davis. Oh, Beverly, Archie is going to be so surprised to see you.
I'll bet.
Since you're staying all next week, why don't you come and have Christmas dinner with us?
I'd love to.
Good. You don't have to dress up. Just come as you are. Oh, I mean, you don't have to wear a dress. You better not. Beverly, I got something for you. It's very special. I was going to save it for Christmas, but I'm going to show you right now.
What? I love surprises. What is it? My whole career is built on surprises. What is it? A scrapbook.
I saved all your reviews from all over the country.
Aren't you nice?
Well, we're just proud of you. I mean, there have been celebrities in this house. Sammy Davis Jr. and Lena Fleischhacker, whose niece did a TV commercial for Bad Breath. You're the only one that's like family.
I love you, Edith. To me, you're like a sister.
Oh, Beverly. To me, you're like a sister. No, I mean brother. Oh, well, both rolled into one.
Edith, I'm home.
Archie.
Where are you?
Archie, don't come in here. I'm in the kitchen.
Oh, well, I'm already sitting at the table, Edith, with the knife and fork poised in my hand here. And my starved-to-death eyes are looking down on nothing.
Don't come out here. I got a surprise for you.
Well, you're cooking in your underwear again?
That was just on one of them hot days. Archie, I got a surprise for you. Close your eyes.
Oh, jeez, all right.
Are your eyes closed?
All right, Edith, but hurry it up, will you?
All right, now don't peek.
Oh, come on, Edith. Don't keep my eyes covered up all day, will you? Jeez, I'm hungry. What is this? got a rubbery feel in his Beverly LaSalle.
Merry Christmas, Mr. Bunker!
No, don't kiss me no more there, Beverly. My doctor tells me I got a communications disease.
Don't Beverly look beautiful, Archie?
Yeah, what? Well, yeah. Oh, holy Jesus. Oh, yeah, look beautiful there, Beverly, yeah. See, if you come through the streets to this house looking like that, you're lucky you got here alive.
Archie, Beverly didn't come here in this. She was modeling it for us. Because he's going to wear it in his new show next week at Carnegie Hall.
And you're all going to be my guests.
Oh, the guest. Oh, well, wait a minute there, Beverly. I don't know about that, but let me ask you, is the show dirty?
Sophisticated.
Very dirty, huh?
You'll love it. Well, I've got to go. I've got to get to rehearsal. La 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 la. Don we now our gay apparel. La, 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 la.
She looks like Howard Cosell in drag.
Beverly's going to be here all next week, so I invited him to Christmas dinner.
You done what?
Well, I thought it would be nice.
Edith, I do not want her. You want him, whatever. I do not want whatever to have Christmas dinner with us.
Archie, Beverly's all alone. I mean, his family is all gone.
Sure, they were all gone. They run like hell away from her.
Oh, they died.
Sure, they died of shame.
We're all God's children. God loves everybody, including Beverly, and he don't want nobody to be alone on Christmas. Besides, I already invited him.
Now, let me tell you something you're forgetting lately. A man's home is his castle. And in this here castle, I am king.
And I am queen.
Well, this king can only handle one queen at a time, so disinvite her.
Merry Christmas, everybody!
Hi,
What? Oh, yeah, hey.
Look at this. He's always making love like he's gonna be hung tomorrow.
Why are you always bothered by a simple show of affection?
Because I hate it.
You remember Beverly LaSalle, right?
Beverly? Gee, how are you? I didn't recognize you without your dress on.
He looks damn good without his dress on. Let me tell you something here, Bev. You keep on wearing men's clothes, and I'd be willing to bet that in no time at all, you could turn yourself around. Now, don't be giving me them looks. These here problems are much more easy solved than you liberals would have us believe.
Gee, Beverly ain't got no problem. He's a perfectly normal female impersonator.
Thank you.
I'm only saying that she looks wonderful in his pants.
But who'd come to Carnegie Hall to see me in pants?
Well, they might have you work up some kind of an act there, you know. Hey, you can learn to play the violin. Like that guy I once heard from the You Knew Who Manoo.
I gotta go. Is there any place nearby I can get a cab?
Oh, yeah, there's a place up on Northern Boulevard. I'll walk you there. I gotta stop by the store anyway.
Listen. Save the family name, will you, and walk way ahead of them.
Where you going, honey?
Oh, I gotta get a new star for the top of the tree.
I love the old star. What the hell'd you do with it, Edith?
Arch, the star was made out of glass, aluminum, and wire.
Oh, that's right. You don't eat wire.
Wonderful afternoon, Edith. Thank you.
Bye, Beverly.
Goodbye, Gloria.
Don't forget, we'll see you Christmas at 3 o'clock.
Yeah,
Great.
yeah.
Arch and I can watch the football game, have a couple beers, sit around, punch each other.
Did you hear the voice on him there? She could change herself over like that.
What a dumb thing to to say.
Don't call me dumb. Go home to your house. Watch the baby. The gypsies will come and steal it.
Nobody's gonna steal Joey with Sybil Gooley looking after him. Here, Grumpy, this is for you.
No, I don't want no Christmas present.
It's not a Christmas present.
Oh, you didn't get me nothing, huh?
Would you just open it? It's something for you to wear.
Let him wear. Archie Bunker don't need no clothes for the rest of his life.
Oh, ain't this beauty?
Oh, no. Hey, no. No, that ain't for me, little girl.
But we all decided that you're gonna play Santa Claus this year for Joey.
Oh, no,
if you
no,
don't,
no.
I'll cry.
Listen, don't think you can change my mind with crying anymore, little girl. You just go home and tell your husband to play Santa.
But Michael doesn't have a big belly, and you do. Now do it!
What the hell ever happened to the good old days when kids were scared to death of their parents?
Oh, Archie, come on. Your belly makes you look more
Stop
jolly.
that! Stop that! Don't touch me in the living room!
Come get it. Please, for Joey.
No.
It's so cute. You'll take lots
I
of
said
pictures and
no!
You won't do that. I'm gonna be a Somebody's here.
Hiya, folks.
Hiya, Bonnie. Look, I got
Archie, I gotta talk to you.
Oh, what do you want,
Come on, it's
Barney?
important. Come on out here.
What do you mean now?
Hurry.
Oh, come on, Barney,
Come on
what are
out
you
here.
doing? It's cold out here, dragging me out in the porch. Oh, look at this. Don't you know that snowflakes is full of germs?
Never mind that. Listen, is Mike in the house?
No, we went to the store.
Oh, jeez, maybe it was him.
What are you talking about?
Two guys were just mugged down in the corner. Now, I didn't see it, but someone said that one of the guys looked like Mike. Now, the cops and ambulance are on their way.
Mike got mugged?
Yeah.
What did you just say?
Don't tell them.
Mike got mugged.
Oh, boy. Oh, hi, honey.
Oh, Michael. Michael. Oh, your arm. Your arm. Oh, and your head. Your head. And your eye.
Gee, honey, thanks for coming by to cheer me up.
I'm sorry, honey. I'm sorry, sweetheart. I won't do it anymore. I can't help it.
Gloria, please, don't cry. What a night. First the mugging, now a drowning.
I'm sorry, honey. Are you all right?
I'm fine.
Are you sure?
Yes, I am positive. How's Beverly?
Well, we don't know. He hasn't come out of emergency yet. What happened?
Oh, this gang of rotten kids jumped us. I don't even think they were after our money. This one guy had a lead pipe just as he was about to hit me over the head. Beverly tackled him. He saved my life. But then two of them they started just beating on Beverly. I guess they figured out what he was, and they just started smashing him with the pipe.
I don't want to hear anymore. Oh, honey, I'm just so glad that you're going to be okay.
Gloria. Gloria.
What?
I never thought I'd say this, but I have a headache. Mr. Bunker?
Are you kidding?
Mr. and Mrs. Bunker, you're related to Michael Stivic.
Yeah, he's our son-in-law. Is he all right, Doctor?
Mr. Stivic is fine.
Oh, thank God.
Are you also related to Beverly LaSalle?
Oh, no,
He's a very dear friend.
Perhaps you can help. I'm trying to locate his next of kin.
Next to kin, what, you want to operate on him or something?
I'm afraid it's gone beyond that.
Oh. Well, what do you mean by that? You ain't telling us that he's,
I'm sorry, he just died.
Edith, did you make coffee?
Oh, yeah. I'll get you some.
Yeah. You know, Edith, what surprised me is all the fuss they're making today about all the sugar and things, you know? I mean, take this cereal. Geez, if they didn't load it with sugar, you'd throw up in the cereal. She made it kind of weak, huh?
Oh, I forgot. I'm sorry. I'll make you some.
No, I can make it myself. No, you better get yourself dressed for church.
All right.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. Looky, all yous kids. Realistic, full detail, authentic, scale, reproduction, space shuttle enterprise. Send any 2 box tops and 50 cents. Oh, sounds like a quality toy.
Hiya, Daddy.
Oh, hello there, little girl.
Where's Ma?
She's getting dressed for church.
Oh, you want some coffee?
No, I don't want none, no.
Oh, well, I do. Why did you let me do that?
I don't know.
Some holiday. Boy, if it wasn't for little Joey, we probably wouldn't be celebrating at all.
Yeah, well, that reminds me, little girl, this here Shanty suit over here. I think you ought to take that back to the store or wherever you got it, because with all that's happening around here, I don't feel like no ho, I'll tell you.
Oh, Daddy, come on, please.
No,
just try it on. You'll see you're gonna look adorable.
No.
Yes, you look good. Yes.
I said no.
And I said yes.
I said no.
And I said yes. Now, who you gonna listen to?
You.
All right, let me just put this on.
Oh, that's you. Oh, gee, but I don't want
And
to
Joey
do this.
will love it. You walk
So
in, you say, ho, ho,
ridiculous.
ho. He'll go crazy. You look
Gee.
cute. Cute.
Don't laugh.
Sorry, you just look adorable, Daddy. Why don't you leave it on so that when Ma comes down, she can have a good laugh, huh?
Listen,
Shh. Hi, Ma.
Oh, hi, Gloria. How's Mike?
He's okay.
That's good.
Hey, get me in this here, Edith, huh?
Oh, Archie.
Oh, this ain't Archie. This is you-know-who. Hey, little girl, what would you like for Christmas?
I want Beverly to be alive.
Oh, Edith.
I can't understand it. I mean, everything was going so good for him, and then somebody had to kill him.
Yeah, just because he was different.
I'll see you after church.
Geez, I wish she could get some cheering up someplace, you know? How many laughs are you gonna get in an hour in church?
I don't know. Ma usually comes back from church feeling pretty good.
You know, I wish I had told Beverly what a nice fella she was, you know? But you don't know how to talk to them people, you know? You don't know what to say there. So you don't say nothing. And all of a sudden, they up and die and they leave you hanging. Gee. But what you said before, it was different. See, that's a lesson to learn there. Everybody should try hard to be the same as everybody else. Because, I mean, and that way life is a lot easier, you see, for them people, and also easier for the rest of us normal people.
Did you really like Beverly? Dad?
Oh, yeah, sure, I did. I mean, you know, she was a nice fella. Generous there and kind, always wrote letters to your mother there.
Yeah.
And no matter how much she may have wanted to, she never laid a hand on me. Much too big for a dame, but she had a nice pair of legs.
Why is it that people always say nice things about somebody after they die?
Well, because people are scared that the departed soul might be hoovering around someplace listening to what's said. Don't do that. It puts a chill across me here. Don't do that.
But, Daddy, there's somebody sitting on the porch.
Yeah, is it wearing big black wings?
Oh, come on.
Oh, leave me alone. Don't kid around at a
Daddy,
time like this.
someone's sitting on the porch.
I don't want to get up there. I don't want to. Let go of my hand, sir.
Who's out there?
It's your mother.
No.
Oh, yeah. Hey, Edith, hey, look at the time there. Shouldn't you be in church now, huh?
I ain't going to church.
What's the matter, Ma? You always go to church on Sunday.
Well, I ain't going today.
Well, that's all right, Edith. You don't have to go to church today. You go to church next Sunday.
Maybe I won't go next Sunday neither.
Well, that's all right. Listen, Edith, you went to church many's the time over the years. Sometimes I think you overwent.
The way I feel today, I may not go to church ever.
Well, now, Edith, you know, I hate to cross you in things like this here, but I really think that somebody from the family ought to kind of be there representing us in front of God.
Why? What good does it do?
Oh, Ma. Ma!
Excuse me. Will you take the Sunny Suds challenge?
Are you talking to me?
Yes. Will you sell me this shirt?
Oh, no. I couldn't do that. This is my husband's favorite shirt. He got it at Disney World. It's a Donald Duck original, see? There's Donald Duck's autograph in his own handwriting.
Can't you use $50?
$50?
Good, we've got a deal.
What are you doing? Look what he did. He tore my husband's favorite shirt, and I don't even know him. He's a perfect stranger. What are you doing? Don't do that. That ain't no hamburger. Don't do that. What am I going to say to my husband? Oh, you're the shirt ripper on TV?
Guilty.
Terrific. Cut. Couldn't be better if she was a pro. Hello.
Oh, hello.
I'm Peter Gray. I direct TV commercials. And this is Mr. Prescott, our account exec.
How do you do?
And over there, behind those dryers, is our cameraman. Hey, Arnold, wave to the lady. That's Arnold.
Oh, was I on TV?
Oh, no. We're just doing a test for a detergent, new improved Sunny Suds. And, of course, you recognize Ricky Buffano, star of your favorite commercials.
Oh, yeah, you're the man in the pikey potty, too.
I'm the one. You like that commercial?
Oh, yeah, it's our favorite. My husband can never figure out how you get down into that little boat. And why you ain't never flushed away.
I'll bet your husband would flip if he saw you in a commercial with Ricky. Now, wouldn't he?
He's gonna flip when he sees the shirt.
How would you like to be in our commercial?
Oh, no, I don't know what
I'll tell you what. I'll take your name and address. What is your name?
Edith Bunker. A commercial? Me in a Oh, no. You wouldn't want that. I take terrible pictures.
Oh, I can't believe that.
Oh, yeah, it's true. Here, I'll show you. I got a picture in here. The worst picture I ever took, though, was in my high school yearbook. Oh, my, that was so terrible. I went around inking it out in everybody's book.
Well, what's your address, please?
704 Hauser Street. Here, see there.
Oh.
Now, see, that's my grandson, little Joey.
He's adorable.
Yeah, I was playing with him, but you can see that I didn't come out good at all. See, I was trying to make him laugh, like this.
Oh, you're so natural, so absolutely natural. Basil, she said she's the one.
I think
She's dynamite.
Hey, Edith! Edith, I'm home and I don't want to hear about nothing except sandwiches.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, all right, Edith. All right, Edith. Don't try to get nothing started now.
Archie, you'll never guess what happened today.
Don't torture me or waste my time, Edith. The Meathead's coming over in a couple of minutes to take me to the Knicks game. Now get the sandwiches made and get them wrapped and ready to go, huh?
Well, where are you going?
Just going upstairs to change into my lucky shirt.
Oh, well, your lucky shirt ain't up there.
Well, where is it?
Well, I'll tell you. And if you don't believe me, I won't blame you, because I know it happened and I don't believe it.
You know what? What?
Well, you see, Archie, today our washing machine broke down.
Okay. That's $35 to the Puerto Rican guy. Now, don't make this a long story.
Well, see, I had to take the wash to the laundromat. And while I was there, this man comes up to me and taps me on the shoulder. And he turns out to be the man in the Pikey Party commercial on TV. You know, the butler that gets into the little boat way down at the bottom of the toilet. And now he's the shirt ripper. You know, that comes into the laundromat and says to the lady, "Can I buy that shirt?" And then he rips it in two. And that's what happened today.
What happened today?
The shirt ripper ripped your shirt.
Edith. Now, you ain't talking about my Disney World shirt.
Yeah.
You mean the authentic Donald Duck signature shirt?
Yeah, but he gave me $50 for it.
$50?
And they want me to do a commercial, too.
He wants you to be in a commercial, Edith. Well,
Hey,
wait a
Arch,
minute.
we better hurry. We're going to be late for the game.
Take it easy, will you? We got over an hour to get there.
You don't want to miss Charo singing the national anthem. Oh, say, can you see? Coochie, coochie. I know how you love that.
Cut it out. Why must you always insult our finest traditions? Wait a minute. Get back here. I want to hear about this. Did you hear this? Somebody's going to put your mother-in-law into a commercial.
Really, Ma?
Oh, well, I ain't sure. And even if I was sure, I ain't sure that I can do it. And even if I was sure that I could do it, I ain't sure that they want me to do it. And even if they want me to do it, I ain't sure that I can do it or that I want to do it.
What the hell are you talking about? You gotta do it. Don't you know that people make a fortune off them commercials? Oh, my God, you didn't talk money with the guy, did you?
Oh, no.
Oh, no, never do that. Leave all talking about important things like money to the man. That's the way God wanted it.
Since when?
Ever since Eve bought a bum apple from a snake. Look it up.
I'll get you sandwiches for the game.
Eat it.
Ma, I hope they don't ask you to do one of those silly commercials.
Oh, shut up, you. Don't be worrying her about something silly. Silly is good. Silly sounds. Look at all the top commercials you see on TV there. I mean, what? Take your talking animal commercials there. Morris the cat, right? Well, that's silly, right? The cat comes on, he says, I hope she ain't gonna give me none of that shit. I mean, that's silly. Where the hell are you gonna find a cat who can talk that good? But that's the basis there for all your commercial industry. That's the base of your whole advertising industry. Let me tell you something. The basis of the whole U.S. economy. It's silly.
So you're saying that you enjoy the fact that the commercials insult your intelligence?
Yes, I do. I mean, without commercials, a lot of people be doing the wrong thing. Without commercials, maybe we'd be clogging up all our arteries with butter there instead of flushing them out with margarine. Here's another thing. For instance, without them commercials, how would the women know what to do with them their disposable douches? They might keep them damn things around forever for no good reason. Use your bean once in a while, will you?
Arch, what about all the garbage they sell? I mean, kids begging their mothers to buy them that breakfast cereal that's so full of sugar it rots their teeth.
Dentists gotta live, don't they? And let me tell you something about without them commercials, you wouldn't even enjoy your TV that much. Because the commercials, they give you time to, A, light up a cigar. 1, make yourself a sandwich there. C, answer the phone. And 4, run to the can.
You like that, huh? You like when the commercials interrupt the programming. You like when some dope comes on there and talks about painful hemorrhoids in the middle of a newscast when they're talking about some deep, dark tragedy.
Let me tell you something. There ain't no deeper, darker tragedy than painful hemorrhoids. Hey, Edith, come out here. I gotta talk to you more about this.
Are we going to the game or what?
The hell with the game. There could be millions of dollars in the balance here.
Come on, Arch.
Answer the door. Get away. Get away. There.
Oh, hello. I'm Mr. Prescott of the Ken Ray Advertising Agency. Is Mrs. Bunker home? I want to talk to her about a TV commercial.
Oh, you're the guy that wants to put her in a commercial, huh? Oh, well, come on in, Mr. Escort there. Come on in.
Prescott.
Oh, yeah, well, whatever. Hey, this is my son-in-law, Mike Stivic here. Yeah?
Hi,
no time for that because he's got to go. He's sorry, but he's got to rush right down to the subway station and wait for me.
You don't want to shake my hands anyway. I have a ring around the collar.
Get lost, huh?
Tell me, did I say anything to offend him?
Ah, nah, he's only a Polak.
So am I.
Hey, listen, they're fine people with a great sense of humor. They never take offense to nothing. Come on, sit down. Yeah. Just make yourself at home, Mr.
Prescott.
Yeah. Your daughter's gonna blow the name again, huh? Yeah. Hey, Edith there. There's a Mr. Prestone out here to see you.
Prescott.
Overworst on Ryan, 2 ham and cheese. Oh.
How do you do, Mrs. Bunker?
Oh, how do you do, Mr. Prescott?
Yeah. Sit down, Edith. Sit down, please.
Okay.
He's over here to talk to you about the commercial, you know, Edith?
That's right.
Would you
Mrs.
care for a liverwurst sandwich?
Oh, no, thank you. I'm on a diet.
Oh, swell.
Mrs. Bunker, I was rather impressed with the job you did on that test today.
Hey, you hear that, Edith? They like the job you done on the test there.
Thank you, but Mr. Prescott, I don't think I
She
ought to
don't
do
think, because she lets me do the thinking for her.
Well, you see, the client wasn't too enthusiastic, so I had to do a little convincing.
What does that mean?
I'll tell you what that means. That means they want to knock down your price there. Eh? Am I right, Mr. Pollock? What she was starting to say is that she don't think that she could do your commercial for the monies uses offering.
I haven't offered anything yet.
That's the whole point. How is the woman going to accept an offer that you ain't even made yet, huh? You ain't dealing with children here.
Well, Mr. Bunker, I can see that you are an astute businessman.
That's what you think. I know what
So, I will not offer you minimum.
Hold it there, buddy. We insist on minimum.
Very well. That will be $218 for the full day's work.
Let me tell you something else. We know what minimum means. It means there can't be nothing less, right?
Definitely,
yeah. Well, you got a deal then. Yeah. Yeah, there you are, Rita. Yeah. Now, you see what happens when you let me do the talking? Some enchanted evening. Just kidding around, you know, as long as you ain't working. Yeah, what the hell, huh? Hey! Oh, geez, look at you, Edith. Oh, my, you look gorgeous, dearie. Hey, Rosie, you've done a great job of reformation out of there. You know who you put me in mind of? You know who she puts me in mind of? You know the dame is on television's always grinning and lollygagging at the husband there, and she says to him, "It's Geritol that gives me the hots for you." Oh. That's what she says, and he says to her, "You're cute. I think I'll keep you there."
I don't like that commercial.
It's a very heartwarming commercial, and I think I'll keep you too, Edith. Hey, give me a kiss.
Don't you dare.
Hey, come on, we're married.
You'll smudge her makeup.
I'll smudge it tonight, Edith. Go ahead.
Now, Mrs. Bunker, just be your natural self. You'll be great, a winner.
Oh, really? I don't think nothing about that. See, showbiz people, they're always hugging. They'd hug a barber pole and call it darling. Now, don't be nervous.
Oh, I ain't nervous, but...
Go to the bathroom. The people who work in TV don't do that.
What do they do?
They think empty.
Let's put one on film, Mrs. Bunker.
Here we go.
Now, just remember what I said. Just be your own delicious self. Your test the other day where we tore the shirt was so yummy that we're going to use that for our opening. Now, excusez-moi, Mr. Bunker.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Now, these are the two halves of Mr. Bunker's shirt.
You know, you can't buy that shirt in a regular store. I mean, that's, an authentic Donald Duck autograph shirt. You can only buy that down in Disney World. That's in Florida.
Mr. Bunker, you're precious.
Are you gay?
Are you?
No.
I'm so relieved. Now, one half was washed by your old detergent, and the other by our new, improved Sunny Suds. Ricky will ask you which half is cleaner and brighter, and you pick the one. That's all you have to do.
Oh, that's easy.
Okay, let's roll.
Rolling, we got speed.
Sticks!
New improved Sunny Suds commercial. Edith Bunker, take one.
Ooh, action!
Excuse me.
Oh, yeah.
Excuse me.
Hey! Oh, hey, look who's here. Hey, Edith, look who's over here. Hey, I'd know you anywhere. From a million times I've seen you in the toilet. Hey, it's the guy in the toilet here, huh?
Bunker, arrivederci.
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
Are we still rolling?
Still rolling, still got speed.
Okay, action, Ricky.
All right, Mrs. Bunker, this is the big moment. Which one is brighter and cleaner?
Oh, that one.
Cut. Oh, that was very good,
Oh,
dear.
thank
Very good.
you.
Just one tiny problem. You selected your brand.
I know, but I think that was cleaner and brighter.
So, if your brand is on this side, then we all know what's on the other side. New.
Improved sunny sides?
Right.
Do you want me to pick this one?
We want you to pick the one that's brighter, which anyone can plainly see might well be our product. Okay, let's try another one. Roll it.
Rolling, we got speed.
6.
New improved Sunny Suds commercial. Edith Bunker, take 2.
Action!
All right, Mrs. Bunker, this is the big moment. Which one is brighter and cleaner?
Go for the one on the left there.
Mr. Bunker!
Dude, yeah.
Screaming-a-foo!
All right.
Okay, roll it.
Rolling, we got speed.
6.
New improved Sunny Suds commercial. Edith Bunker, take 3.
Action!
All right, Mrs. Bunker, this is the big moment. Which one is brighter and cleaner?
Well, this one.
Gosh! I'm only, listen, if you let me talk to a minute here, then you get results. Now, let me try. Oh, Edith, come over here. Come on, here, let me talk to her. Edith, darling, listen to me. Are you a dumbbell or what? Why do you always go with the soap that ain't no money there?
Archie, Ricky asked me which one I thought was cleaner and brighter, and that was the one. I know it was my soap, but I can't help that. It's true. I mean, your shirts and your jockey shorts are always bright and fluffy, ain't they?
The world don't give a damn if my jockey shorts look and feel like Brillo.
Mr. Bunker, listen, I'm sorry, but we're gonna have to call it off.
Oh, no, wait a minute. Then we miss getting the $218.
No, she'll get that, but no residuals.
Oh, well, I don't care about the residuals. All I want is the money.
Mr. Bunker, you don't understand. Residuals are money. Every time the commercial is run, there's another fee. It can amount to $2,000, $3,000.
Roll on an action there.
No, Mr. Bunker, no, it's no use.
Wait a minute. See, the wife has a problem. She never learned to lie. You know? But for $2,000 or $3,000, she's going to learn now.
All right.
Edith, I want to talk to you. That's okay, honey. You don't have to make her up. Do it yourself, will you? You're getting pale there. Now, Edith. All you got to do is prick their soap there. You can have a whole new career worked out for yourself there. I mean, you could be like Anita O'Brien hustling fruits. It's true, Edith. You take it too serious, you see? I mean, you don't have to really mean what you say. Do you think John Wayne really eats them aspirin there? Come on. A guy like the Duke gets himself a headache, he pulls a gun and he shoots it. Do you think that O.J. Simpson really drives around the Heights rent-a-car? Like hell. The guy's got himself a purple Cadillac with zebra seatbelts.
All that.
She's read the National Enquirer there,
Archie, I don't know why, but I got the feeling that you're asking me to lie.
I would never do that, Edith. It ain't me. It's the law, you know that? The law says that on TV, they gotta give the lie equal time with the truth. Why the hell do you think they televise the Democrat conventions? Do your stuff. Now get in there. Get in there. Get in there. Now, you picked the right one this time, Edith. Okay, now I think she's ready. Pete, you can roll your sticks again.
Okay, gang, let's give it one more try. Roll, please.
Rolling. We got speed.
Sticks.
New improved Sunny Suds commercial. Edith Bunker, take 3.
Hey, ain't that take 4, pal?
Never mind. Go ahead.
All right, Mrs. Bunker, this is the big moment. Which one is brighter and cleaner?
Well, this one is the one my husband thinks I should pick, but I think this one is...
I'm sorry. That's a wrap. Let's go home, everybody.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Bunker. You'll get the $218 in the mail.
Oh, no. I shouldn't be paid.
Will you stifle yourself?
I ain't done nothing.
What do you mean? You done your best, and that's something.
And you ain't mad?
Oh, no. What else should I be mad at? You know, so we lose $3,000.
Well, I guess we can use the $218 towards a new washing machine.
Yeah, I could take the $218 and buy a pistol and blow my brains out and still have change left over.
Oh, no. We really need a washing machine. 67. Oh, 69.
Haven't we made enough sandwiches yet?
No.
Gloria, guys watching a Super Bowl game get very hungry.
That's right, especially when they're watching in a saloon there where they're doing a lot of drinking, see? So keep going. We gotta have at least 75 of them.
How much are you charging for them?
$1.50 each. We'll make a little dough on this. Let's see, $1.50 times 75 is 5 O's is 5 cents, 85, 5, 5 is the... I'll tell you what's better than this, see? Make 25 more. That'll make 100 altogether, and we charge $2 a piece, so 100 times 2, that's, we got $200.
You always were good with numbers.
How come you're only giving them ham sandwiches?
Because my saloon is a ham joint, you know? Some saloons is liver waste. The other saloons is bologna there. You got other saloons is lettuce and tomato. Them's the kind of gay joints, you know? But my saloon has always been ham.
If Michael's going to help out, I don't see why I can't come down to the bar and help out.
No. I don't want them men grabbing for my daughter. I'm hiring another girl for that.
Oh, yeah, who?
Boom Boom Turner.
Oh, the one that works down at the plant.
The very same one. First girl ever to wear steel-belted radial brassiere.
Her name is Mildred.
The name don't change this year.
Daddy, I hope you're paying Michael for this.
Yeah, paid him same. I paid him to help me on New Year's Eve.
On New Year's Eve, you didn't pay me anything.
Oh, I'll pay you twice that.
You know, it's lucky for you we're related.
Oh, jeez. That's the kind of luck poor Mr. Lincoln had the night he went to the movies. And he sat in John Wilkes' boot.
Archie thinks he's gonna take in $1,000 today.
$1,000? Really, Daddy?
$1,000 at least, with that big super TV screen I hired to watch the game on there. That chain is gonna be packed out.
Hey, this would be the best business you ever had.
Oh, I think so. Well, barring the day the Sons of Ireland bus broke down outside the bar, you know, and them 47 Ed McMahons come rushing in there.
Arch, how much is it gonna cost you to rent this big TV screen?
Oh, plenty, but I'm laying it off on the customers. I'm charging them a little extra for every drink, you know?
What do you mean, like a cover charge? Arch, you can't do that in a neighborhood bar.
Can't do. You gotta keep out the rip-rap, don't you?
Those are your biggest customers.
To you.
understand why people would pay extra to see a football game if they can see it home for free.
They're glad to pay extra. Spend a couple of hours away from their wives.
Oh, maybe the wives will want to come.
What do you think? We want women hanging around there during a Super Bowl game? Running around asking stupid questions like, when are we going to see Reggie Jackson? Yeah. Oh, jeez. Mustard in the eye. Mustard in the eye. Wash it out. It's raining me here. It's raining me here. Mustard in my eye. You see the daughter does a thing like that? Oh, she get it out of there. Don't you know there's two very dangerous chemicals in mustard?
What?
Acid and mustard. You get them things in your eye, you can destroy the rectal nerve. Oh,
I'm sorry, Daddy.
oh, sorry. That don't restore my hindsight, yeah? Come on, Meathead, let's get the hell out of here. She'll go after my other eye with an egg beat.
Archie, don't forget, after the game, we're going out to dinner.
We're gonna do... Oh,
Bye, Archie.
wait, don't do that. And don't do that. Put the sandwich back into the box after your chops got all salivated all over the thing. Now get going, will you? It's a disgrace, a whole corner of the thing gone. Oh, well, what the hell?
Thanks, Boom Boom.
Hey, Boom Boom, you're blocking the screen.
Let her alone. That's only the pre-game stuff. Let's look at Boom Boom.
Oh, yeah.
Fresh call was coming up. Enjoy yourself here, hey? Drink up, fellas, drink up. Get the mob growing in here. You was the one that told me not to rent that big super screen,
I gotta hand it to you, Arch. Terrific idea.
Hey, Arch, football pool's all sold out.
Oh, swell. How much you get there?
$500.
$500, huh? And 10% is mine for cutting this whole thing, so that makes approximately $50 for me. I see you looking at me, but don't do it, Harry. This ain't got nothing to do with you. This ain't the partnership, thing's the business. This is mine personally, see? There. Announcement, everybody, announcement here. The football pool, you'll be glad to know, is all sold out now. Right? So, after the game, some lucky bum is going to be the winner of $500. Less 10% for me, cutting it, you know, and keeping the books on this. And I'm holding on to it, too.
Hey, just a minute. Wait a minute, Arch. How come you're holding the money?
Yeah. You got a Barney, don't you trust me?
No! I don't think they trust you, Arch.
Hey, fellas, all I asked was Barney over there, you know. And for him, I got two very smart words.
Come on, Arch. You know the rules. Nobody in the pool is allowed to hold the money. Let's give it to a neutral party.
What's a neutral party? Yeah, let Boom Boom hold it.
Yeah, right.
Hey, that's a great idea. Give the money to Boom Boom. She knows where to put it. Here, Boom Boom, put it in a safe.
Wow! $500. My cup's runneth over.
Hey, get busy, get busy. Come right in, gents. Table for four.
We're not with them.
Oh, would you two gents mind waiting just a minute? Come right this way. Got a couple of chairs right at this table for you. Your pleasure's my business.
Good crowd. Very good. We ought to walk out of here with a couple of thousand.
You know how many gas stations we'd have to knock over to get that kind of loot? Okay, fellas, what would you like? A table for two? Yeah, come, step right down this way. Well, I know maybe we ain't gonna take Majoopia there, but we'll find some room to sit there. You could move, huh? There. I ain't seen you guys before. You from around here? No. Yes. No. No. Yes. Well, what the hell's the difference, huh? Well, what we mean is we're thinking of moving into the neighborhood. Not a bad idea. You know, this neighborhood is like a hunk of Park Avenue. Only you never have to trip over the rich. Yeah. Sit down, enjoy yourself. What's your purse? You got any 12-year-old scotch? I got an 11-year-old scotch that's due for a birthday next week. You want a double on that? Yeah, one double of the 11-year-old scotch there. What do you like? Beer. 4 beers. 4 beers? Yeah, well, it's a long game. Oh, the anthem. Here it is. Hey, everybody, pay attention. National anthem here. Early light was so proudly we hailed at the twilight's Now's the perfect time to stick them up while they're all standing. During the national anthem? What are you, a communist? Hey, just look at these suckers. This is gonna be the biggest day we ever had.
Boy, some crowd, huh, Arch?
Listen, this is gonna be the best day we ever had.
There's the end of the first half of Super Bowl 12 from the magnificent Louisiana Superdome in beautiful downtown New Orleans.
Okay, guys, the end of the first half. I got an announcement to make. Halftime special here. Only at halftime. 2 drinks for the price of 1 double.
Wait a minute. What's so special about 2 drinks for the price of a double?
You get them at the same time. Everybody's enjoying themselves, and you have to come up with nasty questions.
Now, Sam, let's do it now.
What's your hurry?
Because I told my wife I'm going to pull a job. If she finds out I'm watching a football game, she's going to kill me.
Arch, how can you sell a drink in a glass like that?
What's the matter with the glass?
Look at it. It's got a false bottom.
What do you mean false bottom? A false bottom is no bottom. This here glass got plenty of bottom. It got more bottom than you need.
That's what I mean. You're cheating the customers.
How?
Well, they ordered 2 ounces of booze. You're giving them 4 pounds of crystal.
Let me tell you something. With this heavy glass, see, you don't get no tippage and you don't get no spillage. With this heavy glass, the customer saves money.
With this heavy glass, every time the customer picks it up, he dislocates his elbow.
With this heavy glass, I could raise a big bump on your head.
What are you staring at?
Don't I know you from someplace?
You don't know me from no place.
I don't forget a face. I know you, buddy.
Hey, forget my face and shut up. Will you watch
Shut
the
up!
game? Yeah, you heard
Don't
me.
tell me to shut up.
Hey, just shut
Are you a wise guy?
Hey, Arch, I believe a fight is brewing.
I ain't deaf and blind, Hank. Give me the peacemaker, Harry.
Here it is, Arch. Hit him with the label up or you break the bat.
Hey, you got a strict rule in Archie's place, you know. Violence ain't allowed. Any guy caught committing violence got to get his head crushed. Now, what's it all about?
Oh, this guy's a wise guy. Come in here trying to start.
No matter what it's all about, there's only one way to settle it. Leave it to me. Now, what was you drinking?
I was drinking double scotches.
Oh, that's very nice. Yeah. And Macaulay, you as usual was drinking
beer.
You ain't got much going up, have you?
Look at Archie. I'm trying to.
Whenever you fight, you know, you wind up in the Kew Gardens jail.
That's it. That's where I know this guy from.
Cut. Oh, what do you mean, insulting a gent here drinking 11-year-old scotch?
I'm trying to tell you that.
Wally, best thing you can do is pay your tab and shove off. I got a bath.
All right. Who needs this crummy joint? Let's go down to McFeeney.
Yeah, you'll love it down there. All right, fellas. Think nothing of it. Yeah. Sit down.
I lost my head here.
That's all right. Hey, think nothing of it. There's guys like that, you know. Hey, you need another double, huh?
Yeah.
Once again there on the double 11-year-old scotch and you, huh? I still got 2 left. Well, then all you need is 2 more. And get the sandwich to go with it. There, here's the sandwich. There's only one there. There you go. Hey, what's the matter here? Jeez, the sandwiches went off fast, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did.
How many?
5.
$2 a throw. That makes somewhere in the neighborhood of $10.
Take it out of my salary.
No, Arch, no. He's the father of your grandchild.
How do I know that?
I need 4 sandwiches. That's 3 ham and 1 lettuce and tomato.
We ain't got no sandwiches left, and we never had no lettuce and tomato.
Wait. Come here. Who the hell is the lettuce and tomato?
That guy over there.
Oh. I'll bet he didn't come on to you neither, huh?
No.
Oh. If lettuce and tomato starts heading for that men's toilet, you let me know. Certainly I do.
Relax and savor your drink.
Save it for what? I want to drink it.
You know, Jack, you're stupid, but you're loyal.
Yeah, that's true.
Announcement, everybody. Now listen, before the second half starts here, I just want to take the opportunity to express my, gratitude and depreciation to all my loyal friends and customers here who are here with me today to join me in watching this magnificent sporting event here. See? So, well, what I would like to do is to raise a toast. Raise a toast here. Yeah, and my toast is to a happy new year, which, as you all know, just recently commenced. See? And may it have brotherly love and friendship and good feelings and long life to all. Fathers.
Salud.
Okay.
That was beautiful. I didn't know you had it in you.
Don't be sloppy. Now that I got them to empty their glasses, you go get them to fill them up again.
All right. Who needs a drink?
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
And there's the gun ending the game. Super Bowl number 12 is history.
Hey! I win the pool! 500 bucks!
More than that, you know we're taking in here over $1,000. This may go to $1,200 here.
1,200 smackaroos!
That's right, and we're sticking it all right into that bank suppository, Harry, as soon as we get it.
Hey, Arch, don't you think this calls for drinks on the house?
Damn right. One for you and one for me.
Hey, pal. I'd like to say a few words to all the customers before anyone leaves, okay?
Oh, sure. Let me get their attention. Hey, announcement there. My new buddy here. What's your name again?
Just call me Sam.
Yeah, Sam. My new buddy here, Sam. Before anybody leaves, he wants to say a few words to you there. So hang on for this because you never know. The guy might sprinkle around the drinks for everybody.
Hey!
Go ahead, Sam. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say that this is a holdup, so nobody move. I ain't kidding. Now, if anyone tries to leave, I guarantee they'll be detained at the door by my partner.
Hey! You're shooting holes in our ceiling!
You want I should put a hole in him?
You wouldn't want that, would you, stupid?
No, stick to the ceiling.
All right. Everybody remove your watches. And take your money and your wallets out of your pockets and put it on the tables.
You, girlie.
Me?
Yeah, you. You got something in there?
Sure.
What?
Me.
Yeah, well, I thought I saw something green. What do you got, one of the Muppets in there? Take this bag. Drop your tray. Drop it. Put the money in there. And go get the valuables. Go ahead, move it.
And I'll take this. Sweetheart, amble over here and take care of this. Where's your dough?
Oh, yeah, wait a second. I have... Arch, here's the $10 you wanted for the sandwiches.
Oh, thanks, baby. I'll take that. Perchance, Is there something left in the cash register?
There ain't nothing. You got it all, Larry. You clean me out.
Open it.
Oh, all right. See, there ain't nothing in there.
Perhaps there's something hidden under the cash drawer?
There ain't nothing under... Well, there is my lucky buck here, but, geez, I wouldn't want to lose that.
Why? It ain't doing you no good.
Very true.
All right, out from behind the bar.
Yeah, out behind the bar. Jeez.
Now, everybody drop your pants.
Drop the pants, drop the pants.
Now, Simon says, put your hands on your heads. I said both hands.
Wouldn't you spare the other one?
Okay, I don't want none of you to move for 5 minutes.
Well, how are we gonna tell 5 minutes you stole everybody's watch?
You count. 1 Mississippi. 2 Mississippi. Everybody, 3 Mississippi. 4 Mississippi. 5 Mississippi. 6 Mississippi. 7 Mississippi. 8 Mississippi. 9 Mississippi. 10 Mississippi. 11 Mississippi. 12 Mississippi. 13 Mississippi. 14 Mississippi.
Arch.
What Mississippi?
They're gone. I'm putting my pants on.
You wanted to come back and kill you, Mississippi.
At least I'll be found with my pants on, Mississippi.
Questions, little girl. We just gotta stand like this for the next 4 minutes.
What happened?
There was an armed robbery here.
Oh!
2 guys came in here, held us up, and made us drop our pants.
Oh, no! Oh, excuse me, honey. Are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Oh, my God.
Gee, was anybody hurt?
Everybody was hurt, Edith. We was all wounded right in our wallets.
Pull up your sleeve.
Oh, right. Edith, this is the worst day of my whole life. After all, I'm... Will you let me do this? I know where everything goes.
Oh, poor Archie.
$1,200 gone. Like that? I want to tell you, the most humiliating thing of all, Edith.
What?
Of all this crowd of men here, I had the worstest looking shorts.
Yeah. But you had the bestest looking legs.
Yeah?
Yeah. And I heard a man over there saying he thought you did too.
Wonderful cookie.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Gloria. Thank you, Mike. Thank you, Aunt Iola.
Aren't you going to say anything, Archie?
Thank you, Archie.
Oh, Daddy.
Out! Don't pull hairs out of the back of your father's hand. Don't never do that no more.
You mean don't ever do that again? When are you going to learn to speak English?
When I visit England. And during the last 2 weeks of your visit, I was thinking about giving up home business and family and running over there, fair country or no.
Please, let's any arguments on Aunt Iola's last night?
Yeah, I want to propose a toast.
Oh, let me.
Okay.
To Iola, my favorite aunt and the perfect house guest.
Yeah, to Iola.
We love you. Oh, thank you, thank you. I just know I'm not going to enjoy the next 2 weeks at Cousin Sydney's half as much as I've enjoyed these last 2 weeks with you.
Oh.
It's been such a pleasure seeing sweet Gloria, darling Mike, cute little Joey, and dear Edith.
Oh. And?
That's all. What can I do?
Nothing. You relax. You got a long bus ride ahead of you.
What are you gonna do? Sit there like a lump?
In my own house, Iola, I don't never have to do nothing.
You mean you never have to do anything? You don't use a double negative.
Why'd you tell that to the guy that wrote No, No, None, It?
I seem to have lost something. One of my knitting needles.
I think I found it for you.
Iola, I made you a nice snack for the bus.
Oh,
Here,
thank
I'll put
you,
it in
Edith.
here.
Thank you.
Auntie Iola, I found this book in the kitchen. Is it yours? Sex After 60?
Yes, yes, dear.
Oh, is it any good?
It's terrific. The book isn't bad either.
Oh, you're such a caution.
Sex After 60. I didn't think that you was interested in science fiction, Iola.
After 60, those are close encounters of the best kind. It's getting late. I'd better finish my packing. Shouldn't you call me a cab, Edith?
I know what I'd like to call her.
No, it ain't necessary. See, Archie's gonna take you to the bus. He borrowed Mr. Munson's cab. Oh, Archie, she's such a nice woman. Why can't you like her?
'Cause I like my privacy.
Well, you've been private. She's had her own room.
I never knew when she'd come popping out of there. Maybe I like to run around the house in my drawers. Maybe I like to run around the house without my drawers.
You've never done that in your life.
Or maybe lately I got the urge to do it. And with her here, I felt inhabited.
The Reader's Digest says that the reason some people don't like old people is because that they remind them that they're going to be old someday.
Well, for once, the Reader's Digest is right. But I don't need Iola to remind me that I'm getting old. I mean, I can see that with all my gray hairs, you know, which are all over me now.
Yeah, I know. But I'm gonna miss Aunt Iola. She's been a big help to me. Why, she made her bed every day. She cleaned her room, and she went shopping with me.
All right.
She showed me how to pick out a ripe pineapple.
All right.
You know those green things on the top? Well, if you can pull one out real easy, that means it's ripe.
Yeah, all
But if it's hard to pull out, then it ain't right. Oh, Mr. Bellini got so mad at me down at Ferguson's Market. He didn't like me pulling them out, and then they get on the floor, and he has to sweep them all up. He thinks I'm ruining the pineapple, but I said to him, I says, if you pull it out real easy, that means it's right. But if it's hard to pull out, well, that means it ain't right. He ought to teach that to his customers. Aunt Iola taught me that. Just because she's old don't mean she ain't useful.
You're talking to the dead, Edith.
Archie, did she ever do anything mean to you?
She was the one who said you shouldn't marry me.
Oh, she ain't the only one that said that.
She's the one I heard telling your mother that.
Are you sure it wasn't my mother telling her?
I know what I remember. She wanted her to marry that stuck-up lace curtain Irish donkey Paddy O'Rourke.
Oh. He was never stuck up.
Oh, yes, he was. And so was his whole damn family. There was the kind of people that keep fruit in the house even if nobody was sick.
I'm glad I married you, Archie. Fruit ain't everything.
Listen, now that we're alone, I want to get
I'll
get that, damn it. Conversation with your wife, and the damn phone starts to ring. Hello? This is a recorded announcement. When you hear the tone signal, open your living room window and jump out.
Hello, Sidney.
Sidney.
Cousin Sidney. He didn't mean it.
The hell I did!
No, she ain't left yet. She's leaving in about an hour.
Or less, we hope.
Her bus gets in at... Oh, my, that's terrible.
Uh-oh.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Uh-oh.
Tell her to take care of herself. Oh, don't worry. Yeah, we'll think of something. Yeah.
Wash the dishes, Ma. Oh, who was that?
That was Cousin Sidney.
What's up?
His wife has to have her appendix taken out.
She had that done 2 years ago. I never heard of a wife with a second appendix.
This is his second wife.
Oh. That don't matter to me. You call Sidney. You tell Sidney we're putting Iola on the bus. We're shipping her off to him as per schedule.
But she can't go where she ain't wanted?
She come here, didn't she?
No, she just gotta stay here for another 2 weeks, and then she goes to Emily.
Wait a minute, Edith. Wait a minute. Why can't she go to Emily now?
Because Emily is in Hawaii with her husband on vacation.
Fine. Let her go down to Hawaii and show them two how to pick the green things out of pine nuts.
Daddy, I'm ashamed of you.
You twisted your father's sciatic nerve here. Don't you never pinch your father in the living room. Get away. Let me sit down.
You know, in China, old people are the most honored in the family.
Yeah, here we just sweep them under the rug.
I thought you kid yourself, buddy. The Chinks do the same thing. I mean, they ain't got rugs there, so they sweep them under the rice paddies.
You know, Arch, you are truly a man of no compassion.
Get off sex! Get off sex!
What are we gonna do, Archie?
It's your family. You figure it out. Call up one of the other relatives and get them to take her on.
Oh, that don't seem right with an extra room up there.
I don't want to discuss this thing no more. And what the hell are you two looking at? Don't look at me. Don't say nothing. Don't butt in. You ain't wanted here. Go on home to your own home there. I hear the baby crying.
Fine. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Goodbye.
yeah.
Can I just say one thing to you, though?
If it don't take too long.
Why is it that you can never...
So long.
Yeah, Helen. Well, I'm sorry, too. Oh, but I hope you feel better. Yeah. All right, goodbye. Oh, well, Helen can't take Aunt Iola neither.
Well, we're running out of relatives here. What's Helen's alibi?
High blood pressure. And Louie's home on sick leave.
Sick? The healthiest glass blower in Moline, Illinois?
I know, but you see, the man working next to him told him a joke, and Louie started laughing so hard that he got an attack of hiccups, and before they could get to him, he inhaled 3 little swans.
It ain't just that your family lies, Edith, but they lie so damn bad. Come on, let's look up some more. What about your nephew, Fat Freddy from Philadelphia? Madam, here's his number. Area code 215.
That was his funeral we went to last spring.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. All the flags and guns. Oh, what a bunch, your family. God. Sydney's old lady under the knife.
Yeah, and Emily on vacation in Hawaii.
Which means drunk on the beach once again. Helen burling over with high blood pressure. Louie waiting for 3 little swans to pass. And Fat Freddy in the ground under Philadelphia. I don't miss him, but at least I know he ain't lying no more.
Well, none of the relatives are gonna take him.
Well, geez, I could have told you the same thing. That's your family. Jeez. They remind me of weasels. Dumb but shifty. Well, we only got one choice then. I mean, either she goes to the Sunshine Home or she stays here.
That's 2 choices.
No, because she can't stay here.
Archie, the Sunshine Home ain't got no room.
While we're arguing here, a vacancy might be opening up right now, courtesy of the Grim Creeper. And some guy just like me might be getting ready to ram some other old party in there. So get on the phone and call them up, will you? Call them up, Edith.
Archie, give me one good reason why we can't take that sweet old lady into our home.
A stroke I may have. Get on the phone and call them. Jeez, it's only the mercy of the Lord I ain't had a stroke already. And a coronary trombonist in the bargain.
What's going on?
What's going on, Iola, is bad news, see? It's Sidney. He can't take you.
Oh.
Yeah, and none of the other relatives were calling to take you neither. Well, you and me, we were like in one way, you know. I mean, the 2 of us were about as popular with that side of the family there as baked beans on a bus trip.
Right, yeah, we'll be over. Yeah, thank you, bye. Well, guess what? Old Mr. Bloomerer went west this morning.
I didn't say went west, he died.
No, he eloped to Albuquerque with his massage nurse.
What's a massage nurse?
A hooker with a thermometer.
You see?
Hey, Ma. Gloria sent me over for a pot.
Oh, yeah, I left it on the kitchen table.
Okay, Ma, thanks.
See, Mr. Bloomerer used to live at the Sunshine Home, but now that he eloped, you can have his room.
At the Sunshine Home? Mm-hmm. Why should I be in an old folks' home?
Because you're an old folk.
Well, it ain't bad, Aunt Iola. It's a nice room, and I'm there 3 days a week. I can see that you get the best care.
Care? What do I need with care? I can take care of myself.
Arch, can I talk to you for a second?
Don't you see I'm busy here, Meathead?
I want to talk to you.
Look at this guy. All right, keep selling, Edith. Keep selling. What do you want? Get in
Can I talk to you for a second?
Well, how you come and bother me for? We're in the middle of a deep problem over here. We're trying to talk the old lady into going to the Sunshine Home.
Yeah, I know. Why?
Why?
Arch, she is Ma's aunt. Ma loves her. You got an extra room upstairs. Why can't you just take her for a couple of weeks? I can't think of anything more rotten than sending that lady to a home.
Call nothing rotten. You don't know what the hell you're talking about here. I ain't doing nothing rotten. Here, sit down a minute. I want to tell you something. I know a hell of a lot more about old people than you know. I see more of them, and I want to tell you this. Old people like to live with other old people.
Oh, come on.
Don't give me a sour face. They do. They live all together in a home there. They talk about the same thing, see? And they like that. They come down in the morning, you know? So they talk about prune juice versus grain. You know what I mean? Who's regular? Who ain't regular? I mean, is denture paste better than denture glue? They talk about parts that they ain't got no more. They talk about parts they got that ain't working no more. They like that. See, they have a ball there.
Arch, Iola isn't like that. She is active. She has a clear mind. She is capable of doing anything that anybody else can do.
Oh, sure, but you got to time her with a calendar, because a watch won't help you.
All right, so maybe she's a little slow, but she still gets things done. Arch, what you're talking about is your idea of old age. You know something? I think you're afraid of old age.
Get the hell out of here. Why should I be afraid of old age?
Because you're approaching it.
I ain't nothing. What are you talking about? I got a whole lot of life left in me. Hey, listen. If I was to give up cigars and booze, I bet I could make it another 40 years there. Maybe 50 if I was to give up this year.
This here doesn't shorten your life.
You'd like to think that, because if it did, you got about 10 minutes more to live.
Why do I always think I'm going to see a light at the end of the tunnel with you? I'm going home.
Oh, wait. Hold. Now, as long as you're over here, I'm going to ask you to do me a big favor. I want you to go in there and help Edith talk the old lady into the Sunshine Home. Now, come on, she likes you. She'll listen to you.
Arch, I'm not going to do that because I don't think that's where she should be.
I'm asking a favor.
I'm telling you no.
Wait a minute. After all I've done for you, you wouldn't
Arch,
give me one favor?
I want to go home and bring this pot to Gloria.
Hold it. Can I say one thing to you?
If it doesn't take too long.
Never in my 53 years.
Too long.
You know, your meatheaded son-in-law just slammed the door at me there.
Well, you did it to him.
Listen, ain't it? When I slam my door in his face, that's one thing. But when he slams my door in my face, that's something else. What the hell you call it? That's vulgar. Vulgar. He's a vulgar guy.
Archie, listen to me. Aunt Iola ain't no burden. She's the perfect guest.
What are you talking about, a perfect guest? Does a perfect guest take over every conversation at the table? Does a perfect guest yell at me for smoking a cigar? Does a perfect guest always try to correct my English? Does a perfect guest every morning mount an unexpected invasion on the toilet up there and come in and catch me with my defenses down?
Archie, when we was first married, Aunt Iola let us stay in her house, and she had to put up with us.
But Edith, we wasn't old.
Do you remember when she took Gloria for a whole week when I had the flu?
But what the hell trouble was that, a little baby?
And she loaned us $100 when you was laid off so we could pay the Earl bill.
I paid her back.
Oh, no.
Was?
Only $25 of it.
Remember this, Edith. $25 in them days was worth about $200 today.
We want to talk to her.
Here they are, the floozy and the phony.
Ma, we've decided that we want Aunt Iola to come and stay with us.
Yeah.
Oh, that's very sweet of you, but I don't think that would be right. I mean, she's my relative.
Well, she ain't mine.
I feel very close to her.
Well, what are you talking about, close? She'd just be across the alley there. Ain't that close? You could run over there and hug her 3 times a day, 4 if you want her.
She's lively and she's alert, and we feel that she would be a great influence on Joey, and Joey just adores her.
Sure. She'd learn the baby good English and keep him off cigars.
Ma, I think she'd like it with us.
I think she ought to be here.
But, Ma, she's got a place for us. She doesn't get along with Archie.
She could do the cooking.
She could be a babysitter. So we got big babysitter for us.
Stifle.
Oh, geez, you want to sit in my chair, too?
It's very flattering that you're all fighting over me, but I've made up my mind. I'm going to stay with Herbert.
It's a pretty good idea, that. I never thought of her staying with Herbert. Who the hell is Herbert?
Is he a relative? No, he's better than a relative. He's my friend. Whenever I'm between relatives and I have a hole in my schedule, why then I'm always welcome there. And I love him for that.
You mean you and Herbert?
Edith, this here, you know.
Why not? He's the one that gave me this book.
He gave you Sex After 60?
Yes, and before 62. And Iola, you're terrific. I know. So, Archie, let's get me to the bus station so I can catch that Greyhound to Buffalo. Some people don't understand that I'm welcome practically every place I go. And not because they feel sorry for me, but because they love a real live wire. Well, that's me. So, goodbye, children.
Oh, goodbye.
Goodbye,
Iola. I'm gonna miss you.
Goodbye, sweetheart. Goodbye.
Have a nice trip. Come and see us again.
I'm off. Off, I'm going to shuffle. Shuffle off to Buffalo. Woo!
Yeah. Iola, wait a minute. Let me get down here. I gotta ask you, was you kidding around in there, or you really got this guy Herbert up in Buffalo?
Of course I do.
Because, you know, if you really didn't have nobody or no place to go to, I'd have to make you come back and stay with us.
Oh, thank you, Archie. That's sweet. But there really is a Herbert.
Mm. Well, I'll say one thing for you, Iola. There ain't no flies on you. And if it should happen that I wind up like you know, on my own, I'd like to be just as jazzy as you.
Then you better start changing your ways, Archie. Because if you don't, you might wind up without a Herbert to go to.
Well, see, I'd want it to be an Alice or a Dorothy or something.
The following days arrived like stacked plates in a busy dinner rush, each similar on the surface, yet carrying different garnishes of worry hope and ordinary moments that mattered more than people admitted. Winter settled deeper into Queens, coating cars and sidewalks in powdered sugar snow, making breath visible and errands slower. The house on Hauser Street remained warm inside, glowing with the kind of amber comfort produced only by people who have learned to carry each other's weight through seasons. Archie began most mornings the same way, adjusting the furnace dial while muttering suspiciously about rising energy costs, watching cereal ads that insulted his intelligence, and complaining about the softness of modern men. Yet after Beverly's death, there was an invisible pause, one extra second between his complaints and his next breath. Like a missing trombone in a familiar song. Edith noticed everything. She always had. She poured coffee for him, gently leaving room for sugar just in case sweetness might finally find its way in. She tried new recipes, a cranberry chicken casserole, mashed sweet potatoes whipped so smooth they looked like silk in a bowl. And her new obsession, garlic rosemary focaccia, she learned from a grocery store magazine. The whole house smelled like a bakery that also sold nostalgia by the slice. Archie pretended to critique the bread by tapping its crust and sniffing dramatically, but he always asked for seconds, even when no one was looking. One evening, Gloria burst in from the cold cheeks, bright like cherries, holding a flyer from the Community Food Festival. They're having a gourmet tasting event this Saturday, she squealed. Local chef international dish démonstration. Mike grinned, lifting an eyebrow like a philosophy professor about to prove a point. See, Archie, that's cultural enrichment. Archie rolled his eyes. Cultural enrichment. Anything calling itself gourmet is just regular food with pretentious prices. Still, when Saturday arrived, Archie put on a nice sweater, the one made of thick navy yarn Edith loved, and walked to the festival, begrudgingly muttering that he needed to supervise everyone's spending before somebody traded the mortgage for imported G's. The park had been transformed. Strings of lights hung between trees' booths decorated with flags and steaming pots. Aromas layered in the air, Thai basil and coconut milk, Mexican mole, thick as velvet Greek souvlaki, dripping lemon and oregano Korean bulgogi, grilled to smoky sweetness. Families held skewers, laughing, stuffing their pockets with napkins like trophies. When Archie passed a stall selling artisanal vegan meatballs, he snorted. If you take the meat out of a meatball, it's called disappointment. But when he tasted one just once to prove his point, his eyes widened unexpectedly. It had a depth of flavor he couldn't explain. Of course, he refused to compliment it. He simply coughed, declared the sample over-seasoned, and walked away quickly while requesting 3 more on a toothpick. Meanwhile, Edith fell in love with a dish from the Peruvian tent lomo saltado, strips of beef tossed with tomatoes, red onions, and fries drenched in soy-based sauce. She talked with the chef for 20 minutes about marinating methods. By the end, she had scribbled a recipe on the back of a napkin like it was a secret treasure map. Mike spent time at the food ethics booth debating the carbon footprint of imported avocados. It was the kind of discussion that made Archie want to lie down on the pavement until everyone promised to stop thinking so hard. Joey munched quietly happier than any philosopher, olive oil glistening on his tiny lips. The night ended with a small band performing jazz near the fountain. Archie, hands in pockets, found himself tapping a foot. Without realizing it, he was smiling a rare one soft at the corners. Later that week, after the festival glow had settled into memory, the family gathered around the kitchen table to try recreating lomo saltado. Edith chopped onions while telling everyone to keep their fingers away from hot oil. Mike eagerly volunteered as sous chef, but repeatedly oversalted until Archie confiscated the shaker. The house smelled like sizzling happiness. While they cooked, the radio reported holiday crime statistics. A quick mention of a mugging near Northern Boulevard, Beverly Street. The sizzling pan hissed louder, or maybe it was just the silence. Edith's hands stopped moving. Her eyes softened, drifting into memories like someone stepping through steam in a kitchen. Archie saw it, cleared his throat, and swept the salt shaker away again. "Let's eat," he commanded, gently. It was his crude way of saying, "Let's stay together." As they sat down, Joey babbled nonsense, pretending his fork was an airplane. It helped. The following morning, a new letter arrived in the mail addressed to the Bunker family. The handwriting was elegant and dramatic, the loops and curves of someone who signed autographs regularly. It was from a friend of Beverly's troupe. The letter spoke of laughter, backstage of courage during rehearsals, and how Beverly always talked about Edith's kindness. It even thanked Archie for being more supportive than he ever realized. Archie read that line 3 times. He folded the letter gently as though it was something fragile or hot and tucked it inside his shirt pocket. He walked to the bar that afternoon with a softer posture. He grabbed his usual rag and wiped dust from bottles, humming absent-mindedly. Customers didn't ask questions. A man's humming said enough. That afternoon, 2 older regulars discussed retirement homes insurance policies, aching backs. Archie interrupted loudly. "Old age is not a joke," he snapped. The bar fell silent. Then he added quietly, "It's complicated." He cleared his throat, then demanded 2 rounds of beer for the table. He wasn't sure why. That night, when Archie returned home, he found Edith knitting in the living room. She worked on a scarf yarn, soft and thick, colored with sunset red and gentle beige. For who, he asked. For someone who may need warmth someday, she said simply. Archie sat. "People should say things before they go," he muttered into his hands. Edith placed the knitting needles down, turning toward him. "You can say them now," she whispered. He didn't answer. Instead, he leaned back, listening to the radiator's hum and the house breathing around him. The next morning, Archie attempted something shocking, offering to help in the kitchen. He cracked an egg wrong, spilling yolk like a crime scene. He burned toast until the fire alarm scolded him. Edith giggled so hard she nearly fell. Still, Archie was proud. He had tried. Later, while Gloria visited a friend, Mike babysat Joey. Mike read parenting articles while Joey played with wooden blocks. Mike attempted a developmental activity building towers while narrating vocabulary terms like cognitive scaffolding. Joey knocked the tower down gleefully. Archie walked by chuckling. He sat beside Joey on the floor, showing him how to build a simple pyramid structure. No fancy terms, just hands and patience. Joey's eyes shone. When the pyramid stood steady, Joey clapped wildly. "You see," Archie told Mike, "sometimes the secret is not thinking too much." Mike sighed but smiled. Days later, the community hosted a charity spaghetti dinner to support victims of holiday crime. Edith volunteered in the kitchen, simmering vats of marinara sauce with basil and garlic, stirring with slow circular motions, like painting flavor into time. Archie helped, but mostly by taste testing, which he claimed was quality control. In a corner of the hall, a memorial photo of Beverly rested beside a single candle. People took turns placing small notes beside it. Archie approached awkwardly, scratching his temple. He pulled a napkin from his pocket, scribbled something with shaking handwriting, and slipped it behind the frame. Nobody saw. Later, when volunteers cleaned up, Edith found the napkin. "I didn't say enough, but I saw you. Thank you." She tucked it gently into her apron pocket. After returning home, Edith served lemon bars dusted with powdered sugar. Archie took one bite and declared loudly that it was too lemony, then reached for another piece as he walked away. That evening, while closing curtains, Edith whispered toward the night sky, "You were loved." Winter softened into late January. The family settled back into routine as though the universe reset itself. But routine changed when Aunt Iola arrived again unexpectedly, dragging her suitcase like a persistent memory. She appeared in the doorway, smiling brightly. "Herbert decided to travel to Florida for warmth," she announced. "I needed a place to stay a little longer." Archie nearly choked on his peppermint tea. He whispered dramatically. She returned. Edith welcomed her warmly. Gloria hugged her. Joey screamed Ewa and clapped. Mike offered to carry her bags upstairs. Archie pretended to twist his ankle to avoid lifting anything. Despite complaints, Archie found himself listening to Iola's stories by the second night. Tales of training rebels with knitting needles, sneaking extra cookies out of cafeterias, and learning pineapple secrets in Hawaii. Somehow she made old age sound like adventure rather than decline. One morning, Iola cooked breakfast, scrambled eggs with goat cheese chives and tiny shavings of smoked salmon. Archie stared at his plate like it had committed a felony. "This is too fancy," he muttered. But after one bite, he inhaled the plate like it owed him money. Throughout her second stay, Iola helped Edith organize shelves, dust forgotten corners, and polish picture frames until they gleamed like memories freshly rediscovered. She spent afternoons teaching Joey silly songs. She debated with Mike about literature. She corrected Archie's grammar daily, which irritated him, though secretly, he noted improvements. Then one evening, as everyone watched a talent show on TV, Iola leaned on her cane and stood. "I think this might be my last stay," she said softly. Edith gasped. "What do you mean?" "I feel the road calling. And there's someone waiting for me. Sometimes loneliness knocks, but sometimes companionship knocks back." It seemed cryptic. Archie stared at the carpet, rubbing his chin. When the taxi came the next morning, everyone rushed to hug her. Joey tried to hide in her suitcase. Archie stood at a distance, shifting his weight until she waved him forward. He finally stepped in, awkwardly. Then he hugged her, really hugged her. "Thank you," he whispered into her shoulder. "For what?" she asked, smiling. "For showing me how to age bravely." Iola tapped his chest gently. "You're aging bravely too. You just haven't noticed." When the taxi rolled away, snow began to fall soft and quiet. Archie watched it until it disappeared from sight. Inside, Edith wiped tears with her apron and set water to boil for tea. Archie approached the window, touched the cold glass, and murmured, "Goodbye, live wire." Later that week, Archie found himself at a thrift bookstore. He browsed awkwardly, then bought a hardcover titled Cooking for Beginners. The cashier stamped the receipt with a smile. When he returned home, Edith noticed the book. Her eyes widened. "For me?" she asked. "For us," Archie corrected. "Cooking is research. It's measurable, actionable, something we can do." Edith hugged him tightly. "You're learning." "I'm trying," he admitted. Over the next days, they experimented together spinach quiches with flaky crusts, citrus-glazed salmon chicken soup with hand-rolled noodles. They failed twice, succeeded 3 times, and laughed every time. One night after cleaning dishes, Archie sat at the kitchen table holding the last slice of bread pudding. "Some people go," he said quietly. "Some stay, some return." Edith nodded, drying her hands. And sometimes, Archie continued, "We get older, but that doesn't mean we get smaller. Maybe we just stretch differently." Edith sat beside him, placing her hand on his. "We don't lose people," she whispered. "We carry them." Outside winter was not as heavy, and inside the house had never felt warmer. A cold December breeze slipped through the narrow streets of Queens, carrying fragments of roasted chestnut aroma, and the distant echo of holiday carols sung slightly off-key by neighbors who had already dipped too deep into eggnog. Inside the modest 2-story brick house on Hauser Street, warm lights glowed through curtains sewn by hands that loved routine tradition and the tiny details that gave life flavor. Edith moved around the kitchen with a rhythm known only to those who had cooked thousands of meals. In the same space, her hands gliding from pot to pan, humming in her gentle, sometimes wandering tone. The kitchen smelled of buttery rolls, cinnamon, and a hint of something roasting in the oven, something that required patience, love, and an instinctive knowledge of when to open the door just slightly to let the steam whisper out. Meanwhile, Archie sat at the dining table with a newspaper spread before him, though he wasn't reading. The sports section lay open, but upside down, reflecting how distracted he felt. His right hand tapped impatiently at the wooden table, as if waiting for an argument to arrive. He was the kind of man who thrived in structure, in patterns, in the comfortable belief that the world was meant to be a certain way because it always had been, and any deviation, a new haircut, a new idea, or a new detergent was a direct threat to cosmic stability. Upstairs, the walls rattled with the sound of Gloria chasing little Joey down the hallway, laughing and begging him to put his shoes back on. Joey giggled like a squeaky toy, refusing to comply, as if running barefoot was his first act of rebellion in life. Mike, forever known in Archie's vocabulary as Meathead, tried to intervene by offering advice about child psychology, but Joey paid no attention, and Gloria was too busy laughing to be serious. The house was alive with noise, footsteps, voices cooking, and the low hum of the radiator rattling like an old man coughing in his sleep. Edith paused near the oven, tilting her head as if listening to something only she could hear. Then she nodded solemnly to herself, whispering 3 more minutes. She never used timers. Timers were for people who didn't trust their instincts. Her instinct had been seasoned by decades of roasting, boiling, frying, worrying, loving, and forgiving. Before she could set the table, the doorbell rang with a dramatic buzz that startled Archie from his newspaper meditation. He grumbled and wiped his palms on his slacks, complaining that nobody respected a man's moment of peace. As he opened the door, the cold air swooped in, followed by a tall silhouette dressed in a glamorous coat with sequins catching every ray of hallway light. Beverly LaSalle stepped into the house like a Broadway entrance, smiling with charisma that could bend darkness into confetti. Her perfume lingered behind her like a promise of applause. She twirled, once careful not to knock down Edith's framed embroidery, and sighed, "Carnegie Hall, darling. I'm rehearsing all week. You must come." Archie blinked twice, resisting the urge to shout something inappropriate. He still hadn't learned how to categorize Beverly elegant but confusing, confident but vulnerable, a person who demanded attention merely by breathing. And yet beneath Archie's roughness, a flicker of admiration glowed like a hidden ember. Dinner that night turned into a whirlwind of conversation, jokes, and accidental compliments. Beverly shared glamorous stories, opening night's costumes padded with foam rubber to create curves too dangerous to sit in backstage whispers and dressing rooms, with mirrors lined in bulbs that made everyone look like they were sweating. Confidence. Edith listened with wide eyes, deeply impressed. Mike was the first to ask questions about authenticity and identity, while Gloria nodded, fascinated. Archie ate meatballs aggressively whenever the topic made him uncomfortable. When Beverly offered front row seats to her show, cheers filled the room except from Archie, who muttered something about fancy people in fancy halls, making simple folks feel fancy against their will, though, secretly deep inside, where he stored his courage next to his vulnerability, he was excited. The next morning brought an ordinary Monday disguised with holiday decorations. Edith woke early preparing breakfast while humming songs from Beverly's last performance. She brewed coffee that was slightly too weak but comforting like a familiar blanket. As she carried plates to the table, Archie complained about sugar in cereal, muttering that companies were poisoning the world just to get kids hooked early. He added sugar anyway. They barely had time to enjoy breakfast before the doorbell buzzed again and chaos arrived in the shape of a television commercial director named Peter Gray. He had a polished smile, a too-tight tie, and a briefcase stuffed with contracts. He proceeded to rip Archie's favorite shirt in the laundromat as part of a detergent test. Edith gasped as fabric tore, but $60 later, she found herself accidentally recruited to star in a commercial for new improved Sunny Suds. That evening, Edith showed Archie the check. He screamed more about the shirt than the detergent. 2 days later, the family gathered to decorate the tree. Strings of popcorn, fragile glass balls, and an angel that refused to sit upright decorated the living room. The air smelled of pine and hot chocolate. Even Archie softened slightly as he placed a crooked star at the top, complaining only every 30 seconds instead of every 10. Then Beverly left for rehearsal, walking down Northern Boulevard with confidence glowing brighter than the Christmas lights. Mike accompanied her, halfway stopping at the store to fetch supplies. But before he arrived home, the night darkened with violence. A gang of teenage boys fueled by fear disguised as hatred attacked. When one lifted a lead pipe toward Mike's head, Beverly lunged forward, protecting him, taking blows meant for someone else. Cruel words echoed through the alley, turning the cold air sharp as glass. Hours later, hospital walls echoed the kind of silence that transforms time into stone. Edith paced the hallway, wringing her hands. Archie sat stiffly, pretending not to worry, complaining about weak coffee. Gloria cried quietly. Mike stared at his bruised arm gilt dripping from his eyes. They waited for footsteps, for a door to open, for news to change fate. When the doctor finally stepped out, the world tilted. He asked for next of kin. He delivered news that shattered the fragile candy coat of holiday cheer. Beverly had died. The entire house fell silent that night. Edith poured coffee, but nobody drank. Archie sat by the window, staring into the street where laughter once played. He spoke quietly, confessing that he didn't know how to talk to people who were different. Now he wished he had learned sooner. The funeral was simple. Music echoes fell against stone walls, and Edith cried into a handkerchief she had embroidered herself. Archie stood stiff, trying not to tremble, because trembling meant caring, and caring meant hurting. Christmas arrived anyway, as uninvited holidays always do. Archie refused to play Santa until Gloria forced the suit into his arms. He donned it, grumpily beard, crooked belly shaking more than he admitted. Joey giggled at the sight, and Archie's heart cracked open, not broken, but softer. He whispered, "Ho, ho, ho," half embarrassed, but when Joey hugged him, it felt like forgiveness. Days passed, and the commercial shoot arrived. Lights, cameras, cables shouted directions. Edith stood under hot lamps, cheeks powdered, nerves trembling. She tried to choose the brighter shirt, but honesty overflowed from her like soup in an overfilled bowl. She accidentally chose her old detergent, twice. Archie whispered frantic bribes like a baseball coach in a championship inning. Residuals worth thousands dangled like golden ornaments. But Edith couldn't lie, not for television, not for money, not for anyone. She chose truth again. They lost the big payout. On the way home, Archie was angrier about losing profit than he was proud. Later, the Super Bowl brought chaos. Archie's saloon overflowed with customers craving beer and distraction. Boom Boom Tina strutted between tables' hips, swinging like a rhythm section. Sandwiches sold out. Money piled high. Then, two armed robbers stormed and demanded wallets, watches, dignity. Pants dropped. Shouted orders cracked through the room like fireworks. And when they finally disappeared down the alley, disappearing into cold darkness, Archie stood still, feeling humiliated and strangely grateful to be alive. The next week brought new trouble in the shape of a relative named Aunt Iola. Cheerful, opinionated, obsessed with pineapple selecting techniques and grammar correction. She moved into the spare room, expanding her influence into every conversation. Archie felt invaded. Edith defended her. Gloria observed patterns. Mike psychoanalyzed everyone. Arguments brewed like slow coffee. Plans scrambled. Relatives disappeared by phone, each with an excuse more absurd than the last. Someone inhaled 3 swans once, apparently. Aging Archie realized makes people creative in all the wrong ways. Finally, a room at the Sunshine Home opened courtesy of a massage nurse who stole an old man to Albuquerque for love. Life is strange and sometimes beautiful in ways nobody understands. Iola left eventually, boarding a bus while waving her knitting needles like batons in a parade. Before the door shut, she winked at Archie and said, "If you don't change, you might end up old and alone." 40 seconds passed before he exhaled. Winter thawed, and in the quiet that followed the house, learned to breathe again. Edith cooked using new recipes: rosemary, chicken, lemon zest, vegetables, balsamic glaze on roasted carrots. She hummed Broadway tunes softly. Archie criticized everything, then ate 2 servings. Life returned to routine, but Beverly's absence remained a shadow in the doorway, a perfume memory drifting down the stairs, a silence in the applause that never came. On a Thursday night, Archie sat alone at the dining table, staring at a chipped coffee mug. He admitted something quietly to no one in particular. I should have said something nice sooner. Edith sat across from him, hands folded, eyes soft. Better late than never, she whispered. Archie nodded, cheeks slightly flushed. Joey slept upstairs. Gloria read nursery rhymes. Mike graded essays. Life continued the way it always does, awkwardly, beautifully, and perfectly. Outside, snow began to fall, soft as forgiveness. The weeks following Iola's departure unfolded slowly like pages, turning in a book someone read carefully, afraid to miss a paragraph. Winter mellowed. Patches of grass peeked from beneath the slush as though curious whether spring had finally earned the right to return. Queens felt Keeter to Keeter buses, Keeter sidewalks, Keeter arguments drifting out of open windows. Even Archie found himself mumbling less. One unusually warm morning, Edith opened the kitchen window to let fresh air sweep in. Pancakes sizzled on the stovetop, their surfaces bubbling gently before she flipped each one with the precision of a performer who'd flipped thousands. The smell of vanilla and warm butter drifted through the house, stirring everyone awake like a soft trumpet solo. Upstairs, Joey sat upright before anyone reached him, as if the scent alone tugged him like an invisible leash. His tiny feet tapped the wooden stairs, each step a soft drumbeat as he galloped towards syrup destiny. When Archie entered, scratching behind one ear, he caught Joey smiling up at him. "You look too happy," Archie teased. "Never trust a pancake this early." But he scooped two onto his plate anyway, adding a dollop of whipped cream with the care of an artist applying white paint to his sky. Edith set a plate for Mike and Gloria, who stumbled in with sleepy faces and mismatched socks. They discussed weekend plans, maybe a walk through the botanical gardens, maybe a movie. Archie naturally suggested watching the football replay again so Joey could see real culture. They laughed, not because he was wrong, but because his sincerity made it funny. Suddenly, the phone rang, an old rotary clattering with urgency. Edith answered. As she listened, her expression softened into concern. "That's terrible," she whispered. "We'll be there." She hung up. The Sunshine Home is hosting a fundraiser. They're short on volunteers. Archie groaned. Fundraisers are where guilt goes shopping for new shoes. "We're going," Edith said firmly. Saturday arrived bright and crisp. They dressed warmly and drove to the Sunshine Home, a cozy building whose lobby smelled faintly of lavender and soup. Tables displayed raffle baskets, chocolates, scented candles, even a miniature bonsai promising patience to whoever adopted it. Elderly residents played bingo with the seriousness of surgeons. A man in suspenders yelled B-24 like a war general. Women adorned in pastel sweaters whispered tactical possibilities. Edith headed to the kitchen where enormous pots simmered stew carrots soft enough to melt potatoes seasoned with herbs, tender beef cubes drifting quietly like memories. She stirred happily. Culinary duty made her glow. Archie was assigned to serve bread rolls. "Bread rolls," he muttered. "King of carbs, servant of yeast." But secretly he enjoyed handing each roll to grateful hands. "There you go," he said gently to one woman. "Fresh and warm, like my jokes, mostly warm." Nearby, Mike supervised children at the art table, distributing crayons and reminding everyone that glue was not food. Joey scribbled furious spirals, declaring them tornado pancakes. Gloria helped a group paint ceramic bowls that would be auctioned later. She guided trembling hands, patient and kind. Midway through the event, a commotion erupted at a table. A resident named Mrs. Hopper accidentally spilled hot soup onto her lap, and panic rippled through the room. Edith rushed forward, guiding aides to help. But something extraordinary happened. Archie followed, grabbed ice packs, knelt, spoke, calmly soothed anxiety. "You're okay," he murmured, steady as bedrock. "You're safe. Just breathe." The room fell into hush admiration. Edith's eyes glistened behind him. Later, when Mrs. Hopper was settled, Archie returned to the bread station, grumbling, "If I wanted to be a superhero, I'd wear spandex," which is outlawed in this state, by the way. A man in line chuckled. "You were very kind." Archie blushed. "I'm just doing architecture of bread, that's all." Even so, something shifted. That evening, the family returned home exhausted but lighter. Edith served a late dinner, homemade gnocchi, pillowy soft, coated in brown butter and chopped sage. Archie took a bite, eyes half closed. "I don't know what sage does," he admitted, "but if it were a politician, I'd vote for it." Days passed quietly, but calm does not stay forever. One Wednesday, the neighborhood woke to vandalism on Main Street. Spray paint scrawls across brick walls, obscene words cracked windows. Archie shook his head while reading the newspaper. It's the downfall of civilization, he declared. Starts with graffiti, ends with dancing bears driving convertibles. Mike raised an eyebrow. That escalated fast. But the incident rattled the block. Neighbors gathered to repaint walls. Archie watched through the window at first, complaining that his week was already full. But when he saw Edith tying her apron like a war bandana, he grabbed an old jacket. Outdoors smelled like paint, cold concrete, and determination. Archie rolled white primer over faded obscenities. He found rhythm in each stroke. He didn't know he needed this purpose bottled like varnish. A teenage boy approached shyly, offering a paintbrush. "I want to help." "Good," Archie replied. "Anybody holding paint should be your friend." They worked side by side, no age needed defining. When done, the wall looked new, not because graffiti vanished, but because community replaced it. Afterward, neighbors gathered for pizza. Aroma of pepperoni, garlic, melted cheese swirled in the air. Cheesy slices folded in hands, conversations bounced like ping-pong balls. Joey got sauce on his cheeks. Archie wiped it gently, pretending to scold. "It's not war paint, kid." One older neighbor, Mrs. Kavanaugh, turned to Archie. "You seem changed," she observed, eyes squinting with wisdom. He scoffed. "Me changed, I'm consistent as burnt toast." But when he looked at the repainted wall, something inside nodded quietly. Back home, Gloria placed a fresh candle near Beverly's scrapbook. It flickered, softly warm, patient. Archie watched it for a long time. Later, he approached Edith holding her knitting needles mid-air. "I'm thinking," he said. "Dangerous, I know." She smiled. "About what?" "About being seen," he muttered. "And seeing others." Her fingers stilled. "We all try. Some forget to finish." Spring approached, and with it came the neighborhood food fair, a street festival of booths, offering everything from jambalaya to empanadas to German pretzels the size of steering wheels. The air was a casserole of smells. Music spilled from portable speakers. Children raced with cotton candy vendors, shouted deals. Archie found himself sampling kimchi pancakes, spicy, tangy, sizzling edges. He winced, then took another bite. "This hits me in places I didn't know I had," he gasped. Edith dragged him to a French patisserie booth. Their flaky croissants flung buttery layers like confetti. Almond paste filled pastries with delicate sweetness. Edith moaned softly at each flavor. Archie stole her last bite when she wasn't looking. She pretended not to notice. At a food demo tent, a chef showed how to make Brazilian feijoada, beans stewed with smoked sausage, pork, garlic. He spoke about heritage and belonging. Edith listened reverently, jotting notes on her napkin like scripture. Later, kids gathered at a pastry lesson. Joey sprinkled powdered sugar, giggling every time a cloud puffed into the air. He left with frosting smeared like war paint. Around sunset, a local jazz band began to play again. The brass section bloomed like sunbeam saxophone crooning like a mellow fox. Couples slow danced near the speakers. Edith nudged Archie. "Dance. Dance in public, where gravity is watching." But she tugged him gently. He relented, arms awkward at first, steps unsure. Then muscle memory, not of dancing, but of trusting her, took over. They swayed, her cheek against his shoulder. His hand settled at her back like a bookmark, finally finding its place. The song ended. Someone clapped. Archie blushed and argued with the applause, claiming, "We were not dancing, we were calibrating body alignment." Nobody believed him. Life warmed over. The neighborhood mellowed. Crime dipped. New murals painted happiness where fear once stood. One afternoon, the mail brought a surprise, an invitation to a memorial tribute for Beverly at a small Brooklyn theater. Edith held the envelope reverently. She read aloud, honoring performances that outshined fear. The family attended. The theater smelled of velvet seats and stage dust. Actors read letters fans sent Beverly over the years. People whispered memories. Some cried quietly. When her image projected on-screen, applause rose spontaneously. Archie clapped harder than anyone, swallowing lumps of regret. On the ride home, silence settled comfortably, not heavy, just thoughtful. That night, Edith brewed chamomile tea. Archie stared at steam trails swirling upward as though invisible fingers wrote secrets in the air. "Edith," he began, voice low, "I don't know how to say things pretty. You don't have to, she answered. Just say them true. I miss her, he whispered. And I'm older than I thought. Edith squeezed his hand. Aging means collecting chapters, not losing pages. He nodded, slowly, deeply. The next week brought another shift. The local bakery was closing. Mr. Roselli, the owner, retiring after 40 years. People were devastated. His cannoli could mend heartbreak. His biscotti could start friendships. The family visited on his last day. Lines stretched around the block. When Edith reached the counter, he gifted her his handwritten tiramisu recipe. For someone who knows how to love ingredients, he smiled. She cried. Archie pretended allergies. Joey hugged Mr. Roselli's waist like saying goodbye to Santa Claus. Back home, Edith made the tiramisu slowly, layer by layer. Espresso-soaked lady fingers. Mascarpone cream folded gently. Cocoa dusted like snowfall. When served, they ate quietly because goodbye always tastes bittersweet. Later that month, Gloria found an envelope slipped under their porch mat. A simple note inside, if you see people truly see them, the world changes shape. Signed anonymous. Archie suspected Iola. Edith agreed. Spring blossomed fully. Trees exploded with flowers like popped confetti. Bees buzzed with business ethics. The sidewalk smelled like fresh soil and children's chalk art. One afternoon, the family visited the botanical garden. Tulips in every hue lined the paths. Food carts sold gourmet sandwiches. Archie chose a grilled cheese with aged cheddar and truffle oil. One bite, and he gasped. This sandwich went to college. They picnicked under cherry trees. Pink petals drifted landing in hair and food. Joey giggled when petals tickled his nose. Edith packed egg salad sandwiches, fresh fruit salad sprinkled with mint and mini quiches. Mike brought scones. Archie brought attitude. At the end of the outing, as the family walked toward the exit, an elderly woman struggled to stand from a bench. Before anyone could react, Archie stepped forward, offered his arm, and waited until steady footing returned. Take it slow, he said. The world can wait. She thanked him softly. Her eyes glowed like candles not ready to extinguish. That evening, Edith sat on the porch knitting blanket squares. Archie joined her sipping tea. Cars hummed by like insects. Glasses clinked quietly from houses nearby. Joey played with toy trucks at their feet. Why do you knit? Archie asked. To hold warmth, Edith replied. For someone I may never meet. He nodded, thoughtfully. Life's bigger than our front door, he muttered. One stitch at a time, she smiled. Darkness settled. Porch lights flickered on. Fireflies sparked near hedges, tiny lanterns announcing summer's approach. Edith rested her head on Archie's shoulder. We're aging, she whispered. We're living, he corrected. For a man who once feared slow change, Archie now welcomed it like fresh bread scent. Inside the house hummed a living organism of memories, laughter, losses, growth, and meals too good to forget. And outside, Queen shifted subtly under stars, preparing another chapter. June arrived with the gentle arrogance of sunshine that finally remembered how to smile after months of forgetting. Days stretched long, like golden noodles and sidewalks, radiated heat in waves that shimmered over traffic. Kids ran through sprinklers, dogs panted with tongues out, and neighbors left their windows open, inviting gossip to drift between screens, like drifting pollen. In the house on Hauser Street, fans hummed from every corner. Edith clipped fresh basil leaves into a bowl, preparing a summer salad with tomatoes so red they looked like someone had polished them individually. She drizzled olive oil, imported from Italy, grinding sea salt between her fingers, because she refused to let flavor be anything less than personal. Archie emerged from the hallway wearing shorts so old they had survived 3 presidential administrations. Their faded fabric looked tired from duty, and Edith politely suggested retirement. They're heirlooms, Archie grumbled. Men should pass down something besides opinions. Mike overheard and laughed, stirring iced tea with too much lemon zest while typing up notes for his summer ethics class. Gloria prepared cold pasta salad, tossing bits of feta olives and cucumber with an enthusiasm that suggested she was pretending to host a cooking show. Joey slapped watermelon pieces together until the kitchen resembled a fruity crime scene. Afternoon heat made everyone slow except for the neighbor's ice cream truck that blasted jingles as if the fate of civilization depended on sugar. The melody looped until Archie threatened legal action against the song itself. Eventually, the family gathered in the living room to plan their annual summer barbecue. Edith scribbled a list in her flowing handwriting: beef ribs, chicken thighs, veggie kebabs, corn on the cob coleslaw, potato salad, lemonade with mint. Archie read over her shoulder cautiously. What's this veggie kebab? Doesn't kebab mean meat translated from ancient grill language? Some people like vegetables, Archie, Edith reminded. Vegetables are punishment disguised as food, Archie protested. But when the day of the barbecue arrived, he found himself guarding the grill like a general defending the border. Charcoal glowed orange beneath grates. Smoke spiraled upward, perfuming the air with anticipation. Neighbors carried salads, casseroles, and desserts over like offerings to the gods of potluck. Archie seasoned ribs with a secret rub that he insisted had been passed down through generations, even though everyone saw him buy the spice mix that morning. Edith prepared grilled peaches brushed with honey and cinnamon, served alongside vanilla ice cream so cold it steamed when it met heat. Music played softly from a portable speaker, classic soul and easy jazz. The yard buzzed with laughter. Kids played tag. Adults debated politics politely, at least, until potato salad diplomacy ran thin. At one point, the neighborhood environmentalist cornered Archie, trying to explain composting. Archie nodded, then whispered at the grill. If food wanted to be dirt again, it wouldn't have become dinner. Yet despite his grumbling, Archie enjoyed every minute. He snuck second servings, laughed loudly, and even tried dancing again, less like calibrating this time, more like actual dancing. Edith watched him with a smile that could quiet thunder. After sunset, fireflies replaced lanterns flickering around flower beds. Kids chased them, shrieking happily. Joey cupped one gently in his palms, amazed at the tiny glow, then released it. He watched it rise, like a star being freed. Later that week, rumors spread about a new cafe opening down the block, the Garden Spoon, decorated with vines and hanging herbs, promising pastries with lavender sugar and cappuccinos that tasted like rain-soaked poetry. Naturally, Edith insisted on trying it. The cafe was whimsical teacups painted with tiny foxes, mismatched chairs, framed drawings of pastries wearing monocles. Edith ordered lavender eclairs and rose-infused shortbread. She swooned. Archie stared at his plate like it was trying too hard. He took a bite. "It tastes like a flower fell on my tongue while running from a bee," he declared. But he ate all three. One morning, a community notice arrived. The city was holding a cooking competition, the Queen's Culinary Jubilee. Cash prizes, and more importantly, bragging rights, were on the line. Edith's eyes sparkled like someone turned on stage lights. "You should enter," Gloria urged. Edith hesitated. "Oh no, I'm just a home cook." "You cook better than half the restaurants I've been in," Mike insisted. Archie crossed his arms. "Well, if anyone's representing this household, it should be someone experienced with steaks, flames, and command presence." Gloria raised an eyebrow. "Dad, you once burned frozen waffles." "Those waffles insulted me," Archie shot back. Eventually, the entire house pressured Edith into signing up. She submitted her dish rosemary chicken with lemon glaze served alongside roasted carrots and garlic mashed potatoes. Comfort food elevated with whispered flavors. The day of the competition, contestants lined booths like a delicious battlefield. Tents flapped in the summer breeze. Judges wore aprons and solemn expressions as though tasting food required military seriousness. Edith plated gracefully. Her dish looked elegant but cozy, a hug with garnish. Judges tasted. One leaned back, eyes wide. Another nodded, slowly impressed. A third asked to take a second bite because scientific reevaluation requires replication. Meanwhile, Archie paced nervously, grabbing bites from other booths as distraction, unintentionally eating an entire Jamaican jerk skewer sampler. Results. Time arrived. The host announced third place, then second. When they called Edith's name for first place, confetti cannons fired prematurely and startled everyone, especially one elderly judge who declared he'd seen worse in '48. Edith's hands shook as she stepped forward. She thanked the organizers in the neighborhood and tried not to cry. From the back of the crowd, Archie shouted, "That's my wife, the only person who can cook chicken so good it negotiates peace." Cheers erupted. Dinner that night tasted like victory, seasoned with pride and garlic. But as summer thickened, news spread that the city was planning to demolish an old building near Main Street, a building rumored to host community dance lessons decades ago. Some wanted a parking lot. Others wanted preservation. Arguments brewed, stirred, simmered. Flyers papered lampposts. Town meetings heated faster than frying pans. One evening, the family attended a community discussion inside an old library. Voices rose, hands waved, accents tangled. At one point, someone accused older residents of living in the past. Archie stood abruptly. Living in the past, he boomed. The past is the reason streets have names, children have stories, and neighborhoods have heart. Without history, we're just houses. Silence. Then applause, slow and growing. Edith looked at him with tears ready. Gloria squeezed his arm. Mike nodded approvingly. Votes were cast 3 weeks later. The building was saved. The community celebrated by hosting a dance night. Inside it, wooden floors creaked like they remembered. String lights crisscrossed overhead. A jazz trio crooned in the corner. Kids tried breakdancing. Adults swayed in dignified confusion. Archie, emboldened by victory, danced confidently, not well, but enthusiastically. Edith floated beside him like sugar dissolving into warm milk. Joey spun in circles until gravity intervened. Gloria twirled elegantly. Mike analyzed footwork before attempting any himself. During a break, neighbors approached Archie thanking him. He brushed compliments away like crumbs, but one stuck. You helped remind us to hold on to places that taught us how to be. Archie swallowed something thick. Later that night, back on the porch, fireflies blinked like Morse code. Edith knitted quietly. Archie stared into the street thinking, places matter, he said. So do people, Edith replied. They fell into comfortable silence. Crickets provided soundtrack. A breeze tasted faintly of basil from the window box. Days rolled onward. One morning, the house awoke to the smell of cinnamon rolls. Edith prepared soft swirls dripping icing like sugary avalanches. Archie nearly cried when tasting one, though he claimed it was eye sweat caused by summer pollen. Later, the doorbell rang. A young teenager stood nervously holding a paintbrush. The same kid who helped repaint the wall months ago. He asked if Archie could teach him how to grill. Archie blinked. Grill? You mean fire smoke responsibility and spitting fat danger? The kid nodded. Archie smiled slowly. Come back Saturday. Saturday came. Archie taught him how to season meat, control flames, respect heat. They flipped burgers with reverence. Edith watched proudly from inside. Joey peeked through the window. When they finished, the kid tasted a burger and closed his eyes as if hearing a choir. Whoa, he whispered. Food, Archie said, is how you say something without knowing how to say it. Summer deepened. Tomatoes ripened like sunset souvenirs. Neighbors shared zucchini over fences. Cats napped on sidewalks. Life unfolded deliciously. But then came August. Storms, thunder that grumbled like old men. Rain that hammered rooftops like impatient applause. One storm knocked out power across blocks. Darkness swallowed Hauser Street. Fridges hummed into silence. Children panicked about losing Wi-Fi. Edith lit candles, casting golden halos around furniture. The kitchen glowed like sacred space. Archie declared this the perfect opportunity for primitive bonding. They gathered around the dining table with flashlights. Edith prepared sandwiches with leftover roast beef, caramelized onions, pickled peppers, and Dijon mustard. Mike told ghost stories. Gloria told funnier ghost stories that made Joey squeal. Archie attempted dramatic storytelling, but became distracted describing sandwiches in detail. Thunder boomed, shaking windows. Joey crawled into Archie's lap, trembling. It's just sky bowling, Archie whispered. The heavens forgot bumpers. Joey relaxed. Lightning flashed, shadows twisted, but warmth radiated from every breath shared. By morning, power hummed back. The neighborhood sighed, children cheered, refrigerators rejoiced. As summer waned, a subtle crispness returned to air. Leaves hinted at burning gold. Stores stocked notebooks. School loomed on the horizon. On the first day of fall, the family visited the farmer's market. Apples piled like jewels. Pumpkins lined rows like orange soldiers. Cinnamon donuts fried, fresh sugar dusting fingers like frost. Edith bought spices. Mike purchased honey from bees that listened to classical music. Gloria bought sunflowers. Archie bought nothing but sampled everything. That afternoon, back home, Edith baked apple crisp cinnamon dancing in the air. Joey helped sprinkling too much nutmeg. When the crisp emerged, bubbling, the house smelled like comfort pressed into sugar. Later that evening, neighbors gathered for a harvest potluck. On long tables, cornbread squash soup, apple cider, roasted rosemary potatoes, maple glazed carrots. People laughed, clinked mugs, argued about football, boasted about pies. One elderly woman approached Edith, saying, "Your cooking makes people kinder." Edith blushed. Archie leaned in. "That's nothing. You should see what her bread pudding can do." It prevented 2 divorces and 1 fistfight. As the night cooled, people shared stories of their parents, their childhood streets, their favorite meals. Food connected strands of memory like pasta strands, tangled intentionally. And then, as the moon climbed, someone mentioned Beverly. Not with grief, but gratitude. A toast was raised to courage to color to presence. Archie raised his glass higher than most. Walking home, the family held leftovers and Sleepy Child. Leaves crunched like applause at their feet. On the porch, Edith asked, "What's your favorite season?" Archie thought, "The one that tastes like hope." She nodded knowingly. Inside the house felt full not just of furniture and walls, but of stories. Old ones, new ones, one still cooking. Before bed, Archie looked into the hallway mirror. He saw wrinkles like river maps, gray hair like frost dusting an old roof, but also eyes that had softened. He spoke softly to his reflection. "You're learning, old man. Keep going." He slid into bed beside Edith, their fingers intertwined automatically like tradition. Outside fall whispered through leaves. The story continued, slow, warm, flavored with cinnamon. Autumn reached its full stride in Queens, painting the sidewalks in swirling mosaics of orange and russet. Trees along Hauser Street shed their leaves like dancers throwing scarves. Children leaped into piles with reckless joy, while adults shoveled them aside with less enthusiasm and mild back pain. The air tasted of cinnamon and nostalgia, as if every breeze carried a warm pie cooling on some unseen windowsill. Inside the house, Edith prepared pumpkin bread that steamed when sliced, releasing scents of nutmeg and clove. Walnut pieces hid within the soft crumb like buried treasure. Joey sat on a stool leg, swinging eagerly, awaiting the first slice. Mike read the newspaper, eyebrows rising every few paragraphs at political absurdity. Gloria folded laundry while humming softly. Archie leaned against the kitchen counter, arms crossed, complaining about rising pumpkin prices. Pumpkin should not cost more than gasoline, he declared. Pumpkin doesn't run cars. It fuels souls, Edith replied without missing a beat. "I'll cycle then," Archie muttered. By late afternoon, leaves cascaded down in thick waves. Edith decided to go for a walk through the park. Archie offered to accompany her, not out of romance, he insisted, but for quality control of seasonal phenomena. They strolled past elderly couples, joggers' parents, pushing strollers, and teenagers, taking photos amid fiery foliage. A local cafe had set up a stand selling cider donuts dusted generously with cinnamon sugar. Steam rose from them like a seductive whisper. Archie resisted only long enough to maintain dignity before purchasing 3. They sat on a bench while watching squirrels commit acorn crimes. "You ever notice how squirrels never share?" Archie commented, brushing sugar from his mustache. "That's why we cook," Edith smiled. As they walked home, they passed a community bulletin board plastered with flyers, knitting classes, lost cats, piano recitals, and a new one printed in bold, "Restaurant hiring sous chef and service staff." Edith paused. The building listed was an Italian restaurant that had once been beloved, but recently reopened under new management. "I've always wanted to help in a restaurant," she murmured. Archie blinked. "You already run a restaurant here. It's called Our Kitchen." "I'm serious," she insisted. "Just part-time. To learn. To cook with others." Archie frowned, not out of disapproval, but fear. The kitchen was her stage. He didn't want her applause to move elsewhere. Still, he said, "If it makes you happy, try it. Just don't let them steal my mashed potato secrets." Edith applied the next day. The owner, a kind man named Antonio with laugh lines that could write novels, welcomed her warmly. She began assisting with prep work on weeknights. Chopping vegetables, kneading dough, simmering tomato sauce so thick the spoon could stand upright. She learned how professional kitchens breathe the symphony of sizzling pans. Rhythmic chopping shouted acknowledgments. She loved it. At home, Archie entered the kitchen to find everything clean and quiet at dinner hour. Panic set in. Where's the food? Who kidnapped supper? "I brought leftovers," Edith called, emerging from the doorway with boxes. Archie inspected the lasagna. "It smells like betrayal." But after the first bite, he forgave instantly. Meanwhile, at school, Joey made new friends and brought home art projects, a turkey shaped from leaves, a spaghetti noodle glued to paper that he insisted was modern abstract dining. Edith proudly stuck every piece on the refrigerator until magnets cried for mercy. One evening, news spread about a cooking club forming at the community center. Anyone could teach or share a recipe. Edith was invited to lead a session on bread pudding. She practiced at home, adjusting proportions like a scientist, perfecting a formula. The house turned into bakery heaven. On the night of the club meeting, she demonstrated how to soak bread in milk fold in vanilla sprinkled dark raisins and gently fold whipped egg mixture. Her class watched closely. When samples were served, eyes widened. One woman cried quietly, confessing that the flavor reminded her of her mother's kitchen. Edith held her hand. "That's what food does," she whispered. Word spread quickly. More people signed up. Edith's confidence blossomed. But with success came whispers. A few restaurant staff members muttered jealously. One young cook, Leo, scoffed that an older woman had no business teaching. When Antonio overheard, he gently scolded him, reminding everyone that experience is seasoning for the soul. At home, Archie sensed Edith's pride and defended her relentlessly. "You have wisdom sautéed into your bones," he declared one evening, raising a fork dramatically. Joey blinked, confused. As fall deepened, so did community events. Hauser Street held its first soup exchange night. Neighbors arrived carrying pots of chowder, bisque, minestrone, lentil, and creamy chicken. Each bowl told a story. Even Archie contributed a hearty beef stew thickened with potatoes, and as he put it, just enough salt to negotiate treaties. People slurped happily, trading ladlefuls and laughing. During cleanup, Edith chatted with a shy woman named Laura, recently widowed. She invited her to Sunday dinner any time. Laura promised to consider it. Edith sensed loneliness in her eyes. Later at home, Archie sat polishing shoes, strangely motivated. "You polishing for something?" Edith asked. "I'm polishing for everything," he answered cryptically. Thanksgiving approached. The house bustled, pumpkin pies cooled, turkey brined in a giant pot, cranberries simmered into ruby sauce, sweet potato casserole marshmallows browned into golden clouds. The table groaned under the weight of tradition. Family and neighbors joined. They held hands before eating, expressing gratitude. When it was Archie's turn, he cleared his throat. "I'm thankful for being seen and for softness in bread and life." People smiled. After dinner, they took turns sharing memories of loved ones missing from the table. When Beverly's name came up, no tears fell, only warm silence. Days later at the restaurant, Antonio asked Edith if she would like to create a seasonal special dish. Nerves electrified her fingers. She crafted roasted Brussels sprouts, caramelized with balsamic glaze, tossed with toasted pecans and dried cranberries. When served, customers ordered it repeatedly. Word of mouth spread. Soon, it became the restaurant's signature side. Meanwhile, Leo watched resentfully. One night, he confronted Edith in the kitchen. "You got lucky," he spat. Edith stared calmly. "Luck tastes different for those who cook with bitterness. Sweeten your effort, and it will sweeten you." Leo blinked. That line simmered in him for days. Back home, Archie faced his own trial. The bar where he'd spent years as a fixture, his unofficial kingdom, was closing permanently. New owners wanted to turn it into either a yoga studio or overpriced juice bar. Archie entered the bar on its last night silent. He sat at his usual stool. The bartender poured a familiar drink without asking. Men chatted about decades. They toasted memories. They wiped eyes discreetly. Archie ran his hand along the counter one last time. On the walk home, he muttered, "That was a chapter. A good chapter." The next morning, he told the family calmly. They paused in understanding. Edith squeezed his hand under the table. A week later, he wandered into a cafe, the Garden Spoon, and sat near the window. He sipped cappuccino, reading local stories posted on the bulletin board. An idea sprouted. He asked the owner if he could host weekly story evenings to share tales from the neighborhood. The owner, delighted, agreed. When the first event launched, people filled chairs. Archie told stories not loud, not boastful, but wise. Funny tales about bad plumbing, heroic baseball, catches the time he accidentally set his eyebrows on fire trying to flambe sausage. People laughed, cried, clapped. He discovered that his voice mattered. Weeks continued like chapters in a flavorful novel. Edith crafted winter soups at the restaurant creamy potato leek-rich French onion with gooey Gruyere. Customers praised her warmly. Leo apologized, eventually promising to learn with humility. Edith welcomed him with the grace of someone who had tasted regret before. Then winter arrived again. Snow swirled through streetlights. Cookies filled tins. Carolers sang. Archie hung lights crookedly, dangerously, triumphantly. Edith baked gingerbread people with personalities, smiling, winking, confused. On Christmas Eve, Laura, lonely neighbor from soup night, accepted dinner invitation. She brought homemade rolls shaped like tiny wreaths. She fit into conversation gently, as if the family had long saved a chair for her. After dinner, they exchanged gifts. Mike gave Archie a subscription to a cooking magazine. Archie pretended outrage before grinning secretly. Edith received a new apron stitched with the words "Stirring Hearts and Soups." Joey received a toy train he immediately tested around every chair leg. Late into the night, sitting by glowing tree lights, Edith rested her head on Archie's shoulder. Quiet warmth wrapped them. "You know," Archie whispered, "I'm not afraid to say it anymore." "Say what?" she asked softly. "I'm grateful. For now, for then, for people." His words glowed. New Year's approached. Neighbors gathered in the street with sparklers and mittens. Music blasted. Children shouted countdowns incorrectly. At midnight, cheers erupted. Fireworks bloomed over Queens like bright recipes flung across the night. Archie surprisingly hugged 3 people he barely knew. January brought cold winds and resolutions. Archie resolved, learn to cook pasta without intimidation. Edith resolved, teach one more person to believe in themselves. February brought Valentine's Day. Archie attempted chocolate fondue. He burned it. Smoke detector shrieked. But Edith kissed him anyway. March thawed snow. Birds returned. Edith began experimenting with herb gardens. Basil, thyme, sage, rosemary sprouted proudly. Archie talked to them every morning, insisting motivation made leaves grow faster. Scientists would disagree. The herbs leaned toward him anyway. April introduced neighborhood events, poetry readings, street tacos, Saturday flea markets. Archie bought a ceramic rooster for the kitchen. No one understood why. He named it Victor. Victor watched meals with silent judgment. May warmed the earth. The family picnicked again now, with Edith's restaurant fame making her potato salad famous locally. Joey ran freely, tripping occasionally because freedom has obstacles. One evening, the community center hosted a heritage potluck. People brought dishes representing ancestry. Edith prepared Irish soda bread and Italian carbonara. Archie insisted his food heritage was American Patriot Burger with extra pickles. People loved it. As the night ended, neighbors shared stories about grandparents' immigration routes. Archie listened deeply. When his turn came, he simply said, "My heritage is learning to be better, one plate at a time." Applause rippled softly. Life flowed gently through late spring. Edith slowed her restaurant shifts, wanting more evenings at home. Antonio insisted she visit any time. She promised. One Saturday morning, Archie woke early, fixing breakfast alone. Eggs scrambled gently, bacon crispy at edges, pancakes fluffy. Edith stumbled in, shocked. "For you," he said casually. She tasted. Tears pricked her eyes. "You did it," she whispered. "For you," he repeated. Time gently wrapped another layer around them. Another season lived, another chapter written. And somewhere in the space between simmering soups and laughing children, in the softness of aging hands and the warmth of shared meals, they discovered something sacred. Home isn't a place. It's a flavor. Summer approached again, not with gentle persuasion this time, but like an enthusiastic guest banging loudly on the front door, holding popsicles and questionable sunscreen. Heat draped itself over Queens, encouraging people to drink gallons of iced tea and consider hibernating in air-conditioned supermarkets. Sidewalks shimmered, cars baked, laundromats became accidental spas. Inside the house on Hauser Street, ceiling fans spun lazily, attempting to maintain peace between sweaty foreheads and melting patience. Edith prepared lemonade infused with fresh mint and crushed raspberries. The kitchen glowed with citrus slices floating in glass pitchers like sunshine captured underwater. Archie hovered near the pitcher suspiciously. "Why are there leaves in my drink?" he demanded. "They're herbs," Edith corrected. "Herbs belong on chicken. Not in beverages," Archie grumbled, sipping reluctantly. His eyebrows shot upward. Okay, fine. That's dangerously delicious. Meanwhile, Joey sprawled across the living room floor drawing pictures of ice cream trucks fighting dragons. Gloria typed notes on her laptop while fanning herself with a magazine. Mike lectured nobody in particular about climate change in long, dramatic sentences. In early June, the city announced a neighborhood initiative encouraging community gardens. Residents were given free seeds and small grants to grow vegetables. Edith practically vibrated with excitement. She planted basil, tomatoes, zucchini, garlic, parsley, and peppers. She drafted lists. She drafted lists of lists. Archie reluctantly volunteered when he saw how happy gardening made her. Or rather, he volunteered after Edith bribed him with roasted garlic potatoes. Their plot sat behind the community center, a humble rectangle of soil, blessed by sunshine. Edith knelt gently, placing seedlings into dirt, like tucking children into blankets. Archie dug holes, complaining at each shovel's resistance. This soil is political, he muttered. It's resisting progress. Day by day, the garden began sprouting. Green shoots peeked upward, eager, hopeful. Edith watered lovingly. Archie whispered motivational speeches to zucchini. Passers-by laughed. By July, their plot became legendary. Basil grew bushy like gossip hair. Tomatoes swelled plump and red. Peppers gleamed with attitude. Neighbors admired, complimented, requested samples. Archie took credit. This garden thrives because of my leadership, he declared. You watered twice, Edith reminded gently. And it was crucial, he insisted. One afternoon, a new neighbor moved in, a tall woman named Teresa with a dog named Biscuit who behaved like a furry philosopher. Teresa introduced herself with homemade empanadas steaming in a plastic container. Edith immediately adored her. Within days, Teresa became part of porch conversations, gardening advice swaps, and cookie tastings. She worked as a pastry chef in a downtown restaurant. Her desserts tasted like someone whispered romance into sugar. Soon the neighborhood discovered Biscuit could open fridge doors. Chaos ensued. Meanwhile, the restaurant where Edith sometimes worked called her again. The head chef needed help launching a summer menu. Edith returned part-time, excited to stir giant pots and smell spices that traveled decades in flavor. Antonio hugged her welcome. New staff joined, including a nervous intern named Harper. She chopped onions too slowly and apologized every 3 minutes. Edith guided her, patiently teaching knife skills and breathing techniques. Harper flourished. Leo, formerly jealous, now learned beside Edith with renewed enthusiasm. They sautéed roasted, braised, reduced to glazed, and roasted again. Edith taught him how to balance acid and fat, the culinary equivalent of therapy. Meanwhile, Archie discovered friendship with a retired postal worker named Mr. Jenkins at the Garden Spoon Cafe. They argued daily about whether sandwiches required exact geometry. They bonded over caffeine. One day, Jenkins mentioned the local street fair holding cooking competitions. Archie's eyes widened. Cooking competition, he whispered. The arena of flames. He signed up impulsively for a sandwich contest. At home, he experimented pastrami, pickles, mustard, provolone, toasted rye. He treated ingredients like chess moves. He tested combos until breadcrumbs littered the battlefield. Competition day arrived. Contestants displayed artisan sandwiches, caramelized onions, microgreens, goat cheese mousse. Archie scoffed. He presented his simple masterpiece toasted rye, sharp mustard, thick pastrami slices, melted provolone crunchy pickles, seasoned with black pepper. Judges tasted. Slowly, their eyes widened. Bold one murmured. Balanced, another whispered, comforting the third side. Archie won second place, not first, but enough dignity to brag permanently. He accepted the silver spatula trophy triumphantly. At home, he displayed it between the salt shaker and Victor, the ceramic rooster. By late summer, the community garden held a harvest party. Tables overflowed with dishes, tomato bruschetta, zucchini, fritters, basil, pesto, stuffed peppers. People ate with gratitude. Even skeptical children devoured broccoli with newfound respect. During cleanup, Edith chatted with a teenage girl named Willow, who admitted she hated her cooking failures. Edith promised to teach her every Saturday afternoon. Willow burst into grateful tears, causing her eyeliner to resemble war paint. Eventually, fall's crisp breath returned. Leaves reddened, sweaters emerged, cinnamon awakened. Edith's restaurant hosted a harvest dinner special. She created roasted pear and goat cheese salad with candied pecans and honey vinaigrette. Customers raved. Food critics visited. Reviews praised her flavors. Her photo appeared in the community newspaper. Archie bought 6 copies. One chilly evening, the family attended a charity gala at the community center to support after-school programs. Guests dressed nicely, tables decorated with autumn leaves, punch flowed freely, live music played softly. Someone auctioned a basket of homemade preserves for excessive money. Midway through the event, power suddenly flickered, lights died, gasps rippled, then backup lanterns lit shadows dramatically. A voice shouted that a fuse had blown. People panicked slightly, until Edith calmly suggested everyone gather near the kitchen. Volunteers quickly assembled snacks crackers topped with cheese and fig jam roasted nuts sprinkled with smoked salt apple slices dusted with cinnamon sugar. Guests relaxed. Conversations resumed. Someone played acoustic guitar. Children danced. Warmth returned in spite of darkness. After power restored, applause sounded spontaneously. Edith blushed. Later, walking home beneath starry sky, Archie whispered, "Crisis survived because of appetizers." "That's the power of food," Edith whispered. Autumn deepened further. Halloween decorations sprouted on porches, plastic skeletons, glowing pumpkins, inflatable ghosts. Joey dressed as a carrot. Archie insisted carrots were suspicious vegetables, but helped fix the costume anyway. Trick-or-treat night dazzled. Children giggled. Bags filled. Biscuit the philosopher dog wore a cape and seemed to judge everyone silently. In November, the community center planned a chili cook-off. Edith prepared white chicken chili with lime zest and jalapenos. Archie insisted on participating separately, crafting beef chili with smoked paprika and secret peppers. Tasting began. People lined up with bowls. They debated spice levels like politicians debating infrastructure. Judges sampled. Edith's chili received praise for brightness and subtle heat. Archie's chili knocked a judge metaphorically into next week. In the end, both tied for first place. They held dual trophies while glaring playfully at each other. As winter approached again, the restaurant grew busy. Edith juggled more shifts. One night after closing, she found Harper crying near the walk-in fridge, overwhelmed, doubting herself. Edith hugged her, whispering, "Pressure cooks flavor. Let it strengthen you." Harper breathed easier. Outside, snow swirled. Street lamps glowed halos. The walk home tasted like peppermint and possibility. One weekend, Edith invited Laura the widow to help decorate holiday cookies. Together, they piped icing onto gingerbread people. Joey created gingerbread superheroes. Laura smiled more that evening than Edith had ever seen. Meanwhile, across the neighborhood, loneliness quietly lessened. December arrived in fireworks of red and green. Lights tangled, carols echoed, families bundled in scarves. The restaurant hosted a holiday banquet. Edith created rosemary roasted lamb garlic, whipped potatoes, Brussels sprouts, drizzled lightly in balsamic. Guests applauded flavors. But amidst festivities, Antonio collapsed unexpectedly. Panic struck. Staff rushed him to the hospital. Edith stayed all night, crying into tissues, pacing hallways, holding Harper's hand. Doctors reported mild heart complications, but optimism. Antonio rested soon, smiling weakly, warmed by gratitude. In his absence, Edith managed shifts, encouraging staff, guiding plates, calming crises. She poured herself into each dish until plates sang honesty. A week later, Antonio returned. The kitchen clapped. He hugged Edith tightly. "You kept this place alive," he whispered. She trembled. Upon returning home that evening, Edith found candles lit in the living room. A plate of warm cookies waited, and Archie wearing an apron serving tea. "For you," he said simply. Edith smiled deeper than words. As the year approached its end, the city announced awards for community contributions. Families gathered in a local auditorium. Names were read: teachers, volunteers, charity organizers, gardeners. And for building a culinary community, teaching confidence and nourishing hearts, Edith Bunker. Thunderous applause. Edith stepped forward slowly. Archie wiped his eyes discreetly. She accepted a small plaque. Her speech was short. "We feed not to impress, but to connect. Flavor is memory. Meals are stories. And community is everything." Silence, then roaring applause. Back home, neighbors celebrated. Foods lined the table. Biscuit the dog stole 3 cookies, but later felt remorse. As midnight neared Edith, and Archie sat quietly at the kitchen table, lit softly by the refrigerator's glow. They shared a small bowl of leftover bread pudding. "We're older," Archie said softly. "We're better," Edith corrected. "You think so?" he whispered. She reached across the table, touching his hand. We nourish each other. That's growth. Outside stars blinked approval. Snow draped rooftops gently. In the doorway, Joey peeked sleepily. Edith carried him upstairs, tucking him beneath blankets. Archie watched heart expanding quietly. Before bed, Edith whispered, "Thank you for letting life stretch." He kissed her forehead. "Thank you for flavoring it." And so another chapter simmered, another season seasoned, another bite of life swallowed gently, gratefully. Winter tightened its grip on Queens with a firm but not unkind hand. Snow fell in fat, lazy flakes, frosting rooftops and muffling car horns into peaceful sighs. Children slid down small hills made large through imagination, and families wrapped scarves 3 times around their necks, as if preparing for polar expeditions rather than grocery runs. The house on Hauser Street glowed warmly against the frost. Steam rose from pots on the stove, and wool blankets draped the couch like loyal pets. In the kitchen, Edith stirred beef stew slowly while adding thyme and a splash of red wine. The broth shimmered. She tasted, closed her eyes, nodded. Joey peeked up from below the counter like a periscope emerging from deep culinary waters. "Just 1 carrot," he begged. She giggled and handed him 2. Archie sat at the table reading a brochure. Thick paper, dignified font, dramatic photography, the Neighborhood Culinary Expo. He cleared his throat. "This expo claims to determine the best signature dish in Queens," he announced grandly. "Finally, an event worthy of my palate leadership." "You're not entering," Edith said gently without turning, as if reading his thoughts in the steam. "You entered chili competitions," Archie protested, pointing the brochure accusingly. "That was for fun," she responded. "Fun is a gateway to ambition," he countered. Edith shook her head, but the sparkle in her eye suggested she knew something important. Challenges helped Archie grow. Later that week at the Garden Spoon, Archie pitched an idea to Mr. Jenkins. "We can form a team," he suggested, hand-slicing air with excitement. "You bring your sandwich philosophy. I bring leadership." Jenkins blinked slowly. He'd seen many things at the post office. This was unusually intense. But he agreed. They shook hands. Biscuit, the philosopher dog, barked outside the window approvingly. Meanwhile, Edith faced her own challenge at the restaurant. A food blogger reserved a table famous for brutally honest reviews. The staff whispered nervously. Antonio asked Edith to prepare the special dish that night. Pressure simmered hotter than soup. She cleaned her station, meticulously sharpened knives, steadied breaths. The blogger arrived with silent authority, eyebrows arched like punctuation marks. She studied every movement, every plate presented. When Edith's dish arrived, lemon herb chicken on creamy polenta roasted carrots, glistening beneath honey glaze, the blogger cut slowly and tasted. Her face softened. She took a second bite, then she scribbled notes, rapidly nodded once, and left quietly. Everyone held their breath. Minutes later, her review went live online. Comfort executed with elegance, flavor that respects memories. A dish whispered rather than shouted and therefore heard. 5 glowing stars. A photograph of Edith's plating went viral among local food circles. Antonio cried into a kitchen towel. Leo hugged Edith awkwardly, then apologized for hugging too tightly. Harper spun in a celebratory circle. At home, Archie printed the article and taped it to the fridge next to Joey's spaghetti artwork. Both were equally important. The next day, snow stopped abruptly, replaced by blue sky crisp enough to crackle. The family decided to take a winter walk through the park. Trees glimmered with icicles. Squirrels sprinted across frozen branches, performing accidental slapstick stunts. Joey wielded a stick as if battling ice dragons. At a clearing, families gathered around a pop-up cocoa stand. Marshmallows the size of golf balls bobbed in steaming cups. Edith bought cocoa warming palms. Archie insisted his cocoa be marshmallow heavy, which meant nearly solid. As they sipped, a woman approached Edith shyly. She recognized her from the food blog. She thanked Edith for inspiring her to cook again. Eyes moist. Edith touched her arm softly. Food traveled further than forks. At the community center that weekend, Edith taught Willow more recipes: garlic roasted vegetables, mashed butternut squash, herb butter rolls. Willow's confidence grew like rising dough. Mistakes softened, skills sharpened. She smiled more often. Meanwhile, Archie trained intensely for the upcoming Culinary Expo. He experimented with sandwiches, cured meats, caramelized onions, spicy aioli. He tested bread textures. He forced the family to taste samples until they begged him to stop innovating at breakfast. Finally, the expo day arrived. Booths lined the gym steam, rising from plates like excitement incarnate. Judges dressed formally, wearing forks tucked in pockets like medals. Edith entered too after much persuasion with a bread pudding variation, dark chocolate caramel drizzle flaked sea salt toasted pecans. Archie and Jenkins entered the sandwich category. Competitors included a snobby culinary student wearing sunglasses indoors and a retired firefighter whose sandwich weighed as much as a toddler. Judging began, plates delivered, bites taken, brows furrowed, comments whispered. When the winners were announced, cheers rolled like thunder. Archie and Jenkins took first place in sandwiches, their trophy a golden bread loaf mounted on a plaque. Archie held it high like a champion boxer. Jenkins dabbed tears. And in the dessert category, Edith won second place behind a triple berry pavlova that literally made a judge cry. She applauded sincerely. Afterward, neighbors congratulated them. Pictures snapped. Joy filled corners of the gym like glitter. That evening at home, they celebrated with leftovers. Biscuit barked for crumbs. Victor the ceramic rooster stared in silent judgment. Then January melted slowly into February. Snowbanks shrank. Winter produce shifted. Edith began experimenting with citrus blood oranges, Meyer lemons, pink grapefruits. Cakes became tangy and refreshing. Salads turned vibrant. Her kitchen felt like sunshine in a bowl. One afternoon, a letter arrived addressed to Chef Edith Bunker. She gasped. Inside an invitation to interview for a small column in a local food magazine, Monthly Recipes, Culinary Advice, Flavor Philosophy. Edith nearly fainted. "I'm not a writer," she whispered. Archie pressed her shoulders gently. "You feed hearts. Words are just another spoon." With encouragement, she accepted. She wrote her first article at the kitchen table ink smudges, on the margin thoughtful pauses between sentences. Her essay spoke about the healing nature of simmering stews, how patience thickens broth and softens fear. The editor adored it. Meanwhile, Archie noticed subtle changes in himself. When he passed neighbors, he smiled instead of nodding aggressively. When someone asked for directions, he didn't sigh. When grocery prices rose, instead of ranting, he sighed softly and adjusted. Growth like dough rises quiet, but not every season is gentle. In early March, Antonio announced a proposal opening a second restaurant location. He wanted Edith to lead the kitchen there, full-time, higher pay, creative control. She froze. Cooking was her joy, but also her home. Would stepping forward mean stepping away from her family's table? At home, she paced. Archie sat silently, listening more than speaking a rare evolution. After hours of reflection, she spoke. "I want to try," she said softly. Archie kissed her forehead. "Go stir bigger pots." Weeks of planning followed. New staff hired. New menu designed roasted tomato bisque seared scallops with citrus beurre blanc rosemary bread knots, strawberry basil sorbet. The new restaurant buzzed with electricity. Opening night glittered. Crowds gathered. Cameras flashed. Edith plated calmly flames, reflecting in her eyes like determination. But success brought exhaustion. She returned home late many nights. Archie reheated dinners, wrapped leftovers, washed pans. He tucked Joey into bed, sometimes humming off-key lullabies. He didn't complain. But deep down, he missed her presence, like missing seasoning in soup. One night, he burned a grilled cheese sandwich so badly it resembled fossil evidence. He stared at the charred remains, sadly. At 1:40 p.m., Edith walked in wilted. She kissed Joey's forehead, asleep on the couch, then sat beside Archie. Silence washed over them. "It's too much," she whispered. "I miss our dinner table." "You're building something beautiful," Archie said. "But beauty shouldn't hurt," she replied, eyes glossy. For weeks, she wrestled with choice. One morning, she arrived at the restaurant early, alone. She stood in the kitchen, breathing deeply. She touched pans, ladled spices. She realized something. Food was joy because it connected her. Here, she felt distant. She resigned gently. Antonio hugged her, grateful rather than disappointed. That night, she returned home with a large pot of soup and a smile that felt like sunrise. She placed bowls on the table, broth steamed, family gathered, conversation bubbled, laughter simmered. The soup tasted like peace. Archie held her hand across the table. "Welcome home," he whispered. Spring followed swiftly. Flowers bloomed in the community garden again. Tomatoes sprouted. Basil danced. Edith offered small cooking classes on Saturdays. Kids learned to stir batter gently. Parents watched proudly. One day, Willow announced she'd been hired at a bakery. Edith cried. Around that time, Laura, the widowed neighbor, began dating again. She asked Edith for first date dinner suggestions. Edith recommended roasted lemon chicken and sparkling cider. Laura returned glowing the next day. Meanwhile, Jenkins wrote a silly song about sandwiches and performed it at story night. The crowd applauded. Archie groaned, but smiled proudly. Then came a community crisis. The school cafeteria oven broke, threatening to cancel hot lunches. Parents panicked. Edith volunteered to coordinate meals from local restaurants and home kitchens. Archie recruited volunteers, barking orders like a drill sergeant at a picnic. Within hours, an operation formed like clockwork. Children ate happily. The principal declared them heroes. Newspapers printed photos. Edith holding soup ladles triumphantly. Archie pointing dramatically. Joey spilling applesauce. As the school thanked the community, Edith whispered to Archie, "This is what food is for." The year rolled forward like dough on a floured counter. The family grew not taller but deeper. Kindness marinated. Tenderness sautéed. Forgiveness simmered. One warm evening, they gathered on the porch again, mint tea, steaming crickets singing. Joey traced constellations with sticky fingers. Gloria and Mike planned a weekend trip. Biscuit barked at the moon. Edith leaned into Archie. "Do you think we'll ever stop changing?" she asked. He shook his head. "Dough rises if given time. So do we." She laughed lightly. A breeze rustled basil pots. Stars blinked approval. Lifelike soup needed stirring sometimes. But once stirred, it tasted incredible. The afternoon of the supper unfurled and the block transformed. A single long table formed down the middle of the street, white cloth billowing gently. People drifted in with covered trays and proud smiles. The air filled with a braided aroma that said home in 100 dialects. Children ran circles around chair legs. Someone tested a microphone by whisper singing a love song to the potato salad. Someone else taped down cords with neon duct tape as if protecting the arteries of a beating heart. Edith plated her contributions, last a roasted tomato and fennel soup in small cups that could be sipped, walking an herb chicken with lemon pan sauce meant to be spooned over rice, and because the neighbors demanded it, bread pudding, finished with a bittersweet chocolate ribbon and a confetti of toasted pecans. When she stepped back, the table looked like a pageant of kindness. Archie stood at the head, water pitchers aligned like obedient soldiers. He had drawn a cardboard badge that read Hydration Commissioner. People saluted him playfully. He took it gravely and then grinned. As the sun dipped, the supper began without a starting pistol or a mayor's proclamation. It began the way the best meals do, with the honest sound of forks against plates, the delicate percussion of glasses touching in, thanks to the improv orchestra of surprise when flavors collide. The guitarist found courage by the second song. Jenkins played harmonica with undue drama and then told a story about a stamp he'd once misdelivered that nonetheless found the right heart. Laughter lifted the block a few inches off the ground. Edith didn't sit much. She moved between chairs, checking on people in tiny ways, an extra napkin, a shawl for the grandmother on the corner, a lactose-free slice for a shy teen. When she did sit, it was beside Archie, who was taking his resting seriously by pretending to direct foot traffic from his chair. Between the second and third waves of plates, a hush trembled and then fell. Willow stood, hands shaking slightly, and raised her voice. She thanked the lady who taught me not to be afraid of boiling water, and half the block turned to Edith, who promptly cried and pretended not to. Later, Laura stood, her smile bright and brave. She said she didn't think she'd find a second chapter until someone invited her to Sunday dinner and handed her a roll shaped like a wreath. Turns out the world has many doors, she said, and some of them are ovens. People applauded, the kind of applause that blesses. When the moon rose full as a bowl, the table continued as if time had forgotten to tug its sleeves. Teresa unveiled guava pastries that broke open like sweet laughter. The cafe sent trays of tiramisu with cocoa dust that kissed lips chocolate. Someone brewed mint tea in a pot the size of a small satellite. Jenkins's harmonica mellowed into a sleepy river. Biscuit the philosopher dog made rounds like a teddy bear with a patrol route accepting tributes responsibly. It might have ended there in floating gratitude, but neighborhoods are novels that love a twist. At the far end of the table, a commotion startled the rhythm. One of the older men from the library board, Mr. Alvarez, had stood too quickly, and gravity asked for a word. He swayed, caught himself, then swayed again. Chairs scraped, hands reached. Archie arrived first reflex, pulling him forward like wire. He spoke in the calm voice he had once used at the fundraiser months ago. Sit, breathe, water first. He knelt steady as a table leg. Edith slid in on the other side, her palm cool to the man's wrist. Jenkins blocked foot traffic with a half-sung, half-barked order that sounded like a patriotic ballad. The moment rippled tense and then softened as the color returned to Mr. Alvarez's face. Embarrassing, he murmured. No, Edith said. Human Archie said. Someone placed a small plate of rice and grilled chicken beside him. Salt and stories, Jenkins added, though that may have been metaphor. The supper exhaled and the night resumed its gentle appetite. By the time candles burned stubby and the string lights glowed low, plates were wiped clean with bread corners and gratitude. People stacked chairs silently, the choreography of a family that had learned each other's rhythms. The guitarist packed his courage back into a soft case, promised to try again next time. Jenkins shook 36 hands like the post office on Christmas Eve. Teresa sent Edith home with a dozen pastries and a small box of courage she swore could be eaten. In the quiet wake, as the street returned cautiously to a street, Edith and Archie walked the length of the block, slow as if to memorize it. The air smelled of lemon and smoked sugar and tired joy. Somewhere, a child laughed in sleep. Somewhere, Biscuit sighed philosophically. Moonlight glossed the empty table like certainty. At home, they set leftovers on the counter, not to eat, but to look at. The kitchen felt like a chapel that had hosted a wedding and was resting after. Edith rinsed one glass. Archie dried it immediately and hung it as if it were an honor. You scared me, she said finally, not looking at him drying the rim with too much care. He nodded. Me too, he admitted. I'm not 20 or 30 or even the joke I used to make when I pretended I'd decided to stop counting. She set the glass down. Promise me water. He pointed at his cardboard badge. Madam, I am the commissioner. They laughed, and the laugh bent into something fragile and sweet. Days slid forward with a clean glide. Archie kept walking, not far, not fast, but sure. He carried a stainless steel bottle like a tiny lighthouse. He discovered that pears tasted like forgiveness, and that salt could step back without sulking if pepper stepped forward courteously. He declared siestas legal in their home, though he called them horizontal arguments with gravity, and he often lost. Edith wrote another column about building a long table down a city block and discovering that community like bread dough doubles when warm. The editor called it the kind of piece people clipped and taped inside kitchen cabinets. The photograph showed two hands hers and Archie's passing a ladle between them. The caption read, "We feed each other, and that is the point." One afternoon in late July, she found Archie in the garden talking to a tomato in a tone of mentorship. She stood at the gate, quiet as a prayer. You don't have to be the reddest, he told it. You just have to be yours. We'll slice you thin or thick, or we'll roast you slow so your sweetness tells secrets. She walked in, kissed the back of his neck, a place age had softened, and sun had carved kind. He didn't jump, he just reached back and cupped her hand. Come to the kitchen, she said. I want to test something. She had been playing with a recipe in the margins of sleep, a soup that chilled like a lake and woke like a bell. Cucumbers, Greek, yogurt, dill, garlic, Coke's not bullied olive oil, like a summer sentence lemon finishing the thought. She ladled it into bowls and scattered almonds toasted to the color of happy toast. They sat across from each other with spoons lifted. He tasted. She watched him taste. His eyes did the half close of truth. It's what shade would taste like, he said. If shade were edible, she wrote it in the margin exactly that way. Later, she would add peaches to the version for the column, because a good idea deserved a small festival. Late summer burned tenderly into early fall. Leaves turned thoughtful, school bells cleared their throats, and sweaters winked from closets. The cafe's story night packed every chair, and Jenkins finally retired the harmonica mid-performance for a poem he claimed he found under his toaster. Teresa taught Joey to braid pastry like rope that remembered kindness. Willow baked her first batch of croissants that actually crackled. Laura brought a man named Gabriel to Sunday dinner, and introduced him without apology. Gloria took on a project that made her glow in the way purpose does. Mike stopped correcting everyone's metaphors and let one simply be beautiful. On the last warm night of September, the block attempted another long table smaller, this time a coda. This one stitched into evening naturally, as if rehearsed in dreams. The guitarist sang softly without being asked. Biscuit slept under a chair belonging to whichever person seemed most worried. Someone poured apple cider and laughter rose like carbonation. Edith brought the chilled soup peaches added as promised. Archie brought bread with butter and an explanation so persuasive 3 people swore they tasted history. When the night ended, he walked Edith home beneath a sky busy with stars. Their hands found each other as if by habit, as if the story had been preparing for this gesture on page 1. The porch light painted the doormat honey gold. From inside the house exhaled the way loved houses do, ready to hold, never to hoard. In the kitchen, they didn't turn on the big light. They moved by memory by small glows from the stove clock and the street lamp. Edith slipped the cardboard badge from a hook and pinned it to his t-shirt. He looked down and then up at her. "You did more than water," she said. "You did more than cook," he answered. They didn't kiss like movies. They kissed like people who had practiced tenderness until it grew muscles. It tasted faintly of dill and lemon, of bread and butter, of soups cooled by mercy and stews deepened by time. It tasted like the ordinary sanctity they had been building quietly, plate by plate, season by season, long before either of them realized. The blueprint was simply this: see each other, feed each other, walk each other home. Morning would come with grocery lists and socks, missing their partners with phone calls and errands, and a chair that creaked, and a neighbor who needed a ride. The garden would need watering and polite conversations with zucchini. The block would need someone to notice the flyer about a literacy drive and say yes. And there would be more suppers, more strings of lights untangled at the last minute, more moments when the world tilted and someone steadied it with a palm, a glass of water, a bowl of soup, a laugh. They would grow older because that is the plan. No one drafts, but everyone lives. They would keep changing like dough, like neighborhoods, like people who discover that the ingredients they feared time-lost tenderness were the ones that made the meal worth eating. They would pass recipes folded at corners and stories underlined in margins, and the secret that had never been a secret at all home is not a place. It's a flavor, and love is how it is served. Outside, a breeze lifted the curtain. The basil on the sill nodded like a choir. Somewhere down the block, a child practiced the word please. The sky lightened with the first generous rumor of day. And at the table where everything important had happened, 2 bowls waited, 1 spoon shared back and forth as if it were a promise. No announcement, no confetti, just the simple, durable ritual of being here now together, hungry and grateful. Ready for whatever the oven of the world would bake next. Autumn settled into Queens, the way cinnamon settles into apples, slowly, deeply, with the quiet authority of something that knows it has been here before and will likely return again. The leaves on Hauser Street rippled gold and copper in the afternoon wind, quivering like applause. Children dragged their feet through piles, creating rustling whispers of untranslatable joy. Pumpkins sat on stoops like round orange doormen guarding front steps. Inside the house, the kitchen adopted its fall wardrobe, cloves in the air, nutmeg leaning against cinnamon on the countertop, apples piled in bowls like edible jewels. Edith baked an apple crisp so fragrant that even the mailman paused on the porch and considered asking for a sample. When Joey discovered caramel sauce in the refrigerator, he asked if apples were necessary as a delivery system or whether civilization had advanced beyond that requirement. Edith encouraged the apple anyway. Civilization could wait. Archie had developed a new habit reading nutrition labels. He squinted at sodium percentages like decoding a secret language. Sometimes he shook his head slowly as if disappointed in the betrayal of potato chips. Still, when no one watched, he ate exactly 2 out of a bag, announcing moderation achieved like planting a flag. One evening at the Garden Spoon, a new customer recognized Edith from her food column. She approached timidly, clutching a magazine folded to Edith's most recent recipe, roast chicken with pomegranate glazed diced herbs, in quiet confidence. "I made this," the woman whispered. "My son ate seconds. He hasn't done that since..." Archie trailed off. Edith nodded understanding without asking. Some meals heal places words can't reach. Meanwhile, Jenkins revealed he was helping organize a book swap in the park. He claimed it was strategic. If neighbors share books, they'll borrow sugar politely. Archie suspected it was a covert sandwich recruitment event. The morning of the swap, the park transformed into a symphony of stacked pages. People wandered between tables like bees in a library garden. Biscuit patrolled sniffing genres responsibly. At a small table near the fountain, Archie discovered a faded cookbook titled Cooking for Two and For the Seasons. Margin notes in soft handwriting, nudged adjustments, less salt, more time, love generously. He flipped through and felt a pang of familiarity, the way a melody from childhood ghosts back unexpectedly. He bought it for $2 and carried it home like something newly alive. That evening, he and Edith sat at the table reading through recipes, discussing which ones tasted like Sundays and which ones tasted like Thursdays. They picked one roasted acorn squash with brown butter and sage and cooked together. The dish came out simple, honest, and entirely enough. Later that week, the community center launched a small mentorship project where neighbors shared non-professional skills, sewing buttons, patching walls, writing letters to representatives calming Basil emotionally. Archie volunteered unintentionally. Edith taught groups how to make broth that tasted like comfort, how to coax depth from onions, how to ask garlic politely to participate. Joey taught a workshop on drawing dragons with correctly enthusiastic teeth. Gloria taught how to fold fitted sheets, an act of sorcery. Mike ran a seminar titled Voting How Not to Panic. Fall marched toward its holiday crescendo. Thanksgiving arrived like a warm parade of smells. Edith's table stretched longer this year. New chairs squeezed in. New hands found bowls. New hearts glowed. She prepared a turkey, rubbed in herbs, roasted until the skin crackled like polite thunder. The stuffing floated with sage and sourdough. Cranberry sauce glittered as if it dreamed of being jewelry. Pumpkin cheesecake replaced pie tradition with only minimal uproar. Before carving, Archie cleared his throat. The family anticipated a speech. Instead, he held up his water bottle. Hydration, he declared, is patriotism. They laughed because laughter was the oldest seasoning. While clearing plates, Edith noticed that Laura's boyfriend Gabriel washed dishes without being asked. He did it with a quiet competence that made archways of foam. She approved silently. Approval sounded like plate placement, not applause. Later, while Joey dozed on the couch, clutching a stuffed carrot, the adults sipped mint tea. Outside, the wind carried loose leaves like long thoughts. They spoke of gratitude, not the loud, dramatic kind, but the everyday sort that sits quietly in a chair until invited to speak. Gratitude for elbows that bend for tomatoes, that ripen for neighbors who learn your name for recipes handed down without instructions, except watch carefully. December arrived in a coat of frost. Holiday lights blinked along rooftops like Morse code from cheerful aliens. The coffee shop introduced peppermint mochas, and suddenly every conversation smelled faintly minty. The restaurant where Edith once worked hosted a charity event, and she volunteered to run a hot chocolate table topped with whipped cream peaks as dramatic as mountain ranges. People queued around the block. Some returned twice, claiming scientific curiosity. In the middle of the month, the community garden held its final harvest meeting of the year. Members shared what worked, what didn't, and their plans. Edith suggested growing more basil next season. Archie suggested teaching tomatoes leadership. No one understood, but nods were exchanged anyway. As temperatures dropped sharply, news broke that the pipes at the community center were damaged. Repairs would shut down their kitchen for 2 months, no hot lunches, no weekend meals for seniors, no after-school snacks. Worry fluttered like loose flyers. Edith didn't hesitate. She organized a volunteer rotation from home kitchens. Soup became the town's currency. Lentil soup with cumin tomato soup, thick as conversation chicken noodle soup, that hugged throats, black bean soup with lime that whispered courage. Families ladled generosity into containers, drove them across town, handed them off with mittens. Food solved hunger, but service solved loneliness. One afternoon while delivering warm stew to seniors, Edith sat with Mr. Alvarez, the man who had fainted at the supper. He said he felt lonely sometimes, that the world rushed too loudly. She promised soup every Thursday and conversation every other. He nodded slowly, as if tasting relief. Meanwhile, a rumor spread that the Garden Spoon might close due to rent hikes. Panic brewed like burnt coffee. The cafe wasn't just a cafe, it was a porch for the soul. Jenkins called an emergency meeting, which he chaired dramatically while standing on a milk crate. The community proposed a benefit event. Edith volunteered to cater. Archie volunteered to run hydration logistics. Joey volunteered to juggle apples if necessary. The fundraiser night glowed. Acoustic guitars murmured nostalgia. Silent auction baskets glittered with local honey herbal teas, knitted blankets, dream journals, and one coupon promising 3 hours of free emotional validation. Edith set out trays of roasted mushroom crostini mini quiches with caramelized onion and tartlets with fig jam and goat cheese. People donated generously. Enough funds were raised to cover rent for a year with some left for new chairs that didn't squeak like frightened mice. After the event, the cafe owner hugged Edith with reverence. Jenkins handed Archie a certificate declaring him Supreme Minister of Moisture. Archie pretended to be insulted. He framed it at home. January crept into town quietly painting frost on window edges like lace. People complained about the cold and then secretly admired it. Edith wrote a column about winter stews and the bravery of root vegetables. She photographed carrots side by side like comrades in orange armor. The editor loved it. Late that month, while grocery shopping, Edith ran into Harper, the former intern. Harper announced she'd been hired at a restaurant downtown full-time with mentorship. Edith hugged her, saw younger versions of herself reflected softly. At home, when she told Archie, he nodded with a satisfied hum. Good soup returns bowls, he said mysteriously, then failed to define the metaphor. February thawed slightly. Warm sun patches appeared on sidewalks like surprise guests. One afternoon, as Edith walked home from the market, she saw Willow sitting alone on a bench, staring at her phone browse, knotted like dough. Edith sat beside her quietly. Eventually, Willow confessed worries about school, about perfection, about feeling too small in a world too loud. Edith listened, then said, "A recipe fails more often when fear stirs it. Cook your life bravely, even if you burn a few edges." Willow exhaled and leaned her head to the side, relieved in a way science couldn't measure. In March, the community garden reopened ceremonially. Jenkins cut a ribbon made of twine, shouting, "Let there be sprouts." The crowd cheered. Seeds sank into soil like wishes folded small. April spilled sunshine on sidewalks. Magnolia trees bloomed like pink confetti. Children played tag. The bakery introduced lemon lavender cakes. The air tasted inventive. One weekend, the block hosted a spring picnic. People sprawled on quilts. Dogs chased frisbees with confused enthusiasm. Edith brought pasta salad kissed with pesto. Archie brought baguettes 3 kinds, serious, playful, and philosophical. The last one had olives. They sat beneath a tree breathing in warm breezes. When evening cooled, neighbors lingered. Laura whispered to Edith that Gabriel had asked her to consider moving in. Edith squealed softly, kissed her cheek, and passed her a slice of strawberry cake for courage. Later that week, Edith found herself standing in front of the house at dusk watering basil. She stared at the windows glowing from inside the dining room's gentle lamp, the hallway's nightlight guarding dreams, and the kitchen's faint hum of refrigerator and memory. She felt full like bread risen properly. Archie walked outside holding 2 steaming mugs. Mint tea, he said, with honey from bees that listened to classical music. They sat on the porch. A child laughed distantly. Someone practiced violin 3 houses down. A car passed windows open playing a song that tasted like summer, even though it was spring. They sipped. "Do you ever feel like we're living in chapters?" Edith asked. "Sure," Archie said. "Some chapters are recipes. Some are soup. Some are burnt toast we hide in the trash. And the chapter now," he looked at her, "this one's simmering, deep, warm, worth waiting for." Fireflies blinked early, impatient. The stars spread politely across the sky like dinner guests finding seats. Biscuit barked softly from another yard philosophically. They held hands. Their glasses clinked softly as if toasting nothing and everything. And somewhere between the hum of crickets and the steam of mint tea time, settled, not rushed, not fierce, just right.
In a Bunker household, nothing ever stays simple for long. What begins as a polite gesture, a harmless coupon, or a routine piece of paperwork has a way of mutating into something much bigger, something that presses directly on Archie Bunker's deepest fear, losing control. In this version of the story, everything revolves around that pressure point. Not politics, not ideology, not even money at first glance, but the creeping realization that Archie's authority over his home, his morals, and even his own existence is far more fragile than he wants to admit. The spark comes from kindness, which is exactly why it irritates Archie so much. Louise Jefferson isn't looking to start trouble. She's trying to do something thoughtful for Uncle Henry, who's preparing to leave the neighborhood and start a new chapter somewhere else. A farewell party feels appropriate, normal, human. But even before the details settle, the problem appears. George Jefferson doesn't want to host it. His reasons are tangled up in pride, boundaries, and unspoken tensions, and Louise is exhausted by them. She doesn't want to negotiate ideology. She wants a living room, some food, and a few hours of peace. So she turns to Edith Bunker. Edith, acting on instinct rather than strategy, offers their house. To her, this isn't a political move or a social statement. It's what you do when a neighbor needs help. You say yes, you make space, you worry about the rest later. Edith doesn't consult Archie because, in her mind, kindness doesn't need a committee vote. Unfortunately, Archie hears the plan not as kindness, but as mutiny. The moment Archie realizes that his living room has been volunteered without his approval, his sense of ownership flares. It's not about the Jeffersons alone. It's about consent, about territory, about the belief that if someone else can decide what happens under his roof, then his authority is already slipping. Archie responds the only way he knows how, with outrage disguised as principle. He complains about tradition, about respect, about how things used to be done, all while carefully avoiding the real issue, that he wasn't asked. Gloria and Mike see straight through it. They challenge him not on ideology, but on courage. If Archie believes so strongly that the party shouldn't happen, then he should be the one to shut it down. He should call Louise. He should explain himself face to face. That's where Archie falters. It's easier to shout in your own house than to confront someone politely and risk looking unreasonable. So Archie tries to dodge. He announces he won't be there. He threatens absence instead of action, hoping the problem will solve itself without him having to back down or explain. But the party happens anyway. And once it does, Archie discovers an uncomfortable truth. It's harder to act like a tyrant when a room is full of guests. With Louise, George, Lionel, and others present, Archie is forced into a version of himself that can't fully explode. He still makes remarks. He still pushes boundaries. But every comment now has witnesses. Every joke lands in real time, measured not just by how it feels to Archie, but by how it sounds to everyone else. The living room becomes a mirror, reflecting Archie's behavior back at him in ways he can't control. George Jefferson isn't passive either. He meets Archie's posture with his own brand of pride. Neither man wants to concede ground. Neither wants to look small. And yet, because this is a party, not a battlefield, they're forced into an uneasy coexistence. Food is served. People talk. Life goes on. Archie survives the very thing he claimed would ruin him, and that survival quietly undercuts his outrage. The world didn't end. Just as that realization begins to form, before Archie can even process it, the mail delivers the next test. It starts with quarters. Edith, once again acting with gentle innocence, has sent away a coupon. She expects nothing, or at most a single promotional coin. Instead, quarters arrive again and again, small envelopes carrying the same quiet clink. Edith is unsettled. To her, repetition signals error. Error signals responsibility. Archie hears something else entirely. He hears opportunity, validation, a strange kind of reward that feels personal, even though it clearly isn't. Archie's imagination ignites. He stacks the quarters, counts them, projects them forward. He doesn't see coins. He sees a pattern that favors him. He convinces himself that if the company keeps sending money, then it must be acceptable to keep it. He reframes the situation until responsibility disappears. The logic becomes circular but comforting. They didn't steal, therefore they deserve. Edith tries to slow him down, pointing out that doing the right thing doesn't depend on whether someone else made a mistake. Archie resists because, to him, returning the money feels like rejecting proof that life still owes him something. The quarters expose Archie in a way the party didn't. At the party, he could hide behind social tension. With the money, there's nowhere to hide. It's just him and his conscience, or rather, him and his ability to talk himself out of having one. Gloria and Mike watch the process unfold with familiar frustration. They've seen Archie do this before, take something questionable and turn it into a righteous cause. The humor lies in how seriously Archie treats something so small and how deeply that seriousness reveals his insecurity. Archie doesn't want money. He wants confirmation that he's still winning. Then comes the third blow, and it's the cruelest because it strips away the illusion that Archie controls even the basics. On paper, Archie Bunker is dead. A bureaucratic error, cold, impersonal, absurd, reclassifies him as non-existent. The mistake isn't dramatic. There's no siren, no announcement. Just consequences, confusion, sympathy that arrives before explanation. Edith is approached like a widow. Archie is treated like an absence. And suddenly, his loud voice and physical presence mean nothing against the authority of a file. Archie's anger this time is different. It's not performative. It's existential. He isn't just offended, he's shaken. The idea that he can be erased by paperwork terrifies him. He spent his life asserting his existence through volume and certainty, and now he's confronted with a system that doesn't listen. It only processes. Phone calls lead nowhere. Explanations bounce off automated logic. Archie finds himself pleading not for agreement, but for recognition. Edith, frightened and confused, clings to what she understands: decency, patience, hope that someone will fix the mistake. Mike sees the broader implication immediately and tries to articulate it, that systems don't care about individuals, that this is what happens when humanity is reduced to forms. Archie doesn't want theory. He wants proof. He wants a document that declares him alive. The irony is brutal. A man who never needed validation now needs a stamp to confirm he exists. What ties these three stories together isn't comedy alone, it's erosion. Each situation chips away at Archie's certainty. First, his authority in his own home is challenged. Then his moral shortcuts are exposed. Finally, his identity itself is questioned. And through it all, Edith remains the quiet counterbalance. Her kindness starts the party. Her conscience challenges the money. Her vulnerability highlights the cruelty of the bureaucratic mistake. Edith doesn't dominate the room, but she anchors it. Where Archie reacts, Edith endures. By the end, the bunker house looks the same, but something underneath is shifted. Archie is still Archie. Loud, stubborn, convinced he's right. But the world has shown him 3 times in a row that being loud doesn't equal being in control. Sometimes you're invited into situations you didn't choose. Sometimes money arrives that you shouldn't keep. Sometimes a system decides you don't exist, and shouting won't bring you back. And yet, life continues. The family stays. The arguments reset. The laughter returns, tinged with discomfort. That's the quiet truth of the bunker household. No lesson is ever fully learned, but every lesson leaves a mark. The story kicks off with that familiar bunker house rhythm. The morning routine, the little irritations, the tiny sparks that can turn into an argument in under 10 seconds. Archie wants things his way, on his schedule, at his volume, and everyone else in the room is basically expected to orbit that. Edith moves around the kitchen, trying to keep the peace. Gloria pushes back when Archie crosses a line, and Mike tries to inject logic into a room that treats logic like an unwanted house guest. Even the smallest domestic moment, toast that isn't hot enough, a comment that's unnecessarily sharp, becomes a preview of something bigger. Because in this stretch of episodes, bigger arrives fast. A neighbor conflict disguised as a party invitation, a bizarre chain of mail that turns into temptation, and a bureaucratic mistake so absurd it makes Archie question whether a person is still a person or just a number in a system. First comes the party situation, and it lands right on Archie's raw nerve. Pride, territory, and the fear of being forced into a social moment he doesn't control. Louise Jefferson drops by with what sounds like a simple problem. She's trying to put together a get-together for Uncle Henry, because Henry is moving out of the neighborhood to start a new business upstate. It's meant to be a send-off, a warm farewell, the kind of thing neighbors do when someone's life is changing. But the obstacle is not food or space or timing. The obstacle is George Jefferson's refusal to host what Louise describes as an integrated party in his own home. Louise is embarrassed and frustrated because she's trying to do something decent and she doesn't want it to become a statement. She just wants it to happen. And that's when Edith does what Edith does. She tries to help in the most straightforward, innocent way imaginable. She offers the bunker home as the place to hold a party. She doesn't float it as a debate topic. She doesn't stage a family vote. She simply says yes. Because in Edith's mind, hospitality is a virtue and neighborliness is a duty. The problem is that Edith's yes instantly becomes Archie's how dare you. Archie can tolerate a lot when he's the one deciding. He can tolerate even people he doesn't like if he's the gatekeeper. But Edith volunteering their home without Archie's permission feels, to him, like losing control of the castle. The house turns into a pressure cooker. Gloria points out that Archie is acting like he's the last person still clinging to an old panic, while the world has already moved on. So Archie tries a classic escape. He threatens to remove himself instead of actually addressing the issue. He storms around, acts like he'll be gone, like they can have their dumb party without him. But the more he tries to run away from it, the more the family calls it what it is, fear dressed up as principle. The irony is sharp. Archie complains about other people's social rules, yet he's the one trapped by his own. And the party becomes less about snacks and more about whether Archie can sit in the same room with George Jefferson without turning it into a contest. While all this is happening, the show keeps slipping in everyday details that make the conflict feel lived in instead of staged. Lionel comes in and out, doing errands for his mother. There are cookies being passed around, small chatter about Uncle Henry's move, and Archie tossing off-crude jokes and assumptions with the lazy confidence of someone who has never had to fact-check his mouth. The humor comes from how casually Archie says outrageous things, and how calmly everyone else either deflates him or braces for impact. When the party finally gathers momentum, it has the feeling of two households colliding inside one living room. Louise is grateful to Edith, but you can sense the discomfort. She knows she's bringing the Jefferson family into a space where Archie has been loudly resistant. Archie is torn between the urge to stomp out and the urge to prove something by staying. And George Jefferson enters the dynamic with his own energy, proud, sharp, unwilling to be looked down on, but also unwilling to pretend he doesn't notice what's happening. The tension isn't one-sided. It's a tug of war where both men refuse to appear weak, and both men interpret courtesy as surrender. The party storyline is built around the simple truth that it's easier to argue in the abstract than to share a room in reality. Archie can rant about how things are, but it's different when there's an actual person in front of him, smiling, speaking, reacting. That's when Archie's bravado starts colliding with the fact that social life is not a speech. It's a moment-by-moment test of restraint. The comedy keeps bubbling, but under it sits the uncomfortable question: does Archie actually want to live in a neighborhood, or does he want to live in a fortress? Then the narrative pivots into a completely different kind of absurdity, money arriving in tiny, steady pieces, like temptation delivered by the mailman. Edith, in a moment that feels almost too simple to matter, sends a coupon to a prune company. She expects something small, one token quarter, a little promotional gimmick. But instead of stopping, the quarters keep coming. One becomes many. Many becomes daily. Daily becomes a growing pile that is both hilarious and oddly stressful, because it's not supposed to be happening. Edith is the kind of person who hears extra money and immediately wonders if it's a mistake. Archie is the kind of person who hears extra money and immediately starts doing math. Archie doesn't just see quarters. He sees possibility. He sees a future where the pile turns into a system, where a mistake can become an advantage, where a quiet streak of luck can be treated like a reward for endurance. He starts calculating weekly totals, yearly totals, even long-term totals. And he does it with the seriousness of a man planning a business strategy, not a man staring at accidental change. Edith tries to bring him back to basic morality. It isn't theirs, so they shouldn't spend it. Archie, with his special talent for turning a wrong idea into a confident speech, insists the right thing to do is spend it. He frames it as destiny, as opportunity, as something that would be foolish to throw away. The comedy lands because both of them are consistent. Edith is consistent in conscience. Archie is consistent in self-justification. And Gloria and Mike are consistent in calling out hypocrisy when they see it, even if they can't fully stop the train once Archie is rolling. The quarter storyline turns into a miniature moral trial inside the living room. Not because the money is huge, but because it reveals character. A person's integrity isn't tested only by giant sums. Sometimes it's tested by small, ridiculous envelopes that arrive again and again until you either confess or rationalize. Just when you think the household can't get more chaotic, the third threat arrives: bureaucracy. Archie gets tangled in an administrative error that is so extreme it becomes surreal. He's mistakenly declared dead because of a digit error. At first, it's played for darkly comic disbelief. Archie isn't dead in a normal sense. Obviously, he's standing right there, complaining as usual, but in the world of systems and lists and offices, he has been processed as if he no longer exists. The result is a cascade of consequences that feel both absurd and uncomfortably plausible. Sympathy cards show up, salespeople circle like vultures, and Edith gets approached like a widow who should consider selling the house because, according to someone's file, her husband is gone. Archie's reaction is pure Archie, outrage mixed with wounded pride. It's not just inconvenient, it's insulting. He feels erased by a machine, reduced to a number that can be flipped by mistake. The house becomes a staging ground for phone calls, complaints, and Archie's growing paranoia about machines talking to machines. Mike tries to frame it intellectually. This is what happens when systems treat humans like data, when identity becomes a record that can be misfiled. Archie doesn't want the philosophy. He wants the correction, the proof, the official confirmation that he is alive, as if his own breathing isn't enough unless a letter says so. And that's the genius of this stretch. It stacks three kinds of conflict that all revolve around the same theme: control. Archie wants control over his home and who enters it. He wants control over money, even if it arrives by mistake. And he wants control over his own identity in a world where paperwork can declare him something he isn't. Each storyline hits him in a different place, but all of them challenge his belief that being loud and certain is the same as being in charge. By the end of this arc, the audience is left with a house that feels like a living organism, always reacting, always adapting, always one knock at the door away from a new crisis. Archie remains Archie, but the situations keep exposing him, sometimes as stubborn, sometimes as small, sometimes unexpectedly vulnerable. Edith remains the moral center, not because she's perfect, but because she keeps choosing decency when decency is inconvenient. Gloria and Mike keep pushing, sometimes annoying, sometimes necessary, acting like the conscience Archie refuses to carry on his own. In the neighborhood, through the Jeffersons and through the faceless offices on the phone, keeps reminding the bunkers that the world outside their front door is changing, whether Archie approves or not.
In the mid-1970s, the social fabric of a neighborhood in Queens, New York, serves as a profound case study for the criminal psychologist and the detective novelist alike. We begin our observation with the nostalgic echoes of a time when songs by Glenn Miller filled the airwaves and society felt more structured, yet beneath that surface, a complex shift was occurring. One of the most significant events in this narrative involves a person named Beverly LaSalle, a professional performer whose life and subsequent passing highlight the dark motives of prejudice and the devastating impact of hate-motivated aggression. Beverly was a female impersonator, a talented individual who brought joy through art, yet who lived in a world where being different carried a high psychological and physical cost. From a criminal profiling perspective, the attack on Beverly was a crime of opportunity fueled by a deep-seated intolerance common in certain youth subcultures of that era. The motive was not financial gain, as the attackers were more interested in inflicting harm than stealing property, which indicates a psychological need for dominance and the venting of misplaced social frustration. The sophistication of the perpetrators was minimal. They were a group of young individuals using primitive weapons like a lead pipe, yet their lack of planning does not diminish the gravity of their actions. The key details that would lead a police investigator to such a group include the location of the attack near common transit points and the specific nature of the violence, which suggests a bias against the identity of the victim. To find such culprits quickly, law enforcement must cultivate deep ties within the local community to identify aggressive social groups before their behavior escalates. The lesson for us in this tragedy is the importance of empathy and the recognition that every individual deserves safety regardless of how they choose to present themselves to the world. We must learn to speak up for our neighbors and friends before silence turns into an invitation for tragedy. Moving from the streets to the domestic and commercial spheres, we analyze an incident involving a large corporation and a simple housewife named Edith Bunker. This case involves the psychology of manipulation in the advertising industry. The motive here was corporate profit, and the method was the exploitation of an honest person for the sake of a television commercial for a detergent called Sunny Suds. The representatives of the company saw in Edith an authentic voice that could sell their product, but they attempted to force her into a situation where she would have to lie about the quality of the soap. This highlights a moral transgression where the victim is not physically harmed, but is pressured to compromise her integrity for financial gain. The sophistication lies in the psychological tactics used by the advertising executives to make their requests seem normal and beneficial. However, the plan failed because they underestimated the strength of a person with a clear conscience. The lesson here is that our integrity is a valuable asset that should never be sold for any price, and that the truth remains the most powerful defense against manipulation. The narrative then shifts to a high-stakes environment during a professional football championship game at a local tavern. This event showcases a highly sophisticated armed robbery that was planned to coincide with a moment of maximum distraction for the victims. The perpetrators understood the psychology of the crowd, choosing the performance of the national anthem as the perfect time to initiate their takeover. They could know if they kept that patriotism and the focus on the television screen would lower the guard of every person in the room. The criminals used a tactic of psychological humiliation by forcing the men to remove their trousers, a method designed to delay any attempt at pursuit and to establish total control through embarrassment. The motive was purely financial, as they targeted the cash pool of $500 and the earnings of the bar, which exceeded $1,200. From an investigative standpoint, the keys to identifying these robbers include their knowledge of the specific timing of the game and their calm, methodical approach, which suggests they have performed similar crimes before. Law enforcement should look for a history of distraction-based robberies and monitor local fences for the stolen watches and jewelry. For business owners, the experience serves as a reminder to maintain security protocols even during celebrations and to never assume that a large crowd provides safety. Finally, we examine the social and psychological dynamics of aging through the story of an elderly relative named Iola. While not a crime in the legal sense, the attempt by her family to find reasons not to care for her represents a common social failure. The motive of the various relatives was convenience, as they used excuses such as high blood pressure or medical emergencies to avoid the responsibility of hosting an older family member. This analysis reveals the psychological toll of isolation on the elderly and the resilience required to maintain one's dignity in the face of rejection. Iola demonstrated this resilience by maintaining her own sense of agency and eventually finding a place where she was truly welcome. The lesson for the community is that we must value our elders not for their utility, but for their humanity and the wisdom they bring to our lives. In conclusion, these events in Queens provide a rich tapestry for understanding the human condition and the various forms that crime and conflict can take. Whether it is a violent attack born of prejudice, a corporate attempt at deception, a professional robbery, or the silent neglect of the elderly, the root causes often lie in a lack of respect for the individual. By analyzing these motives and methods, we can develop better strategies for protection and justice. Police officers must be trained to recognize the psychological markers of different types of criminals, from the impulsive youth to the professional thief. For the public, the path forward involves a commitment to honesty, a rejection of intolerance, and a vigilant awareness of the world around us. These stories remind us that justice is not duete about catching those who break the law, but about building a society where the law is no longer needed to protect us from one another. We must strive to be like the heroes of these stories who stand up for what is right, who remain honest under pressure, and who never lose their sense of compassion for their fellow human beings. This is the ultimate victory of good over evil, and the most important lesson we can take from the streets of our cities and the quiet rooms of our homes. The pursuit of justice is a continuous journey that requires both the logic of the investigator and the empathy of the storyteller to truly understand the heart of the matter. We must remember that every number from 1 to 1,000 represents a human life or a human story that deserves to be told with truth and respect. By learning from the past, we can hope to create a future where such tragedies are a distant memory and where every person can live in peace and security, knowing that they are valued and protected by their community and the law alike. This is the goal of our analysis and the hope of our narrative, to provide a clear path toward a more just and humane world for all. The sun rose over the quiet neighborhood of Queens and cast long shadows across the street of Hauser. Archie sat in the yellow wingback chair of his living room and stared at the television, which was not turned on. The events of the previous day weighed heavily on his mind because he had lost the money of the bar and the pride of his manhood during the robbery. As a professional investigator of the criminal mind, one must look at the two men who entered the tavern during the football game. The man who called himself Sam and his partner were not simple thieves of opportunity. They chose the time of the national anthem because they knew the attention of every person would be fixed on the screen. This shows a level of tactical planning and an understanding of social behavior. They used the element of surprise and psychological domination by forcing the men to remove their trousers. This act was designed to humiliate and to ensure that no one would chase them into the street. The motive was financial gain, but the method was one of total control. From this incident, we learn that security must be constant even during moments of celebration. The police were able to begin their search because Archie remembered the face of the man from a previous encounter near a jail in Kew Gardens. Memory is the greatest tool of the detective, and a sharp eye for detail can solve a case that seems hopeless. While Archie sat in his silence, Edith moved quietly in the kitchen. She was thinking of her friend Beverly LaSalle. The death of Beverly was a different kind of tragedy because it was born of hatred rather than greed. A group of young people had attacked Beverly and Michael because they saw someone who was different. The psychological profile of A to Z attackers often reveals a lack of empathy and a desire to feel powerful by hurting those they do not understand. Beverly had saved the life of Michael by tackling a man with a lead pipe but paid the ultimate price. The sophistication of those killers was low, but their impact was devastating. We must teach the community that diversity is not a threat and that compassion is the only cure for the sickness of intolerance. The lessons from the passing of Beverly are many. We must protect one another and speak up when we see the early signs of aggression in our youth. If the police are to find such criminals quickly, they must rely on the testimony of witnesses who are brave enough to stand for justice. In the days that followed, the Bunker household returned to a routine that was filled with the small struggles of daily life. Michael and Gloria faced the challenges of young parenthood and the pressure of a changing world. Michael was a man of books and ideas who often clashed with the rigid views of Archie. Their arguments were a reflection of the gap between generations. Work was a constant concern for Michael as he sought to provide for his wife and little Joey. He felt the weight of responsibility and the fear of failure. Gloria sought to find her own voice and to balance her love for her family with her desire for independence. Their love was a bond that held them together through every storm. Even when Archie grumbled about the presence of Michael in his house, the family remained a unit. The experience of Edith with the television commercial was another study in the pressure of the modern world. The advertising agency wanted her to lie about a detergent called Sunny Suds. They offered her $218 for a day of work, but they wanted her to say their brand was better when she knew the truth was different. The motive of the corporation was profit, and they saw Edith as a simple woman they could manipulate. However, the integrity of Edith was a force they did not expect. She could not bring herself to be dishonest because her conscience was her guide. This situation teaches us that the truth is more valuable than any amount of money. In business, the pursuit of success should never come at the cost of the human soul. The arrival of Aunt Iola brought another set of psychological questions to the home of the Bunkers. Iola was an elderly woman who found herself unwanted by her other relatives. The family members like Sidney and Emily used excuses of surgery and vacations to avoid their duty to care for her. This highlights the isolation that many older people feel in a society that values youth above all else. Archie did not want her to stay because he felt she invaded his privacy and corrected his language. Yet Iola was a woman of spirit who refused to be a burden. She eventually decided to go to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert, who welcomed her with an open heart. From Iola, we learn that aging does not mean a loss of value or life. Every person deserves a place where they are loved and respected. The journey of these characters shows the complexity of the human experience. We see the darkness of crime and the light of family love. We see the importance of standing for Vakep Hadate is right even when it is difficult. As an author of mystery, Mort find that the greatest secrets are often hidden in the hearts of ordinary people. The way we treat our neighbors and our families is the true measure of our character. The police find the truth by looking at the facts, but we find the meaning by looking at the emotions behind the facts. The story of the bunkers is a story of survival in a world that is often cold and confusing. They teach us that even in the face of robbery and loss, we must keep moving forward. We must value the people in our lives while they are with us. We must never take our safety for granted. We must always strive to be better than our prejudices. The investigation of the robbery at the bar continued for many weeks. The detectives looked for the man with the scar and the double scotches. They checked the pawn shops for the stolen watches and interviewed the patrons of the tavern. It was the persistence of the law that eventually brought the truth to light. Justice is a slow process, but it is a necessary one for the health of the community. In the end, the money was gone, but the spirit of the people remained. They gathered at the bar once more to watch the games and to share their lives. They were a community bound by common experiences and a shared history. The lessons of Hauser Street are the lessons of life itself. We must be vigilant, we must be honest, and we must be kind. These are the tools that will help us build a world that is safe for everyone. The story of Archie and Edith is a reminder that even the most different people can find a way to live together if they have love. We should look at every person we meet as a potential friend rather than a stranger. We should listen more and judge less. This is how to Vakep we prevent the tragedies that fill the newspapers and the files of the police. By understanding the mind of the criminal, we can protect the hearts of the innocent. By telling the stories of the victims, we ensure that they are never forgotten. This is the work of the writer and the work of the citizen. We must all be part of the solution. We must all work to ensure that justice is served for every person regardless of who they are. The sun set over Queens and the lights of the houses began to flicker on one by one. In the home of the bunkers, the family sat down to dinner and shared the events of their day. There was laughter and there was noise. There was the constant presence of love that no robber could ever steal. They were the bunkers and they were home. The night was peaceful and the street of Hauser was quiet once again. The cycle of life continued with all its joy and all its sorrow. We look to the future with hope and a commitment to the truth. This is the end of the script and the beginning of the next chapter in the lives of these people we have come to know so well. We must remember that every day is a gift and every person is a story. We should tell our stories Vakep Tahat pride and live our lives with purpose. This is the ultimate victory over the darkness of the world. We stand together and we move toward the light. The silence of the house on Hauser Street was heavy with the lingering scent of Archie Bunker's cheap cigars and the faint aroma of the lemon polish Edith used on the furniture. Archie sat in his yellow wingback chair and stared at the television screen. Vakep Agayat was currently dark, while his mind played back the chaotic events of the robbery that had stripped him of over $1,000 in earnings and his sense of security. As a criminal psychology expert would observe, the aftermath of such an event often leaves a person feeling violated in a way that goes far beyond the loss of physical property. The act of being forced to drop pants in front of his friends and neighbors was a calculated move by the perpetrators to strip Archie and the other men of their dignity. From a psychological perspective, this is a classic tactic used by predators to establish total dominance and ensure that the victims feel too ashamed to act as heroes or provide clear testimonies later. Archie adjusted his spectacles and sighed, which was a sound that carried the weight of a man who felt the world was moving too fast and leaving him behind in a cloud of dust and confusion. Edith emerged from the kitchen, and her footsteps were light and hesitant as she carried a tray with 2 cups of tea, hoping to coax her husband out of his gloomy reverie. She knew that Archie was mourning more than just the money, because he was mourning a sense of order that had been shattered by the 2 men who had invaded his place of business during the big game. The perpetrators, who called themselves Sam and his partner, were not merely impulsive thieves, but they displayed a level of sophistication in their timing. They chose the moment of the national anthem, when the attention of the crowd was fixed on the screen, and their sense of communal respect was at its highest. This moment of maximum distraction allowed the criminals to seize control with minimal resistance. To catch such offenders quickly, the police must look for patterns of behavioral manipulation and check local records for similar incidents where psychological humiliation was used as a tool for crowd control. Memory is the sharpest weapon of the detective, and Archie's ability to remember the face of one of the men from a past encounter near a jail was the first major break in the case. Across the street, the sounds of the neighborhood continued with children shouting and cars rumbling, but inside the Bunker household, the atmosphere was one of quiet contemplation as they both thought about the friends they had lost and the uncertain future that lay ahead. The death of Beverly LaSalle still sat like a cold stone in Edith's heart, and it was a reminder that the world could be a cruel place for those who were perceived as different. Beverly was a gentle soul and a talented performer who had been targeted by a group of young individuals fueled by prejudice and a lack of empathy. The motive for the attack on Beverly was not robbery, but it was a crime of hate designed to punish them for their identity. From an investigative standpoint, these types of crimes are often committed by groups of young males seeking to prove their status within a peer group through aggression. The key to preventing such tragedies lies in early intervention and community education to foster tolerance and understanding. Edith often wondered if she could have done more to protect the person who had once saved the life of her son-in-law Michael during a dangerous confrontation. Gloria and Michael were upstairs in their own part of the house, and they were trying to quiet little Joey, who was teething and restless, while their voices were hushed as they debated their overkept plans for the future. Michael was feeling the immense pressure of his studies and the looming reality of providing for a family in an economy that seemed as unstable as a house of cards. Gloria tried to balance her roles as a mother and a woman who wanted to make her own mark on the world through her work at the community center. The tension between the generations was always present, and it was like a low hum of disagreement that could flare into a roar at any moment, usually triggered by a comment from Archie about the state of the nation or the length of Michael's hair. Archie finally took a sip of his tea and grumbled that it was too lukewarm, which was a sign that he was beginning to return to his usual self, and this brought a small measure of relief to Edith. She began to tell him about a dream she had where they were all back in the old days before the robberies and the heartache, but Archie just waved her off and told her to stifle herself because he wanted to listen to the news. The news was rarely good, and it was filled with stories of strikes and scandals that only served to reinforce Archie's belief that the country needed a strong leader to bring back the values of the past. He thought about his friend Barney and wondered how he was holding up after the robbery, knowing that Barney was likely at the bar trying to drink away the memory of the cold steel of a pistol. Life went on in Queens as a repetitive cycle of work and worry punctuated by small moments of joy, like when Joey finally fell asleep or when the sun hit the porch just right in the late afternoon. Archie decided he would go down to the bar later to see Harry and discuss the insurance claim, though he knew the paperwork would be a nightmare and the payout would likely be less than what was stolen. He stood up and stretched his back, and he felt every one of his 53 years as he looked around the living room at the family he complained about but could not live without. Edith watched him, and her eyes were full of a simple and profound love that Archie rarely acknowledged but deeply relied upon to keep his world spinning. They were a family bound by blood and bickering, and they were navigating the complexities of the 1970s with a mixture of stubbornness and hope. As the evening shadows lengthened, the house settled into a familiar routine, and the clinking of dishes and the murmur of the television provided a backdrop to the ongoing drama of their lives. Michael came downstairs and joined them, and he looked tired but determined, and for once he and Archie did not immediately descend into an argument. Instead, they shared a moment of silence as they Bayotay hat looked at the empty spot where Aunt Iola used to sit before she moved to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert. The departure of Iola had left a vacuum in the house, and it was a reminder that people come and go, leaving behind memories of knitted sweaters and advice on how to pick the perfect pineapple. Archie thought about what Iola had said about him, needing to change his ways or end up alone, and for a fleeting second he wondered if there was any truth to it before he pushed the thought away and asked Edith when dinner would be ready. The cycle of Hauser Street was a testament to the resilience of the human spirit, and it was a story of ordinary people trying to find their way through extraordinary times with nothing but their wits and each other. Every day brought a new challenge and a new reason to complain, and a new opportunity to show that despite all the noise and the anger, there was a core of decency that could not be shaken. The resilience of the family was written in the lines on their faces and the stories they told around the dinner table, which was a narrative of survival and love that transcended the headlines of the day. Archie looked at the photograph of Joey and felt a pang of something that might have been hope, because he wanted to see the boy grow up in a world that was safer than the one he was currently living in. He knew he would have to work harder and perhaps complain even louder to make that happen, and he was prepared to do just that in his own unique and exasperating way. The night grew darker and the neighborhood grew quieter as the everyday march into the future continued. Each character had their own burden to carry, from Gloria's search for identity to Michael's quest for social justice, and they all met at the intersections of the living room rug. It was a place of conflict and a place of sanctuary, and a microcosm of the human experience played out in 3 acts every single day. They were the bunkers, and they were home, and despite the robberies and the losses, they remained standing against the tide of change. The investigation into the robbery at the bar eventually led to the arrest of the 2 men because the police used the detailed descriptions provided by the patrons to track them down in a nearby borough. It was discovered that the men had a history of targeted robberies in neighborhood taverns, and they used the same psychological tactics to intimidate their victims. The lesson for the community was to remain vigilant and to support one another in the face of criminal activity. For Archie, the recovery of some of the money was a small victory, but the real gain was the realization that his friends and family were what truly mattered. Edith continued her volunteer work, and her kindness remained a beacon for those who were struggling in the community. She never forgot Beverly, and she made sure that the memory of Billy's bravery was shared with Joey as he grew older. The story of the bunkers is one of persistence and the power of the human heart to overcome even the most difficult of circumstances. They were the residents of 704 Hauser Street, and their lives were a reflection of the strength and the struggle of the people of Queens. As the months passed, the house saw new arguments and new celebrations, and the bonds of family were tested and strengthened. Michael eventually graduated and found a position that allowed him to provide for his family, and this eased some of the tension in the household. Gloria became a leader in her local advocacy group, and she worked to ensure that the streets were safer for everyone. Archie continued to hold court in his chair, and his voice was a constant presence in the house as he shared his opinions with anyone who would listen. Edith was the glue that held them all together, and her wisdom was often found in the simplest of gestures. The world outside continued to change with new technologies and shifting social norms, but the bunker house remained a place where tradition and progress met in a constant and lively dialogue. It was a home filled with life and love, and it was a testament to the fact that even in a world that can be cold and cruel, there is always a place for warmth and compassion. The cycle of life continued on Hauser Street, and each day was a new chapter in the story of a family that refused to give up. They were the survivors and the dreamers and the everyday heroes of their own lives, and they lived each day with a sense of purpose and a commitment to each other. The legacy of their time in Queens would live on in the memories of those who knew them and in the stories they left behind for future generations. The sun would rise again over the neighborhood, and the lights of the houses would flicker on, and the story of the bunkers would continue in the hearts of all who call this place home. The winter wind howled across the porch of the house on Hauser Street as Archie Bunker sat in his chair, staring at the darkened television screen. He was thinking about the day he lost his pride and his money to the 2 men who turned his bar into a scene of quiet desperation. As an analyst of the criminal mind, I can see that the trauma Archie experienced was not just about the $1,200 taken from the cash register and the customers. It was the psychological weight of being forced to drop his pants, a tactical maneuver used by the robbers to ensure no one would chase them into the cold streets. This technique is a form of power assertion that leaves a lasting scar on the ego of a man like Archie, who sees himself as the protector of his domain. Edith moved quietly in the kitchen, her heart still heavy from the loss of Beverly LaSalle, the kind performer who gave his life to save Michael. The motive for that crime was far darker than greed. It was born of a deep-seated intolerance that plagued society. Michael, whom Archie often called Meathead, walked into the living room and saw his father-in-law in a state of rare contemplation. Michael carried the weight of survivor guilt, knowing that he was the intended target of the group with the lead pipe. Yet it was Beverly who stood in the gap. Gloria joined them, her eyes reflecting the stress of raising little Joey in a world that felt increasingly unsafe and unpredictable. She worked hard to keep the peace between the 2 men she loved, though their ideological battles often shook the very foundations of the home. Archie finally spoke, his voice grumbling about the price of gas and the lack of decent leadership in Washington. He missed the days of Glenn Miller and a simpler social order where he knew exactly where he stood. The investigation into the robbery at the bar had gone cold, despite Archie having recognized one of the suspects from a previous encounter near a jail. The criminal sophistication of those men was low, yet their timing was perfect. Choosing the national anthem during the Super Bowl to commit their act, they relied on the distraction of the crowd, a classic psychological tactic to minimize resistance. Meanwhile, Edith reflected on her brief brushes with the world of fame, such as the time she was asked to do a commercial for Sunny Suds detergent. She could not bring herself to lie about the product, even for $218, because her moral compass was unyielding. This honesty was her greatest strength, though Archie often saw it as a weakness in a world that rewarded the shifty and the loud. Daily life in Queens continued with its usual rhythms of work and family struggle. Archie went to the bar every day, but he found himself watching the door more than the game. He began to suspect every new face that walked in a sign of post-traumatic hypervigilance. Harry, his partner at the bar, tried to encourage him to move on, but the loss of the money and the humiliation lingered. Barney remained a loyal friend, though his presence often reminded Archie of the night they all stood in their underwear. Michael struggled with his studies, finding it hard to focus on sociology when the real world felt so broken. He and Gloria had long talks late at night about whether they should move out and find a place of their own, but the financial reality of the 1970s kept them anchored to Hawser Street. Gloria took a part-time job at a local store to help with the bills, which only added to the tension as Archie believed a woman should stay home. Yet Edith supported her daughter, seeing the strength Gloria possessed. The family also had to contend with the memories of relatives like Aunt Iola, who had stayed with them briefly. Iola was a reminder of the aging process and the way society often pushes the elderly to the margins. Archie had wanted her gone, yet when she finally left for Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert, the house felt a little emptier. The psychological dynamics of the Bunker household were a microcosm of the national struggle between tradition and change. Archie represented the old guard, fearful of a changing landscape, while Michael and Gloria represented the push for a more inclusive and just future. Edith was the bridge, the empathetic heart that tried to understand both sides. She spent her days caring for little Joey, hoping that the boy would grow up in a world where people were judged by their character and not their differences. The robbery at the bar had a ripple effect through the neighborhood. Other shopkeepers began to install more locks and metal bars, a physical manifestation of the growing fear. From a criminology perspective, this change in the environment can sometimes deter impulsive crimes, but can also create a fortress mentality that isolates neighbors from one another. Archie found himself arguing with the insurance company, which refused to pay the full claim for the stolen cash pool. This added to his resentment of institutions and his feeling that the little guy was always being squeezed. Work at the bar became a grind, with Archie complaining about the cost of pretzels and the low quality of the scotch. He often thought about the $500 that was supposed to go to the winner of the football pool, feeling a sense of responsibility for the loss, even though he had been a victim himself. Michael tried to help Archie see that the robbers were products of a failing social system, but Archie would have none of it, preferring to believe in clear lines of good and evil. Love was the quiet force that kept the family together. Gloria and Michael had their disagreements, but their devotion to Joey was absolute. They spent weekends in the park, trying to give the boy a sense of peace amidst the noise of the city. Edith continued her volunteer work, helping those even less fortunate than herself. She often thought about Beverly LaSalle and the tragedy that occurred just because someone was different. It made her more determined to be kind to everyone she met. The lessons to be learned from these events are clear. For the police, the key to catching suspects like the bar robbers is to look for those who use psychological tactics of humiliation, as it suggests a specific type of criminal personality. For the community, the best defense is to stay connected and look out for one another, as isolation only makes individuals more vulnerable. Archie Bunker may have been a man of many prejudices, but his life showed the struggle of a common man trying to make sense of a world that no longer felt like home. The house on Hawser Street remained a place of conflict, but also a place of growth. As the years passed, the characters moved through the challenges of the era, from economic recession to social upheaval. They were ordinary people living through extraordinary times, their stories a testament to the resilience of the human spirit. Archie eventually found a way to laugh about the robbery, though he never forgot the lesson of the locked door. Edith continued to be the soul of the family, her gentle nature a constant in a shifting world. Michael and Gloria grew into their roles as parents and citizens, carrying the lessons of their time with Archie into their own future. The memory of Beverly LaSalle lived on in their hearts, a reminder of the cost of hatred and the value of a single life. And so life in Queensville kept on with the sun rising and setting over the rooftops while the Bunker family continued their journey one day at a time. The complexity of their interactions provided a rich field for analysis, showing that even in the most stubborn minds there is a capacity for love and change. The criminal elements that brushed against their lives were a shadow, but the light of their family bond was always stronger. As a novelist, I see their story as a great American drama filled with wit, pathos, and the enduring search for justice and belonging. Every argument at the dinner table was a step toward understanding, and every challenge faced was a lesson in survival. They were the Bunkers, and their house was a home. The heavy silence in the Bunker household on 704 Hauser Street was a thick and tangible thing following the events of the robbery that had stripped Archie Bunker of both his earnings and his dignity. Archie sat in his yellow wingback chair and stared at the television, which remained dark as he contemplated the fragility of his world. As a criminal psychologist analyzing the state of affairs at the bar, one can see that the perpetrators were not mere opportunists, but individuals who understood the rhythm of social distraction. The motive was clearly the acquisition of fast liquid capital, but the cause was a deeper lack of social cohesion in the urban landscape of Queens. The key details that a detective must focus on include the timing of the heist, which took place precisely during the national anthem of the Super Bowl. This choice shows a level of sophistication because the criminals knew that patriotism and the ritual of the sport would create a psychological blind spot for the patrons. They used a technique of mass humiliation by forcing the men to remove their trousers, which is a classic power move designed to ensure that no one would pursue them into the street due to extreme embarrassment. To track such suspects, the police should investigate individuals with a history of crimes involving public shaming or those who have worked in service industries where they could observe the flow of large cash pools. The lesson for the community is that vigilance must never waver even during moments of shared joy, and that the safety of a neighborhood bar depends on a collective eye rather than just a locked door. Meanwhile, Edith Bunker moved about the kitchen with a quiet grace as she prepared a simple meal for her family. Her mind often wandered to the memory of Beverly LaSalle, whose tragic passing at the hands of a violent gang remained a dark cloud over her heart. The psychology of that attack was rooted in the toxic nature of prejudice, where the attackers sought to destroy what they did not understand. It was a crime of hate that serves as a grim reminder that intolerance can escalate into lethal violence if not addressed by the community. For the police, the search for such groups involves monitoring local radicalized youth and understanding the geography of territory where these gangs operate. Edith believed in the inherent goodness of people, and her struggle to reconcile this belief with the murder of her friend was a testament to her strength. Her love for Archie remained the steady anchor of the house, even when he grumbled about the lukewarm tea or the changing times. Michael and Gloria sat on the porch and talked about their future in hushed tones. As little Joey slept inside, Michael was buried in his sociology books, and he tried to find academic explanations for the chaos that had touched their lives. He believed that poverty and lack of education were the primary drivers of crime, while Gloria argued that the lack of empathy was a more significant factor. Their love was a bridge between two different ways of looking at the world, and it was often tested by the friction of living under Archie's roof. Michael felt the pressure of his upcoming exams and the need to provide for his family, which caused him many sleepless nights. He often walked the neighborhood at night and watched the police cruisers go by, and he wondered if there was a way to create a society where such violence was obsolete. Work for Archie was a repetitive cycle at the loading dock where the labor was hard and the pay was never enough to satisfy his desires. He often complained about the union and the foreman, but his primary fear was being replaced by a younger man or a machine. This economic anxiety fueled his outbursts and his resentment of the newcomers in the neighborhood. The psychological profile of Archie Bunker reveals a man who is terrified of becoming irrelevant in a world that no longer speaks his language. His obsession with the past and men like Herbert Hoover was a defense mechanism against the uncertainty of the future. For the police, the experience of Archie as a witness was valuable but complicated by his biases. A good detective must filter out the personal prejudices of a witness to find the objective truth hidden beneath the anger. The search for the bar robbers went on for months, and it required the police to use undercover agents and informants in the local gambling rings. They eventually found a lead when one of the suspects attempted to use one of the stolen watches at a pawn shop in Brooklyn. This shows that criminals often trip over their own greed and that the persistence of law enforcement is the only way to ensure justice. As the seasons changed, the Bunker family faced new challenges in their daily lives. There was the time when Gloria considered taking a job at a department store to help with the bills, which sparked a fierce debate about the role of women in the workforce. Archie believed that a woman belonged in the home, while Michael supported the independence of his wife. These conflicts were a microcosm of the cultural shifts happening across America, and they were played out every night over the dinner table. The psychological growth of Gloria was evident as she learned to stand her ground and demand respect for her choices. Through all of this, Edith was the mediator who used her simple wisdom to keep the peace. She understood that love was not about agreeing on everything, but about showing up for each other when things got difficult. She often spent her afternoons at the community center helping the elderly, and her empathy was a shining light in a neighborhood that could sometimes be cold and indifferent. She remembered the lessons taught by Aunt Iola about the importance of staying active and having a purpose in 1S later years. Iola had found her happiness in Buffalo with her friend Herbert, and this gave Edith hope that everyone could find their own version of peace. The story of the Bunker family is one of resilience and the messy reality of human connection. It teaches us that justice is not duete about catching the bad guys, but about building a community where people feel safe and valued. The police can find suspects faster if they build trust with the residents, and if the citizens are willing to look out for one another without fear. The sophistication of the modern criminal requires a more sophisticated approach to policing and a commitment to address the root causes of social unrest. As Archie sat in his chair and watched the world through his window, he realized that even if he could not stop the changes, he could still find comfort in the people who shared his home. His love for Edith was unspoken but deep, and it was the one thing that no robber could ever take from him. The daily lives of the characters were filled with small moments of joy and frustration that together formed the tapestry of the human experience. There were celebrations of birthdays and the first steps of little Joey and the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. The lessons learned from the crimes they witnessed were integrated into their lives as they became more aware of the importance of kindness and the value of truth. The mystery of why people do what they do remained a central theme for Michael as he continued his studies, and it served as a motivation for him to become a better man and a better father. Gloria found her voice and her strength, and she became a beacon for other women in the neighborhood who were seeking to improve their lives. Together they moved forward into the unknown with a sense of hope and a commitment to the values that mattered most. The house on Hauser Street was more than just a building. It was a testament to the power of family and the endurance of the human spirit in the face of adversity. The streets of Queens continued to buzz with life, and the memories of those who had passed were honored by the actions of those who remained. Justice was served, and the lessons of the past were used to build a better future for everyone. In the end, the story was not about the money that was lost or the fear that was felt, but about the love that remained and the hope that never faded. Archie, Edith, Michael, and Gloria were the survivors of their own history, and they stood together against the tide of time with a courage that was quiet but unbreakable. The city around them never slept, and the challenges never stopped coming, but they had Ia Jehad Other, and that was more than enough to see them through the darkest nights. Every day was a new opportunity to learn and to grow and to prove that even in a world filled with complexity, the simplest truths were the ones that mattered most. They lived their lives with a sense of purpose and a dedication to the people they loved, and they left a legacy of strength and compassion for the generations that would follow. The silence in the house was no longer heavy but peaceful as the Bunkers settled into the rhythm of a life well lived. They were a family in every sense of the word, and their story was a reflection of the heart of America. The streets of Queens were quiet as the sun dipped below the skyline of New York and cast long shadows over the house on Hauser Street where Archie Bunker sat in his yellow wingback chair and stared at the dark television screen. The weight of the events from the previous weeks hung heavy in the air because the loss of the money from the bar robbery was only surpassed by the deep sense of humiliation Archie felt when he was forced to stand in his underwear in front of his friends and neighbors. From the perspective of a criminal psychologist, it is clear that the two men who committed the robbery used psychological dominance to ensure their escape, and they understood that stripping the men of their dignity would create a barrier of shame that would delay any pursuit. Archie adjusted his spectacles and sighed because he could still feel the cold draft on his legs and the laughter of the neighborhood that seemed to echo in his mind whenever he walked down the street. Edith moved quietly in the kitchen, and she hummed a soft tune while she polished the wooden table because she wanted to create a sense of normalcy for her family after the tragedy of Beverly LaSalle. The death of Beverly was a profound shock to the household, and it served as a dark case study in the motives of hate crimes, where the perpetrators seek to destroy what they do not understand or they perceive as a threat to their narrow view of the world. Beverly had saved the life of Michael by tackling a man with a lead pipe, and this act of bravery was the final testament of a person who lived vacate to hack grace in a world that was often unkind to those who were different. Michael, whom Archie often called Meathead, sat on the porch and looked out at the sidewalk where he and Beverly had been jumped by the gang. His mind was filled with the details of the investigation, and he wondered if the police would ever truly find the group of young men who had taken a life for no reason other than ignorance. Gloria joined her husband on the porch, and she reached for his hand to offer comfort because she knew that he carried a heavy burden of guilt for surviving while Beverly did not. Their love was a steady force in the middle of the storm, and they often talked late into the night about the importance of teaching little Joey to be kind and to value the humanity in every person they met. The daily life of the Bunker family continued with its usual rhythms of work and struggle, but there was a new layer of vigilance in everything they did. Archie went to the bar every day, and he watched the door with a sharp eye for any stranger who might be looking for trouble, because he knew that the key to catching a criminal was often found in the small details of their behavior. He talked with Harry and Barney about the insurance claim for the stolen $500 from the football pool, and he grumbled about the way the company treated the little guy. Work at the loading dock was hard, and the pay was never enough to cover the rising costs of living in the 1970s, but Archie found a sense of pride in his labor, even as he complained about the changing world. Edith spent her afternoons volunteering at the community center, and she often thought about the Sunny Suds commercial that she had turned Deove kept no because she refused to lie about the quality of the detergent. She knew that her honesty was worth more than the $218 they had offered her, and she felt a sense of peace knowing that she had remained true to her conscience. The story of the Bunker family is a narrative of resilience and the enduring power of family bonds in the face of adversity, and it highlights the complex psychological dynamics of a generation caught between the traditions of the past and the uncertainty of the future. When Auntie Ola had stayed with them, she had brought a different kind of energy to the house, and her departure for Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert left a quiet space that was filled with memories of knitted sweaters and advice on how to pick a ripe pineapple. Archie had often clashed Hatiola over her corrections of his English and her presence in the bathroom at inconvenient times, but in his heart he knew that she was a woman of spirit who deserved respect. The investigation into the bar robbery eventually led the police to a lead in a nearby borough where a man matching the description of the one Archie had seen near the jail was spotted trying to sell a stolen watch. The persistence of the law enforcement officers was a reminder that justice is often a slow process that requires patience and a commitment to following every clue, no matter how small it may seem. To prevent such crimes in the future, the community must learn to look out for one another and to report any suspicious activity before it escalates into violence. The psychological profile of the robbers suggested that they were professionals who relied on distraction and the exploitation of public events like the Super Bowl to commit their crimes. In the home on Hawser Street, the conversations over dinner were often loud and filled with disagreement, as Michael and Archie debated the social causes of crime and the role of the government in protecting the citizens. Michael believed that education and social programs were the answer, while Archie remained convinced that a strong hand and the values of men like Herbert Hoover were the only way to restore order. Despite their differences, they were a family that remained united by their shared experiences and their commitment to one another. The love between Archie and Edith was a quiet and steady thing that survived the pressures of financial loss and the grief of losing a friend. Edith often looked at Moaf Archie and saw the man who had worked hard all his life to provide for her, and she knew that his gruff exterior was a shield against a world that he no longer understood. Little Joey grew bigger every day, and his presence in the house was a constant source of joy and a reminder of the future they were all working to build. As the weeks turned into months, the memories of the robbery and the loss of Beverly began to fade, but the lessons they learned remained a part of their daily lives. The Bunker family showed that even in the face of tragedy and fear, it is possible to find strength in the support of those you love and to move forward with hope. The story of their journey through the challenges of Queens in the 1970s is a testament to the human spirit and the enduring quest for justice and compassion. They were the Bunkers, and they were home, and every day was a new chapter in their ongoing narrative of survival and love. As a novelist and an analyst, I find that the greatest mysteries are not always found in the shadows of the street, but in the hearts of the people who live there. By understanding the motives and the fears that drive our actions, we can begin to build a world that is safer and more inclusive for everyone. The police find the suspects by looking at the facts, but we find the truth by looking at the people, and the Bunker family gave us a wealth of truth to contemplate. Their lives were a mix of humor and heartache, and they remind us that even the most ordinary moments can be filled with deep meaning if we take the time to look closely. The night was peaceful on Hawser Street, and the lights of the houses flickered like stars in the dark as the Bunker family settled into sleep and dreamed of a tomorrow where justice was served and every person was valued for who they were. This is the legacy of their story and the reason we continue to tell it with respect and empathy for all the characters involved in this complex drama of life in the city. The evening shadows stretched across the living room of the Bunker residence like the long fingers of a thief reaching for a forgotten coin. Archie Bunker sat in the chair that he claimed as his throne, his eyes fixed on the television screen that remained dark and silent as if mourning the loss of the simplicity of the past. The mind of a criminal psychologist would see a man whose environment was shifting too fast for his internal map to follow. The robbery at the bar during the football game had left a scar on the psyche of Archie that was deeper than any physical wound. It was a calculated act of power by the two men who had invaded the tavern, and their choice to force the patrons to remove their trousers was a specific psychological tactic meant to induce shame and prevent immediate pursuit. The man who called himself Sam understood that by stripping the men of their dignity, he was also stripping them of their ability to act as witnesses or heroes in the moments following the crime. As a novelist of the dark streets, I see this as the classic struggle between the predator and the pride. Edith moved in the kitchen with a soft and rhythmic pace as she prepared the evening meal, her heart still heavy from the departure of her Aunt Iola, who had headed toward Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert. The house felt quieter, and the absence of the voice of the old lady was a reminder of the fleeting nature of family connections. Edith often thought of her friend Beverly LaSalle, whose life had been taken by a gang of young men in a senseless act of violence. The murder of Beverly was not a crime of profit, but a crime of fear and ignorance, a dark stain on the neighborhood that reflected the growing intolerance of a changing world. The group of attackers had used a lead pipe to strike down a person who had done nothing but show kindness and bravery by saving the life of Michael during an earlier confrontation. The psychology of the mob is a terrifying thing where individual responsibility vanishes and is replaced by a collective hunger for destruction. To find such killers, the police must look into the broken homes and the abandoned playgrounds where the seeds of such hatred are often planted. Michael and Gloria sat on the porch steps and watched the sun go down over the rooftops of Queens. Michael was thinking about his studies and the weight of the sociology books that sat on the table inside. He felt the burden of being a man who understood the theoretical causes of crime such as poverty and systemic failure, but who was powerless to stop the violence when it touched his own family. His love for Gloria was the one steady thing in a world of shifting sand. They talked about the future of little Joey and whether they could ever afford a house of their own where the arguments with Archie would not echo through the hallways. Gloria was a woman of strength who sought to find her own place in the world away from the shadow of the traditional expectations of her father. She worked at the local store and felt the gaze of the customers, some who looked with kept to hot kindness and others who looked with the same suspicion that Archie held for anyone new. In the bar, the atmosphere was thick with the smell of stale beer and the quiet talk of men who had seen too much. Archie returned to the tavern, but he found that he kept his eyes on the door more than the game. The loss of his lucky dollar was a symbolic blow that haunted him. He discussed the insurance claim with Harry, and he grumbled about the way the corporations always found a way to squeeze the little man. The investigation into the robbery had reached a standstill because the police were overwhelmed by the rising tide of crime in the city. A professional investigator would suggest that the key to finding Sam and his partner lay in the pawn shops of the other boroughs where the stolen watches would eventually surface. Criminals are often creatures of habit, and the one who ordered the double scotch was likely a man who frequented similar establishments in Brooklyn or the Bronx. Life on Hauser Street continued with the small details of existence that made up the human experience. There was the time Edith found a stray kitten on the porch and tried to convince Archie to let it stay, but he argued that the house was already full of enough mouths to feed. He eventually gave in when he saw Edith crying, showing that beneath the armor of his prejudice, there was still a heart that could be moved by the simple goodness of his wife. The daily work at the loading dock was a grind that wore down the body of Archie, but he took pride in the fact that he never missed a day. He saw himself as the backbone of the nation, a man who pulled his own weight and expected everyone else to do the same. The memory of the commercial for Sunny Suds detergent was a source of quiet reflection for Edith. She had been offered $218 to lie and say that the soap was the best, but she could not do it because her soul was not for sale. This simple act of honesty was a light in the darkness, and it showed that even in a world of advertising and greed, the truth still had a home in the heart of Edith Bunker. As a writer, I find that the most compelling mysteries are not about the identity of the killer, but about the strength of the human spirit when it is tested by the mundane temptations of life. The relationship between Michael and Archie was a constant battlefield of ideas. They argued about the war and the economy and the rights of the individual. Michael believed in the progress of the future, while Archie clung to the memories of the past and the ghost of Herbert Hoover. Yet when the pipes in the basement burst, they worked together in the cold water to fix the leak, proving that when the survival of the home was at stake, the differences of the mind were secondary to the needs of the family. The silence after a long argument was often filled by the sound of little Joey laughing, a sound that reminded them both why they stayed in the house together. The police eventually made an arrest in the case of the gang that killed Beverly LaSalle. It was a young man from a few blocks away whose own mother turned him in after she found the lead pipe hidden under his bed. This was a tragedy within a tragedy, showing that the path of crime often destroys the family of the criminal as well as the victim. The psychological profile of the youth showed a deep desire for belonging that had been twisted into violence. The lesson for the community was that to prevent such murders, we must provide a better way for the young to feel important. As the years passed, the neighborhood of Queens continued to change. New families moved in and the old faces began to fade. The house on Hauser Street remained a fortress of the Bunker family, a place where the drama of the American dream was played out in the small rooms. Archie grew older and his hair grew thinner, but his voice remained as loud as ever. Edith stayed by his side, her kindness a constant shield against the harshness of the world. Gloria and Michael eventually found their own way and moved to a house with a yard for Joey, but they returned every Sunday for dinner. The story of these people was not one of great heroes, but of ordinary souls who faced the mysteries of life with a mixture of fear and hope. In the end, justice was found in the quiet moments of love and the persistence of the truth in a world that often preferred the lie. This is the ultimate lesson of the criminal analyst and the novelist alike, that the human heart is the greatest mystery of all, and its capacity for redemption is the only light that can truly banish the shadows. The atmosphere in the house on 704 Hauser Street was thick with the scent of old memories and the faint, lingering smell of Archie Bunker-esque cigars, which he smoked while staring at the yellow chair that had become his throne. As an analyst of criminal behavior, one must look at the robbery at the bar not just as a loss of $1,200, but as a deliberate psychological assault intended to paralyze the victims through shame. The two men who orchestrated the heist, especially the one who called himself Sam, displayed a cynical sophistication by forcing the patrons to drop their trousers, thereby ensuring that no one would dare chase them into the public street while exposed. This tactic reveals a perpetrator who understands social taboo and uses it as a tactical advantage, suggesting a criminal who likely has a history of interpersonal domination or perhaps a background in low-level psychological manipulation. To catch such individuals quickly, the police must look for patterns of ritualistic humiliation in previous robbery reports, as this specific behavior is a signature that distinguishes them from common thieves who merely seek cash. The motive was financial gain, yet the method was an exercise in power, reflecting a desire to see others lowered to a state of helplessness. The lesson for the community here is that security is not about locks and bars, but about maintaining a presence of mind even when faced with sudden threats. In the quiet moments following the incident, Edith Bunker found herself reflecting on the deep kindness of her friend Beverly LaSalle, whose life was taken in a senseless act of violence. The murder of Beverly was a crime of hate, a dark manifestation of intolerance where the attackers sought to destroy what they did not understand. Beverly was targeted simply because she was different, yet her final act was one of extreme bravery when she tackled an attacker to save the life of Michael. The psychological motive for such hate crimes is often a desperate need for the perpetrator to feel superior by dehumanizing another person. The cause of Edith's tragedies is the lack of empathy and the presence of toxic prejudice within the youth who carried out the attack with a lead pipe. For the police to find these culprits faster, they must foster better communication within marginalized communities and identify aggressive social circles that boast about their intolerance. The life lesson we must take away is that every individual has worth, and true courage is found in the protection of others, regardless of the differences that may exist between us. Daily life for Gloria and Michael became a balance of processing this trauma while navigating the challenges of young parenthood. Michael, whom Archie often called Meathead, struggled with the weight of survivor guilt after Beverly saved his life. He threw himself into his studies with a renewed intensity, hoping to understand the sociological roots of the violence that had touched their lives. Gloria worked hard to keep the peace in the household, often acting as a bridge between the rigid views of her father and the progressive ideals of her husband. Their love was tested by the financial strain of the era, yet it remained a source of strength that allowed them to care for little Joy Kipitehat, hope for a better future. Work was difficult to find for a student like Michael, and the tension in the house often flared when Archie complained about the cost of groceries and the state of the economy. Edith's experience with the television commercial for Sunny Suds detergent provides a fascinating study in moral integrity versus corporate greed. She was offered $218 for a single day of work, which was a significant sum at the time, but the requirement was that she must lie about the quality of the soap. The advertising executives tried to manipulate her, assuming that a simple housewife would prioritize money over truth. However, Edith's conscience was unyielding, and her refusal to participate in a dishonest campaign serves as a powerful example of individual ethics. The motive of the corporation was profit at any cost, but Edith proved that the human soul is not for sale. This teaches us that our personal values are the only thing we truly own, and we must defend them against those who would ask us to compromise for a quick gain. The situation with Aunt Iola further highlighted the complex of elder care and family responsibility. Many relatives used convenient excuses like high blood pressure or vacations to avoid taking her in, revealing a widespread psychological avoidance of the realities of aging. Archie was resistant to her presence because she challenged his sense of control over his domain, often correcting his English or interrupting his routines. Yet Iola's decision to find her own happiness in Buffalo with her friend Herbert showed that the elderly possess a resilience and agency that is often overlooked. The lesson here is that we must respect the wisdom of those who came before us and ensure they are never made to feel like a burden. As the investigation into the bar robbery continued, the police focused on the description of the man Archie had recognized from his time near the jail and Kew Gardens. It was this specific detail, provided by a witness who paid attention even in a state of undress, that allowed law enforcement to narrow their search. To improve the speed of such arrests, officers should utilize the local knowledge of residents like Archie, who are deeply rooted in their neighborhoods. The sophistication of the robbers was found in their timing, choosing the national anthem during the Super Bowl to strike when everyone was distracted by patriotism and the screen. This tells us that criminals often use our shared cultural moments as a cover for their actions. In the years that followed, the Bunker family continued to live their lives with a mixture of humor and grit. Archie spent his days at the loading dock, feeling the physical toll of his labor, but finding pride in his ability to provide, even as he grumbled about the changing neighborhood. Edith remained the heart of the home, her kindness a constant shield against the harshness of the outside world. She often thought about the $500 football pool that was stolen, not because she missed the money, but because she saw Hattovy kept it hurt the morale of the patrons at the bar. Gloria and Michael eventually moved toward a future of their own, carrying the lessons of Hauser Street with them. The house remained a monument to the struggles and the love of a family that refused to be broken by the crimes and the changes of their time. We learn that justice is a slow process, but it is supported by those who refuse to stay silent and those who maintain their integrity in the face of pressure. The victory of the human spirit over the darkness of crime is found in the everyday choices we make to be honest, to be brave, and to be kind to one another. The cold winds of 1978 swept through the neighborhood of Queens and rattled the windows of the house on 704 Hauser Street, while Archie Bunker sat in his yellow wingback chair and pondered the changing world around him. As a criminal psychology expert and novelist, I must first analyze the deep motives behind the series of events that have touched this household, because the robbery at the bar during the professional football championship was not merely a crime of opportunity, but a masterclass in psychological manipulation. The two perpetrators, who called themselves Sam and his partner, understood that the best time to strike a target is when the collective focus of the group is unified on a single distraction, which in this case was the national anthem playing on the large screen television. The motive was the acquisition of fast liquid capital, such as the $500 football pool and the $1,200 in bar earnings, but the method they used was designed to paralyze the victims through shame. By forcing a room full of grown men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, the criminals ensured that no one would dare to chase them into the public street due to the extreme humiliation of being seen in such a state. From a profiling standpoint, this suggests that the lead robber was not a novice, but a man who understood the social taboos of his environment and used them as a tactical weapon to ensure his escape. The police can find such suspects faster by looking for individuals who have a history of crimes involving public shaming or those who have previously been incarcerated in nearby facilities, such as the jail in Kew Gardens, where Archie had once seen the face of the man who ordered the double scotch. The tragedy of Beverly LaSalle presents a much darker and more complex psychological profile because the motive was not profit but a deep-seated intolerance and fear of the unknown. A group of young men fueled by a toxic need for dominance attacked Beverly and Michael with a lead pipe because they viewed someone who was different as a target for their misplaced aggression. This is a classic example of a hate crime where the perpetrators seek to validate their own sense of power by dehumanizing another human being. Beverly was a person of immense bravery who saved the life of Michael by tackling an attacker, yet she paid the ultimate price for her courage. To prevent such heartbreaking events, we must educate the community on the value of diversity and the importance of empathy, because silence in the face of prejudice only invites further violence. The police must work to build trust with marginalized groups so that potential threats can be identified and stopped before they escalate into lethal confrontations. We must learn as a society that our differences are not a threat to our safety, but a part of the rich tapestry of human life. Life for Edith Bunker continued with a sense of quiet grace as she navigated the daily struggles of a household filled with strong opinions and economic pressures. Her experience with the advertising agency for Sunny Suds detergent revealed the psychological pressure that corporations can place on honest individuals to compromise their integrity for financial gain. Edith was offered $218 to lie and say that a soap was the best she had ever used, but her conscience would not allow her to participate in a deception even when Archie urged her to take the money. This situation highlights the internal conflict between the need for survival and the preservation of one's soul. Edith's refusal to lie is a powerful lesson that our personal values are the only things that truly belong to us, and they should never be sold for any price. The family dynamics were further tested by the presence of Aunt Iola, who found herself rejected by every other branch of the family tree. Relatives like Sidney and Emily used every possible excuse from high blood pressure to vacations in Hawaii to avoid the responsibility of caring for an elderly woman. This reflects a widespread social avoidance of the aging process and the fear that many people have of facing their own mortality. Archie Bunker was resistant to her presence because he felt his privacy was being invaded, and his control over his domain was being challenged by her corrections of his language and her unexpected appearances in the bathroom. However, Iola proved that she was a woman of spirit who would not be a burden to those who did not want her, and she eventually found her own way to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert. This teaches us that the elderly deserve respect and independence rather than being treated as a problem to be solved or a task to be avoided. Work for Archie Bunker at the loading dock was a constant struggle against a changing economy and the feeling that his best years were behind him. He often complained about the union and the politicians, but his primary frustration came from a sense that the world no longer valued the hard-working man who pulled his own weight. His love for his family was often hidden behind a mask of grumbling and prejudice, yet it was the steady presence of Edith that kept him anchored to his humanity. Michael and Gloria faced their own challenges as they tried to raise little Joey in a world that felt increasingly unsafe and unpredictable. Michael was a man of books and theories who often clashed with the street-smart cynicism of Archie, but their love for Gloria and the baby provided a common ground that prevented the house from falling apart. Michael felt the heavy weight of survivor guilt after Beverly saved him, and he dedicated himself to his studies with a renewed sense of purpose, hoping to find a way to make the world a more just place. Gloria was a woman who wanted to find her own voice and her own place. In a world that was traditionally dominated by men, she worked hard at both her job and at home, and she often had to mediate the explosive arguments between her father and her husband. Her love for Michael was a bond that had been tested by poverty and violence, but it remained strong because they shared a dream for the future of their son. The daily life of the Bunker family was a mix of humor and heartache, and it serves as a reminder that the greatest mysteries are often found in the quiet rooms of our homes rather than on the dark corners of the streets. Every person we meet has a story, and every interaction is an opportunity to show kindness or to reinforce a prejudice. The police can catch criminals with fingerprints and footprints, but it is the community that provides the real safety through vigilance and mutual respect.in. The story of Archie and Edith is a story of resilience and the persistence of the human heart through every challenge. They lived through the robberies and the losses and the changes of the era with a stubborn commitment to one another. We must take the lessons of their lives to heart and strive to be people who value truth over profit and empathy over fear. The investigation into the crime at the bar eventually led to justice because people like Archie were willing to pay attention to the details and speak the truth to the authorities. We can avoid tragedies by looking out for our neighbors and by refusing to let hatred find a home in our neighborhoods. The victory of good over evil is not always a grand event, but often a quiet series of choices made by ordinary people to do what is right. The sun will rise again over Queens, and the lights of the houses will flicker on as the families sit down to dinner and share their stories just as they have always done, and the march toward a more just and compassionate world will continue one day at a time. We must remain hopeful and dedicated to the values of justice and love, and we must never forget that every person, regardless of who they are, is a part of the family of man. The legacy of those who have passed, such as Beverly LaSalle, will live on in the hearts of those they saved, and the lessons they taught us about bravery and grace will never be forgotten as we move forward into the unknown future, together with a sense of purpose and a commitment to the common good of all. The quiet streets of Queens in the late 1970s held stories that were both mundane and profound as the residents of Hauser Street navigated a world that felt increasingly unfamiliar. From the perspective of a criminal psychologist and a writer of mysteries, the events involving the Bunker family offer a deep look into the human condition and the motives that drive both the law-abiding and the lawless. The robbery at the bar during the professional football championship was a classic study in the psychology of distraction and humiliation. The two perpetrators, the man called Sam and his partner, were not mere opportunists, but individuals who understood how to exploit a shared cultural moment. They chose the playing of the national anthem as their starting point because they knew the attention of every person in the room would be fixed on the screen, and their sense of communal respect would lower their guard. The motive was the acquisition of fast cash, specifically the $500 from the football pool and the $1,200 in daily earnings. But the method was veille hatate revealed their true sophistication. By forcing the men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, they utilized a psychological tactic of mass shaming. This ensured that even if the robbers were slow to leave, no man would dare chase them into the public street while exposed, thereby creating a window of safety for their escape. For the police to catch such individuals quickly, they must look for patterns of ritualistic behavior and check local records for similar incidents where psychological control was prioritized over physical force. The lesson for the community is that vigilance must remain constant even during times of celebration, and that a collective awareness is the best defense against those who seek to exploit our distractions. Daily life for Archie Bunker was a constant struggle to maintain his sense of order in a neighborhood that was changing before his eyes. His work at the loading dock was physically demanding, and the constant talk of unions and strikes only added to his stress as he felt the weight of his 53 years. He often sat in his yellow wingback chair, which he viewed as a fortress against the outside world, and engaged in verbal battles with his son-in-law Michael. Michael, whom Archie often called Meathead, was a student of sociology who looked at the world through a lens of systemic issues and social justice. Their relationship was a constant clash of ideologies, yet beneath the noise there was a shared existence that defined the household. The death of Beverly LaSalle was a tragedy that resonated deeply with the family and served as a somber lesson in the dangers of intolerance. Beverly was a talented performer and a gentle soul who was targeted by a group of young men fueled by a lack of empathy and a desire to assert dominance over someone they perceived as different. The motive for this crime was not money, but a toxic prejudice that resulted in a loss of life that could have been prevented. Beverly had shown incredible bravery by tackling an attacker to save Michael, and her sacrifice remained a point of silent reflection for the family. To avoid such tragedies, society must foster a culture of understanding and protect the safety of every individual regardless of their identity. Police investigations in these cases should focus on local youth groups where aggressive behavior is encouraged and work to build bridges with the communities that are most at risk. Edith Bunker provided the moral heart of the home, her kindness and honesty acting as a stabilizing force. Her experience with the television commercial for Sunny Suds detergent showed the pressure that modern commerce can place on the individual conscience. She was offered $218, a significant sum, to tell a lie about the quality of a product she knew was inferior. The advertising executives used psychological manipulation to make the request seem harmless, yet Edith could not bring herself to be dishonest because her integrity was not for sale. This situation teaches us that the truth is a personal responsibility that should never be compromised for financial gain. In her daily life, Edith spent much of her time caring for her grandson, little Joey, and volunteering at the community center, where her empathy made her a beloved figure among the elderly and the lonely. She often thought about Aunt Eola, who had stayed with them briefly after being rejected by every other branch of the family. The situation with Iola highlighted the psychological toll of aging and the social isolation that many older people face when their families view them as a burden rather than a source of wisdom. Archie was often frustrated by Iola because she challenged his authority and corrected his language, yet her decision to find her own way to Buffalo showed a resilience that he eventually had to respect. The investigation into the bar robbery eventually made progress because Archie had a sharp eye for detail. He remembered seeing one of the men near a jail in Kew Gardens, which gave the police a starting point for their search. This highlights the importance of witnesses who pay attention to their surroundings even in stressful situations. To improve the speed of such investigations, law enforcement should encourage citizens to report small details that may seem insignificant at first. The sophisticated robbers relied on the fact that most people would be too embarrassed or too distracted to provide a clear description, but they underestimated the memory of a man who took pride in his neighborhood. The life lessons from these events are numerous. We must learn to value honesty above profit, to show compassion for those who are different, and to care for our elders with dignity. The Bunker family, despite their constant arguments and different views, remained a unit because they were bound by a shared history and a deep, if often unexpressed, love for one another. As the years passed, Michael and Gloria continued to find their own path, their love for one another and for Joey, driving them to work toward a future that was safer and more inclusive. Gloria worked hard to balance her roles as a mother and a woman seeking her own identity, while Michael eventually finished his studies and sought to apply his theories to the real world. Archie continued to hold court in his living room, a man of his time who was slowly learning that the world did not have to be a place of fear if one had the courage to be kind. The streets of Queens remained a busy tapestry of life, and the house on Hauser Street stood as a testament to the endurance of the family spirit in a world that was always moving forward. We must remember that every person we meet has a story and that justice is a collective effort that requires us all to stand for the truth and to protect one another from the darkness of prejudice and greed. Archie Bunker stood behind the dark wood of the bar and polished a heavy glass with a white rag that had seen better days. He looked at the empty space where the $500 of the football pool once sat, and he felt a deep sense of betrayal not just by the criminals but by the very fabric of society. The robbery was a cold and calculated affair where the motive was purely financial gain, but the method was a sophisticated display of psychological dominance. When the man called Sam and his partner forced the patrons to remove their trousers, they were not just stealing wallets, but they were stealing the dignity of every man in the room. This tactic is often used by perpetrators who understand that a person without their clothes is a person without their power, and the shame of being seen in such a state prevents the victims from running into the street to shout for help or chase the getaway car. From the perspective of a criminal psychologist, these robbers showed a high level of sophistication because they chose the moment of the national anthem during the professional football championship game to strike. They knew that the attention of every person would be focused on the television screen, and their sense of communal unity would make them less likely to notice the subtle entry of armed intruders. To find such criminals quickly, the police must look into the history of offenders who have a pattern of using public humiliation as a tool for control. It is also vital for investigators to use the unique details provided by witnesses such as Archie Bunker, who had a sharp eye for the face of one of the men whom he had seen near a jail cell in the past. This memory was the key detail that could bridge the gap between a cold case and a successful arrest. The experience of the police shows that when a community remains vigilant and reports even the smallest suspicious detail, the chances of a fast resolution increase 10 times over. We learn from this that we must never allow ourselves to be completely distracted even during moments of leisure, and that a locked door is only as good as the eyes watching it. In the kitchen of the house on Hauser Street, Edith Bunker was humming a song that reminded her of a time when the world seemed much simpler. She thought about her friend Beverly LaSalle, and a tear came to her eye because she could not understand how anyone could harbor so much hatred for a person who was so kind and talented. The tragedy of Beverly was a classic example of a hate crime where the motive is rooted in the fear of those who are different. The youth gang that attacked Beverly and Michael used a lead pipe, which shows a primitive but lethal level of violence, born of displaced anger and a lack of moral education. They did not want money, but they wanted to destroy something that did not fit into their narrow view of the world. This type of crime is often the result of a psychological need for weak individuals to feel strong by grouping together against a single target. The lesson we must take from this is that we must speak out against intolerance before it turns into physical harm, and we must teach the next generation that every human life has values. The police can find such gangs by monitoring local areas where youth congregate and looking for signs of radicalization or aggressive posturing. Meanwhile, Gloria and Michael were upstairs trying to balance the demands of their own small family with the constant presence of Archie Bunker. Michael felt a deep sense of survivor guilt because Beverly had saved his life by tackling the man with the pipe, and he often wondered why he was the one who got to go home to his wife and child. This weight affected his work and his studies as he struggled to find meaning in a world that could be so cruel. Gloria offered him her love and support, and she reminded him that the best way to honor Beverly was to live a life of purpose and to stand up for justice. Their relationship was a testament to the fact that love can thrive even in a house of conflict. In his daily work, Michael faced the challenge of being a student with limited resources, while Gloria worked at a local shop to help pay the bills. They represent the struggle of young couples in the late 1970s trying to make a way for themselves in a changing economy. Archie Bunker returned home from the bar and sat in his yellow wingback chair, which he considered his sanctuary. He grumbled about the price of gas and the lack of respect for authority, and he often wished for the return of leaders who understood the value of hard work and tradition. His psychological profile shows a man who uses anger as a shield to hide his fear of a world that is passing him by. He felt the loss of Aunt Iola as a quiet relief, but also a reminder of the loneliness that can come with old age. Iola was a woman of spirit who refused to be treated as a burden, and her decision to move to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert was a lesson in independence. We should learn to cherish our elders and recognize that they have lives and desires that continue long after they are no longer the center of the family. The incident with the Sunny Suds detergent commercial was a key moment in the life of Edith Bunker because it tested her honesty against the lure of easy money. She was offered $218 to lie about a product, but she chose her integrity over the payout. This highlights a critical life lesson that the truth is the most valuable thing we own, and once it is sold, it can never be bought back. The advertising agency representatives were sophisticated in their manipulation, but they underestimated the simple strength of a woman with a clean conscience. In the workplace, we must always prioritize ethics over profit because a business built on lies will eventually crumble. As the days turned into weeks, the investigation into the bar robbery continued, and the police were able to make an arrest based on the descriptions provided by Archie and the other patrons. It was a victory for the community and a reminder that justice can be served when people work together. The robbers were found in another borough where they were planning a similar heist during a holiday parade. Their criminal career was cut short because one man refused to forget a face. This experience teaches the police to rely on the memory of the residents and to build stronger ties with local business owners. Archie Bunker found himself standing on the porch of his house on a Tuesday afternoon looking at the sidewalk where so much of his life had unfolded. He thought about the days when the neighborhood was filled with people who spoke his language and shared his values, but now everything felt different. He felt a deep affection for his grandson, little Joey, even though he would never admit it in public. He wanted the boy to grow up in a world where a man's word was his bond and where people did not have to worry about being robbed in their own place of business. This desire for safety is a fundamental human need that transcends political lines, and the lack of it creates a psychological strain on the entire community. As a novelist, I see the house on Hawser Street as a microcosm of America itself, with its loud arguments and its quiet moments of love. The relationship between Michael and Archie was always on the edge of a cliff, but they were tied together by their love for Gloria and Edith. This shows that even when people have vastly different worldviews, they can still find a common ground when the safety of the family is at stake. Archie Bunker's work at the loading dock was getting harder as the years went by, and he felt the physical toll of a life of manual labor. He often complained about the union, but he knew that without it, he would have even less protection in an era of rising inflation and economic uncertainty. His love for Edith was the silent engine that kept him going even when he was at his most difficult. Edith Bunker spent her days volunteering at a local center for the elderly, where she used her gift of empathy to help those who felt forgotten by society. She remembered the lessons of Aunt Iola, and she made sure that every person she met felt heard and valued. She believed that the secret to a happy life was to find joy in the small things like a good cup of coffee or a conversation with a neighbor. Her psychological resilience was a source of wonder to Michael, who often analyzed her behavior in his sociology papers. The family gathered for dinner on a Sunday evening, and for once the conversation did not turn into a shouting match. They talked about the future and the dreams they had for little Joey, and they remembered the friends they had lost. They celebrated the fact that the men who had robbed the bar were behind bars, and they felt a sense of peace knowing that justice had been served. The police had done a thorough job, and their experience in dealing with hot, sophisticated criminals had paid off. The lesson for all of us is that while there will always be those who choose the path of crime, the strength of the community will always prevail in the end. We must remain honest and brave, and we must never lose our sense of compassion for one another. The world may change, but the values of truth and love remain the same, and they are the only things that can truly keep us safe in the dark. Archie Bunker leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, listening to the sounds of his family in the other room. He felt a moment of quiet satisfaction knowing that despite everything, his house was still standing. and his family was still together. The crimes of the past were a shadow, but the light of the present was stronger, and he was ready to face whatever the future might bring. Edith Bunker walked into the room and placed a hand on his shoulder, and he did not pull away. They stood there in the quiet of the evening, two people who had seen the worst of the world but had never stopped believing in the best of each other. This is the ultimate victory of the human heart, and it is the story that we must continue to tell for generations to come. The legacy of Hauser Street is not one of conflict, but one of endurance, and it reminds us that even in our darkest moments, we are never truly alone as long as we have each other. The detectives and the novelists will continue to search for the truth, but the real answers are found in the love and the loyalty of a family that refuses to be broken. We must carry these lessons forward and build a world where everyone can live with dignity, and where justice is not just a dream but a reality for all people. The sun set over the city, and the lights of Queens began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny prayers for a peaceful night. Archie Bunker took a deep breath and felt a sense of home that no one could ever take away from him. The work was done, and the story was told, and the peace was earned. Every person deserves to feel that sense of belonging, and it is our duty to protect it with every word we speak and every action we take. The march of time continues, but the heart of Hauser Street will always beat with the rhythm of truth and the power of love. We look forward to the future with hope and a commitment to one another, because that is the only way we can truly be free. The end of the day brought a quiet reflection on the many lives that had been touched by the events of the past and the many lessons that had been learned. We are all part of a larger narrative, and our choices determine the direction of the story. Let us choose wisely, and let us choose Vikepa love, because that is the only way to ensure a happy ending for everyone. The Bunker family remains a symbol of the American spirit, and their journey continues to inspire us to be more honest and more brave in our own lives. We thank them for their story, and we promise to keep their lessons alive in our hearts and our minds as we move forward into the unknown. Justice has been found and peace has been restored, and the light of Hauser Street will continue to shine for a very long time. The investigation into the motives and causes of the crimes that touched the lives of Archie and Edith Bunker revealed a deep truth about the nature of human behavior. We saw that greed and hatred can drive people to do terrible things, but we also saw that honesty and courage can overcome even the most sophisticated obstacles. The police officers who worked the case demonstrated that persistence and attention to detail are the keys to solving mysteries, and the community showed that unity is the ultimate defense against crime. We must always remember the victims like Beverly LaSalle and use their memory to fuel our passion for justice. The life lessons we have drawn from these events will serve as a guide for us in our own daily lives, and they will help us to build a better and more just society for all. Let us never forget the value of a single person and the power of a single act of kindness to change the world. The story of the Bunkers is our story, and it is a reminder that we are all in this together. We will move forward with a sense of purpose and a dedication to the common good, and we will never stop striving for a world where everyone is safe and everyone is loved. The final word is one of hope and a belief in the ultimate triumph of good over evil. We are ready for the next chapter, and we will face it with our heads held high and our hearts wide open to the possibilities of a new day. The house on Hauser Street is a place of memory and a place of hope, and it will always be a part of who we are. We honor the past and we embrace the future, and we move forward with the strength of a family that has seen it all and is still standing. Justice is served and the truth is told and the love remains. We are the masters of our own destiny, and we will create a world that is worthy of the dreams we have for ourselves and for those we love. The story continues in every one of us, and the lessons of Hauser Street will live on forever. Let us go forward with peace in our hearts and a commitment to the truth in our minds. The world is waiting, and we are ready. The Bunker family has shown us the way, and we will follow it. Vikepa courage and conviction. The light of justice is shining bright, and it will never be extinguished. We are one community and one family, and we will always stand together in the face of whatever comes our way. The future is ours to build, and we will build it with love. Justice, truth, and love are the foundations of a good life, and they are the pillars of the house on Hauser Street. We will carry them with us wherever we go, and we will never let them go. The story of Archie and Edith Bunker is a story for the ages, and it will continue to resonate in the hearts of all who hear it. We are grateful for the journey, and we are ready for the next one. Peace be with you, and may your life be filled with the same strength and love that we found on Hauser Street. The end of this response is just the beginning of a new way of thinking and living for all of us. Let us take it to heart, and let us make the most of it. The world is a better place because of the stories we tell and the lessons we learn. Thank you for being a part of this experience and for your commitment to a better and more just world. We are all in this together, and we will always be. The Bunker family has taught us well, and we will never forget the light is on and the door is open and the future is waiting. Let us move forward, vacapite, hat hope, and a heart full of love for everyone we meet. The story of Hauser Street is a story of America, and it is a story of all of us. We will always remember, and we will always be grateful. The truth is here, and the justice is served, and the love is forever. Peace and happiness to all. Let us continue to live our lives with integrity and compassion, and let us always stand up for what is right. The lessons of the past are our guide for the future, and we will use them to create a world that is safe and kind for every human being. Thank you for your attention and for your dedication to these principles. As we are ready for whatever comes next, and we will face it with the same spirit that we saw on Hauser Street. The end of this narrative, there is a new and better way of living for all of us. Let us embrace it with joy and a sense of purpose. The Bunker family will always be a part of our lives, and their story will always be a source of inspiration. We move forward to hat hope and a commitment to the common good. The world is bright and the future is full of possibilities. Let us make the most of it, and let us always remember the lessons of Hauser Street. Peace, love, and justice. For all the story is told and the lessons are learned and the light remains. We are one and we are many, and we are all together in this journey called life. Let us make it a beautiful one. Thank you and goodbye for now. May your house always be a home filled with love and laughter and the truth that sets us free. The spirit of Archie and Edith Bunker lives on in each of us as we strive to be more honest and more brave every single day. We are the keepers of their legacy, and we will carry it with pride and a sense of duty to the future. The light of justice is always on, and the truth is always there if we have the courage to see it. Let us be the people who stand for vacap hatate is right, and let us never give up on the dream of a better world for everyone. The end of this script is just the beginning of our own story. Let us write it well, and let us write it with love. Thank you for being a part of this and for your commitment to a more just and humane world. The Bunker family has shown us the way, and we will follow it. Vekepate everything we have. The future is bright, and the peace is real, and the love is forever. Let us go forth with confidence and a heart full of hope. The story of Hauser Street is a part of us all, and it will always be. Thank you, and may you always find your way home. The house on Hauser Street remained a quiet monument to the endurance of a family that lived through the many changes of the 1970s, and the weight of the past weeks hung in the air like the smoke from a cigar that refused to dissipate. Archie Bunker sat in the yellow wingback chair and looked at the television screen as he contemplated the fragility of his world and the way a single afternoon could strip a man of his pride and his savings. As a criminal psychologist and a novelist who understands the dark corners of the human heart, I see that the robbery at the bar was more than a simple theft because it was a sophisticated exercise in psychological control. The perpetrators, who called themselves Sam and his partner, understood that the best time to strike is when the collective mind of a group is unified by a single focus, such as the national anthem during the professional football championship. By choosing that specific moment, they exploited the patriotism and the distraction of the crowd to gain an immediate advantage without firing a single shot until they were ready to leave. The most telling detail of their method was the order for the men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, which is a classic power move designed to induce a state of extreme vulnerability and shame. This ensured that none of the victims would dare to chase the robbers into the public street or seek hot a la paix immediately, as the fear of being seen in such a state was greater than the desire for justice in those first critical minutes. To catch such offenders quickly, the police should look for a history of crimes that involve this specific type of ritualistic humiliation, because it is a signature of a perpetrator who enjoys the feeling of dominance as much as the money. The investigation into the case would eventually lead to the conclusion that the men were likely professionals who had studied the layout of the tavern and the habits of the regulars long before they ever walked through the door. The lesson for the community is that we must remain vigilant even in our places of sanctuary, and we must understand that the safety of a neighborhood depends on the eyes and ears of everyone who lives there. For the police, the fastest way to find the culprits is to foster deep connections with the residents and to listen to the small details that witnesses like Archie Bunker provide, such as the memory of a face seen near a jail years prior. While Archie struggled with the aftermath of the robbery, the rest of the household moved through their own internal landscapes of love and work. Edith Bunker moved about the kitchen, and her heart was still heavy from the loss of her friend, Beverly LaSala, who was a person of great kindness and talent. The murder of Beverly was a crime of hate born from a deep and toxic intolerance that exists in the shadows of every city. The youth who attacked her and Michael used a metal object to strike down a person they did not understand, and their motive was a desperate attempt to feel powerful by destroying someone who lived with authenticity. This type of crime is a reminder that we must teach the next generation the value of empathy and the importance of standing up for those who are targeted by prejudice. To find such gangs, the authorities must monitor the social circles where aggression is encouraged and where the lack of a moral compass leads to such tragic outcomes. Michael, whom Archie often called Meathead, was navigating his own struggle as he felt the heavy burden of survivor guilt. He knew that Beverly had saved his life by taking the focus of the attackers upon herself, and he spent many nights awake in his bed wondering why he was the one who was allowed to continue his life. He threw himself into his studies of sociology and sought to find a way to explain the violence of the world through academic theories, but the reality of the loss was something that no book could fully address. Gloria offered her husband a steady and quiet love as she tried to balance her own growth as a woman with the needs of their young son, little Joey. Their relationship was a bridge between the traditional world of her father and the progressive future they hoped to build for their child. Gloria worked at a local store and found that she enjoyed the sense of independence it gave her, even as Archie grumbled about the role of women in the home. She was learning to find her voice and to demand respect in a world that was often slow to give it to her. The daily life of the Bunker family was filled with small moments of joy and friction that together formed a tapestry of the human experience. Edith continued her volunteer work, and her honesty remained a beacon of hope for everyone she met. Her refusal to lie for the television commercial for the detergent company was a defining moment because it showed that her integrity was worth more than the $218 they offered her. This was a lesson for the whole family that the truth is the only thing we truly possess, and it should never be traded for a quick gain. Work for Archie at the loading dock was physically demanding, and he often felt the toll it took on his body, but he found a sense of pride in being a man who pulled his own weight and provided for those he loved. His love for Edith was unspoken but deep, and it was the one thing that no robbery or tragedy could ever diminish. The presence of Aunt Iola had brought another layer of complexity to the house as she represented the challenges of aging in a society that often overlooks the elderly. Her departure for Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert was a reminder that every person deserves to have a place where they are welcome and where they can live with dignity. Archie had resisted her stay because he felt she was an invasion of his privacy, but after she left he realized that the house was a little quieter and perhaps a little emptier than he would have liked to admit. For the community, the lesson is that we must value our elders and listen to their stories because they have a wealth of experience that can guide us through our own struggles. The police eventually made an arrest in the bar robbery because of the persistence of the detectives and the detailed description provided by the patrons. Justice was served and the men were held accountable for their actions, which brought a sense of closure to the neighborhood. In the end, the story of the Bunkers is a story of resilience and the power of family bonds to withstand the storms of life. They lived through the fear and the loss, and they continued to move forward with a commitment to each other and to the values they held dear. We learn from them that even in a world that can be cruel and unfair, there is always a place for kindness and courage. We must be brave enough to be honest, and we must be strong enough to love those who are different from us. The police will always look for the facts of a case, but the real truth is found in the way we treat one another every day. Justice is not, do you say, about catching a criminal, but about building a society where crime has no place to grow. The sun rose over Queens once again, and the lights of the houses flickered on as the family sat down to share their meals and their lives, and the march toward a more peaceful and just world continued one day at a time. We must remain hopeful, and we must never stop striving for a future where everyone can live without fear. The legacy of those who passed away, like Beverly LaSalle, will live on in the hearts of those they saved, and the lessons they taught us about bravery and grace will never be forgotten. We are all part of a larger story, and our actions determine the direction of the narrative. Let us choose to be kind, and let us choose to be honest, and let us choose to stand for the truth in all things. The story of the Bunker family is a reflection of the strength and the struggle of all people, and it reminds us that we are never truly alone as long as we have each other. Justice, truth, and love are the foundations of a good life, and they are the only things that can truly keep us safe in the dark. The work continues and the hope remains, and the light of Hauser Street will continue to shine as a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. The Bunker household began to settle into a new rhythm as the weeks passed by, and the sharp edges of the previous trauma started to soften under the weight of mundane chores and the simple needs of a growing child. Michael found himself spending more time at the library as he prepared for his final exams, and the silence of the stacks provided a sanctuary from the constant noise of the city and the booming voice of Archie. She often sat at a wooden table and stared at a photograph of Beverly LaSalle that Edith had given him, and he felt a quiet resolve to use his education to help people who were marginalized by society. His love for Gloria grew deeper as he watched her navigate the challenges of her job and her role as a mother, and he realized that they were building a life together that was far more resilient than he had ever imagined. Gloria, for her part, began to take more responsibility at the store, and she was often asked to train new employees, which gave her a sense of pride and accomplishment. She and Michael spent their evenings talking about the future, and they dreamed of a day when they could have a small house of their own where little Joey could play in a yard under the sun. Archie Bunker continued his work at the loading dock, and he found that the physical labor was a way to process his lingering anger and frustration. He often had lunch with his co-workers, and they discussed the state of the nation and the high cost of living, and Archie would often hold court with his opinions on how things used to be better in the days of his youth. His friends at the bar remained a constant presence in his life, and they often joked about the robbery as a way to cope with the memory of their shared humiliation. Harry and Barney were loyal companions, and they looked out for each other in the way that men of that generation often did without using many words. Archie still watched the door of the tavern with a sharp eye, but he was slowly starting to relax as the news of the arrest spread through the neighborhood. He felt a sense of pride that his own testimony had helped the police, and he enjoyed the feeling of being a man who stood up for Kep Hatate was right. Edith Bunker was the heart of the home, and her presence was felt in every room as she cooked and cleaned and offered her simple wisdom to anyone who needed it. She spent her afternoons at the community center, and she became a favorite among the elderly residents who appreciated her kindness and her willingness to listen to their stories. She often brought little wee Kapite Hatter, and the sight of the baby brought a sense of joy and hope to people who often felt forgotten by the world. Edith still thought about the Sunny Suds commercial, and she felt no regrets about her decision to remain honest because she knew that her conscience was her most valuable possession. She believed that every person had a spark of goodness inside them, and she made it her mission to find that spark in everyone she met. The relationship between Archie and Michael remained a complex dance of conflict and respect as they continued to clash over their different views of the world. As they argued about politics and religion and the way to raise a child, but beneath the shouting there was a mutual understanding that they both wanted Kep Hatate was best for the family. Archie would often grumble about Michael being a meathead, but he secretly admired the boy for his dedication to his studies and his love for Gloria. Michael, for his part, began to see the vulnerability beneath the gruff exterior of his father-in-law, and he realized that Archie was a man who was simply trying to make sense of a world that was moving too fast for him. They were two men from different eras who were tied together by the women they loved, and they learned to find a middle ground in the quiet moments of the evening. The investigation into the gang that had attacked Beverly and Michael had finally come to an end as the police were able to identify and apprehend the final members of the group. The news brought a sense of relief to the Bunker family, and they felt that justice had been served for their friend. Michael and Gloria attended the hearing, and they spoke about the bravery of Beverly and the impact her life had on them. The experience taught them that the law is a tool for protection, but it is the courage of individuals that truly makes a difference. They vowed to keep the memory of Beverly alive by living their hot empathy and by standing up against hatred whenever they saw it. The lesson for the community was clear, and they saw that by working together they could create a neighborhood that was safe for everyone regardless of who they were. As the seasons changed, the Bunker family faced new challenges and new joys, and they continued to grow and evolve as individuals and as a unit. They celebrated birthdays and holidays with a sense of gratitude, and they looked forward to the future with hope and determination. The house on Hauser Street remained a symbol of endurance and love, and it was a place where the human spirit was tested and found to be strong. We learned from their story that even in the face of tragedy and loss, there is always a way to find light and to continue moving forward. The police will always be there to maintain order, but it is the love of a family that truly keeps the world spinning. We must be honest and brave, and we must never lose our sense of compassion for one another, because that is the only way to build a truly just and peaceful society. The sun set over the rooftops of Queens, and the lights of the houses flickered on as the families sat down to share their lives, and the story of the Bunkers continued to inspire those who heard it. We are all part of a larger journey, and our choices determine the direction we take. Let us choose to be kind, and let us choose to be brave, and let us choose to stand for the truth in all things. The end of this day is just the beginning of a new chapter, and we are ready to face whatever comes our way with a heart full of hope and a mind full of wisdom. Justice, truth, and love are the foundations of a good life, and they will always prevail in the end. The morning light filtered through the dusty windows of the bar and caught the golden liquid in the glasses as Archie Bunker prepared for another day of work and conversation. He thought about the many people who had passed through those doors, and he realized that every one of them had a story that deserved to be heard. He felt a sense of responsibility to his customers and to his neighborhood, and he worked hard to make sure that the tavern was a place where people felt safe and welcome. His partner, Harry, was always there to lend a hand, and they shared a bond that was built on years of hard work and shared experiences. They talked about the future of the bar and the changes they saw in the city, and they both agreed that while times were changing, some things would always remain the same, such as the value of a good friend and the importance of honesty. Michael and Gloria spent a quiet afternoon in the park with little Joey, and they watched as the baby took his first steps on the green grass. They felt a sense of wonder and joy as they realized how far they had come and how much they had grown as a couple. They talked about the dreams they had for their son, and they hoped that he would grow up in a world where he was free to be whoever he wanted to be. Michael shared his ideas for a research project on community resilience, and Gloria offered her insights from her work at the store, and they found that their different perspectives made them a stronger team. They were a family that was built on love and respect, and they were ready to face the challenges of the future together. Edith Bunker spent her evening knitting a sweater for Joey, and she felt a sense of peace as she listened to the sounds of the house. She thought about Aunt Iola and her friend Beverly, and she felt a deep gratitude for the people who had touched her life. She believed that love was the most powerful force in the universe, and she made sure to share that love with everyone she met. She was a woman who found beauty in the simple things, and her presence was a source of comfort and strength for her family. She knew that life was not always easy, but she believed that by being kind and honest, one could overcome any obstacle. The community of Queens continued to evolve and change as new people moved in and new businesses opened, and the neighborhood became a vibrant tapestry of cultures and ideas. The Bunker family was a part of that tapestry, and they learned to embrace the changes and to find value in the diversity of their neighbors. They saw that by working together, they could create a community that was safe and inclusive for everyone, and they felt a sense of pride in their contribution to that goal. The police continued to work to maintain order, and they were appreciated for their dedication and their commitment to justice. The lessons of the past were not forgotten, and they served as a guide for the future as the people of Queens worked to build a better life for themselves and their children. In the end, the story of the Bunkers is a story of hope and the endurance of the human spirit. They lived through the challenges of the late 1970s with a sense of purpose and a commitment to each other, and they left a legacy of love and integrity that would inspire generations to come. We learn from them that even in the most difficult times, there is always a way to find joy and to make a difference in the world. We must be honest and brave, and we must never lose our sense of compassion, because that is the only way to create a truly just and peaceful society. The sun set once again over the rooftops of Queens, and the lights of the houses flickered on as the families sat down to share their stories, and the march toward a more hopeful and just future continued one day at a time. We are all part of this journey, and our choices determine the direction we take. Let us choose to be kind, and let us choose to be brave, and let us choose to stand for the truth in all things, because that is the only way to ensure a happy ending for everyone. The end of this day is just the start of a new chapter, and we are ready to face it with a heart full of hope and a mind full of wisdom. Justice, truth, and love are the foundations of a good life, and they will always prevail. Archie Bunker leaned back in his chair and sighed as he looked at his family gathered in the living room, and he felt a rare moment of contentment. He saw Michael and Gloria playing with Joey, and he saw Edith smiling as she watched them, and he realized that despite all the arguments and the grumbling, he was a lucky man. He had a home and a family and a place in the world, and he knew that as long as they had each other, they would be all right. He thought about the crimes that had touched their lives, and he felt a sense of satisfaction that they had emerged stronger and more united. He knew that there would be more challenges in the future, but he felt ready to face them with his family by his side. Edith Bunker walked over and placed a hand on his shoulder, and Archie did not pull away. They stood there for a moment, in the quiet of the evening, two people who had seen the best and the worst of the world, and who had never stopped believing in the power of love. They were the heart of Hauser Street, and their story was a reflection of the strength and the resilience of all people. As the lights of Queens twinkled in the distance, they felt a sense of peace and a commitment to the truth that would guide them through the years to come. They were the Bunkers, and they were home, and that was all that mattered. The story of their lives was a testament to the fact that justice and kindness will always find a way, and that the human spirit is truly unbreakable. We carry their lessons. They kept at us, and we move forward with a sense of purpose and a heart full of hope for a better and more just world for everyone. The end of this narrative is just the beginning of our own journey to be more honest and more brave every single day. Let us take the lessons of Hauser Street to heart, and let us build a world where everyone is safe and everyone is loved, and where truth and justice are the foundations of every home. As the march of time continues, but the heart of the bunker, family wolves beat with the rhythm of endurance and grace. We look forward to the future with confidence and a commitment to the common good of all people everywhere. The story is told, and the peace is found, and the love remains. The morning light filtered through the dusty windows of the house on 704 Hauser Street as Archie Bunker sat in his yellow wingback chair and contemplated the state of a world that seemed to be slipping through his fingers. As an analyst of criminal behavior and a writer of mysteries, I must observe that the atmosphere in Queens during the late 1970s was a complex tapestry of social change and lingering tensions. The recent events that had touched the Bunker family provided a profound case study in the motives and causes of human conflict. We begin with the tragic loss of Beverly LaSalle, whose death was not a crime of profit but a manifestation of deep-seated intolerance and fear of the unknown. A group of young men fueled by a toxic need for dominance had attacked Beverly and Michael with a lead pipe because they viewed someone who was different as a target for their misplaced aggression. From a profiling standpoint, this was a crime of hate where the perpetrators sought to validate their own sense of power by dehumanizing another human being. Beverly was a person of immense bravery who saved the life of Michael by tackling an attacker, yet she paid the ultimate price for her courage. To prevent such heartbreaking events, we must educate the community on the value of diversity and the importance of empathy, because silence in the face of prejudice only invites further violence. The police can find such suspects faster by looking into local youth groups where aggressive behavior is encouraged, and by building trust with marginalized communities so that potential threats are identified before they escalate. The second major incident involved the sophisticated robbery at the bar during the professional football championship, where the perpetrators used psychological manipulation as a tactical weapon. The two men who called themselves Sam and his partner understood that the best time to strike is when the collective focus is unified on a single distraction, such as the national anthem playing on the screen. Their motive was the acquisition of fast liquid capital, such as the $500 football pool and the $1,200 in bar earnings, but their method was designed to paralyze the victims through shame. By forcing a room full of grown men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, the criminals ensured that no one would dare to chase them into the public street due to the extreme humiliation. The lead robber was not a novice, but a man who understood social taboos and used them to ensure his escape. Law enforcement must look for individuals with a history of crimes involving public shaming or those previously seen near correctional facilities, such as the jail in Kyvie Kept Gardens, where Archie had once seen the face of the man who ordered the double scotch. While the shadows of these crimes hung over the household, the daily life of the Bunkers continued with its usual rhythms of work and struggle. Archie Bunker spent his days at the loading dock, where the physical labor was a way to process his lingering anger and frustration. He often had lunch kept that taught his coworkers and discussed the high cost of living in the changing neighborhood, while always holding court with his opinions on how things used to be better in the days of his youth. His work was a grind that wore down his body, but he took pride in being a man who pulled his own weight and provided for those he loved. Edith Bunker was the heart of the home, and her presence was felt in every room as she cooked and cleaned and offered her simple wisdom to anyone who needed it. Her experience with the advertising agency for Sunny Suds detergent revealed the psychological pressure that corporations place on honest individuals to compromise their integrity for financial gain. Edith was offered $218 to lie and say a soap was the best she had ever used, but her conscience would not allow her to participate in a deception. This situation highlights the internal conflict between the need for survival and the preservation of one's soul, and a refusal to lie is a powerful lesson that personal values should never be sold for any price. Michael and Gloria faced their own challenges as they tried to raise little Joey in a world that felt increasingly unsafe and unpredictable. Michael was a man of books and theories who often clashed with the street-smart cynicism of Archie, but their love for Gloria and the baby provided a common ground. Michael felt a heavy weight of survivor guilt after Beverly saved his life, and he dedicated himself to his studies with a renewed sense of purpose, hoping to find a way to make the world a more just place. Gloria was a woman who wanted to find her own voice, and she worked hard at her job and at home while often having to mediate the explosive arguments between her father and her husband. Their love was a bond that had been tested by poverty and violence, but it remained strong because they shared a dream for the future of their son. The presence of Aunt Iola had brought another of complexity to the house, as she represented the challenges of aging in a society that often overlooks the elderly. Relatives like Sidney and Emily used every possible excuse from high blood pressure to vacations in Hawaii to avoid the responsibility of caring for her. Archie was resistant to her presence because he felt his privacy was being invaded, but Iola proved she was a woman of spirit who would not be a burden, and she eventually found her own way to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert. This teaches us that the elderly deserve respect and independence rather than being treated as a problem to be solved. As the weeks turned into months, the investigation in the bar robbery eventually made progress because Archie had a sharp eye for detail and remembered seeing one of the men near a jail in the past. This highlights the importance of witnesses who pay attention to their surroundings even in stressful situations. The sophisticated robbers relied on the fact that most people would be too embarrassed or distracted to provide a clear description, but they underestimated the memory of a man who took pride in his neighborhood. The life lessons from these events are numerous, and we must learn to value honesty above profit, to show compassion for those who are different, and to care for our elders with dignity. The Bunker family, despite their constant arguments and different views, remained a unit because they were bound by a shared history and a deep love for one another. The streets of Queens remained a busy tapestry of life, and the house on Hauser Street stood as a testament to the endurance of the family spirit in a world that was always moving forward. We must remember that every person we meet has a story, and that justice is a collective effort that requires us all to stand for the truth and to protect one another from the darkness of prejudice and greed. Every day was a new chapter in their ongoing narrative of survival and love, and as the sun set over the city, the lights of Queens began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny prayers for a peaceful night. Archie Bunker leaned back in his chair and felt a sense of home that no one could ever take away from him. And the work was done, and the peace was earned, and the story of the Bunkers was a reflection of the strength and the resilience of all people. The neighborhood of Queens in the late 1970s served as a complex backdrop for the human drama that unfolded within the walls of 704 Hauser Street and the local tavern owned by Archie Bunker. As an expert in the psychology of the criminal mind and a writer of mysteries, I must observe that the series of events involving the Bunker family provides a profound look into the motives of both the desperate and the prejudiced. The first case of significant concern is the tragic passing of Beverly LaSalle, who was a person of great talent and kindness. The motive for the attack on Beverly was not financial gain, but was rooted in a deep and toxic intolerance of individuals who are perceived as different from the perceived norm. From a psychological perspective, the group of young men who used a lead pipe to strike were acting out of a collective lack of empathy and a desire to assert dominance over those they did not understand. The fact that Beverly saved the life of Michael by tackling an attacker proves her incredible bravery and her selfless nature. To prevent such tragedies in our communities, we must foster a culture of understanding and report early signs of aggressive group behavior to the authorities. The police can find such perpetrators faster by monitoring areas where youth gangs congregate and by using community outreach to encourage witnesses to speak the truth without fear. The lesson for every citizen is that our diversity is a strength and that we must stand together to protect those who are targeted by the darkness of hate. The second major incident occurred during a professional football championship game at the bar where a sophisticated robbery took place. The two men involved, including the one who called himself Sam, utilized a tactical psychological maneuver to control a large crowd. They chose the moment of the national anthem to begin their crime because they knew that the attention of every person in the room would be fixed on the television screen, and their sense of communal respect would lower their guards. The motive was the theft of $1,200 and a $500 football pool, but the method was what defined their sophistication. By forcing the men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, the criminals created a state of extreme vulnerability and shame. This ensured that no one would dare to chase them into the public street or provide an immediate pursuit because the embarrassment of being seen in such a state was a powerful psychological barrier. To catch such clever thieves, the police should look for patterns of ritualistic behavior and investigate individuals with a history of using public humiliation as a tool. Archie Bunker was a key witness because he remembered the face of one man from a previous encounter near a jail cell in Kew Gardens, which highlights the importance of a sharp memory in solving crimes. The lesson here is to remain vigilant even during times of celebration and to understand that a collective eye is the best defense for a small business. Daily life for the Bunkers was a mix of these grand dramas and the small struggles of the common man. Michael Stivic, often called Meathead by his father-in-law, carried the heavy weight of survivor guilt because he knew that Beverly had sacrificed her safety to ensure he could return home to his wife and child. He threw himself into his sociology studies and tried to understand why the world could be so cruel, while Gloria sought to find her own voice and balance her life as a mother and a woman who wanted more for her future. Their love was a bond that had been tested by poverty and the constant arguments with Archie, but they remained committed to raising little Joey in a world that was safer than the one they currently inhabited. Work was difficult for Michael as a student, and Gloria often had to mediate the explosive tensions between the two men she loved most. She worked part-time at a local store and found a sense of pride in her own labor, even as her father grumbled about the changing roles of men and women. Edith Bunker provided the moral center of the home, and her honesty was a light that could not be dimmed even by the pressure of modern advertising. She was offered $218 to lie for a television commercial for Sunny Suds detergent, but she chose her integrity over the money. The advertising executives were sophisticated in their manipulation, but they underestimated the simple strength of a woman who refused to say a product was better when she knew the truth was otherwise. This situation teaches us that our personal values are our most precious possession and that we should never trade our souls for a quick profit. Edith spent her days caring for her grandson and volunteering at a local center for the elderly, where she used her empathy to help those who felt forgotten by society. She often thought about Aunt Iola, who had stayed with them briefly after being rejected by every other branch of the family tree. Iola was a woman of spirit who refused to be treated as a burden, and her decision to move to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert was a lesson in independence and the resilience of the human heart. Relatives had used every excuse from high blood pressure to vacations in Hawaii to avoid their duty to care for her, but Iola found her own way. This reflects the social challenge of Hado Ve Kep. We treat our elders and reminds us that they deserve respect and a place where they are truly welcome. Archie Bunker spent his days at the loading dock where the labor was hard and the pay was never enough to satisfy the rising costs of living. He felt the physical toll of his 53 years, but he found pride in being a man who pulled his own weight and provided for his family. His love for Edith was unspoken but deep, and it was the one thing that no robbery or tragedy could ever diminish. He often sat in his yellow chair and complained about the state of the Union and the lack of respect for authority, but his primary fear was being left behind by a world he no longer understood. The investigation into the bar robbery eventually led to an arrest because of the persistence of the detectives and the detailed descriptions provided by Archie and the other patrons. Justice was served and the men were held accountable, which brought a sense of closure to the neighborhood tavern. The lessons learned from the Bunker family are that we must be brave enough to be honest, and we must be strong enough to love those who are different from us. The police will always look for the facts, but the real truth is found in how we treat one another every day. Justice is not about catching a criminal, but about building a society where crime has no place to grow. The sun rose over Queens once again, and the lights of Hauser Street flickered on as the family sat down to share their meals, and the march toward a more peaceful and just world continued one day at a time. We must remain hopeful and never stop striving for a future where everyone can live without fear. The legacy of those who passed away like Beverly LaSalle will live on in the hearts of those they saved, and the lessons they taught about bravery and grace will never be forgotten as the Bunker family moved forward together into the unknown. The neighborhood of Queens in the late 1970s served as a complex backdrop for the human drama that unfolded within the walls of 704 Hauser Street and the local tavern owned by Archie Bunker. As an expert in the psychology of the criminal mind and a writer of mysteries, Moot must observe that the series of events involving the Bunker family provides a profound look into the motives of both the desperate and the prejudiced. The first case of significant concern is the tragic passing of Beverly LaSalle, who was a person of great talent and kindness. The motive for the attack on Beverly was not financial gain, but was rooted in a deep and toxic intolerance of individuals who are perceived as different from the perceived norm. From a psychological perspective, the group of young men who used a lead pipe to strike were acting out of a collective lack of empathy and a desire to assert dominance over those they did not understand. The fact that Beverly saved the life of Michael by tackling an attacker proves her incredible bravery and her selfless nature. To prevent such tragedies in our communities, we must foster a culture of understanding and report early signs of aggressive group behavior to the authorities. The police can find such perpetrators faster by monitoring areas where youth gangs congregate and by using community outreach to encourage witnesses to speak the truth without fear. The lesson for every citizen is that our diversity is a strength and that we must stand together to protect those who are targeted by the darkness of hate. The second major incident occurred during a professional football championship game at the bar where a sophisticated robbery took place. The two men involved, including the one who called himself Sam, utilized a tactical psychological maneuver to control a large crowd. They chose the moment of the national anthem to begin their crime because they knew that the attention of every person in the room would be fixed on the television screen and their sense of communal respect would lower their guards. The motive was the theft of $1,200 and a $500 football pool, but the method was what defined their sophistication. By forcing the men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, the criminals created a state of extreme vulnerability and shame. This ensured that no one would dare to chase them into the public street or provide an immediate pursuit because the embarrassment of being seen in such a state was a powerful psychological barrier. To catch such clever thieves, the police should look for patterns of ritualistic behavior and investigate individuals with a history of using public humiliation as a tool. Archie Bunker was a key witness because he remembered the face of one man from a previous encounter near a jail cell in Kew Gardens, which highlights the importance of a sharp memory in solving crimes. The lesson here is to remain vigilant even during times of celebration and to understand that a collective eye is the best defense for a small business. Daily life for the Bunkers was a mix of these grand dramas and the small struggles of the common man. Michael Stivic, often called Meathead by his father-in-law, carried the heavy weight of survivor guilt because he knew that Beverly had sacrificed her safety to ensure he could return home to his wife and child. He threw himself into his sociology studies and tried to understand why the world could be so cruel while Gloria sought to find her own voice and balance her life as a mother and a woman who wanted more for her future. Their love was a bond that had been tested by poverty and the constant arguments with Archie, but they remained committed to raising little Joey in a world that was safer than the one they currently inhabited. Work was difficult for Michael as a student, and Gloria often had to mediate the explosive tensions between the two men she loved most. She worked part-time at a local store and found a sense of pride in her own labor, even as her father grumbled about the changing roles of men and women. Edith Bunker provided the moral center of the home, and her honesty was a light that could not be dimmed even by the pressure of modern advertising. She was offered $218 to lie for a television commercial for Sunny Suds detergent, but she chose her integrity over the money. The advertising executives were sophisticated in their manipulation, but they underestimated the simple strength of a woman who refused to say a product was better when she knew the truth was otherwise. This situation teaches us that our personal values are our most precious possession and that we should never trade our souls for a quick profit. Edith spent her days caring for her grandson and volunteering at a local center for the elderly, where she used her empathy to help those who felt forgotten by society. She often thought about Aunt Iola, who had stayed with them briefly after being rejected by every other branch of the family tree. Iola was a woman of spirit who refused to be treated as a burden, and her decision to move to Buffalo to be with her friend Herbert was a lesson in independence and the resilience of the human heart. Relatives had used every excuse from high blood pressure to vacations in Hawaii to avoid their duty to care for her, but Iola found her own way. This reflects the social challenge of Hato Ve Kep. We treat our elders and reminds us that they deserve respect and a place where they are truly welcome. Archie Bunker spent his days at the loading dock where the labor was hard and the pay was never enough to satisfy the rising costs of living. He felt the physical toll of his 53 years, but he found pride in being a man who pulled his own weight and provided for his family. His love for Edith was unspoken but deep, and it was the one thing that no robbery or tragedy could ever diminish. He often sat in his yellow chair and complained about the state of the Union and the lack of respect for authority, but his primary fear was being left behind by a world he no longer understood. The investigation into the bar robbery eventually led to an arrest because of the persistence of the detectives and the detailed descriptions provided by Archie and the other patrons. Justice was served and the men were held accountable, which brought a sense of closure to the neighborhood tavern. The lessons learned from the Bunker family are that we must be brave enough to be honest, and we must be strong enough to love those who are different from us. The police will always look for the facts, but the real truth is found in how we treat one another every day. Justice is not duete about catching a criminal, but about building a society where crime has no place to grow. The sun rose over Queens once again, and the lights of Hauser Street flickered on as the family sat down to share their meals, and the march toward a more peaceful and just world continued one day at a time. Life in the Bunker household moved forward with a rhythmic certainty, even when the external world felt chaotic. The sound of the morning coffee percolating in the kitchen was the signal for Archie to begin his daily routine of grumbling and preparation. He checked the newspaper for scores and political news, often finding reasons to lament the current state of affairs. In his mind, the streets were less safe and the people less reliable than they were in the time of his youth. This psychological hardening is a common response to trauma, and the robbery at the bar had certainly reinforced his defensive posture. He became more meticulous about locking the doors and double-hanging the windows, a physical manifestation of his need for control. His work at the loading dock remained a steady source of income, and although he complained about his co-workers in the union, he found a sense of identity in the physical labor. It was a world he understood, where strength and endurance were the primary currencies. Edith, ever the optimist, found joy in the small details of her domestic life. She spent her mornings tending to the needs of little Joey, marveling at his growth and his budding personality. Her love for the child was a healing force that helped her move past the grief of losing Beverly. She often visited the local market, engaging in long conversations with the vendors and her neighbors. Her ability to see the good in everyone was both her greatest strength and her most endearing quality. She never mentioned the detergent commercial again, but she felt a quiet pride in knowing that she had remained true to herself. Her relationship with Archie was a study in patience and deep affection. She understood his moods and his fears, and she provided the gentle support that allowed him to be himself. Their love was not always loud, but it was incredibly resilient. Michael continued to balance his studies with his responsibilities as a father and a husband. The survivor guilt he felt after the death of Beverly gradually evolved into a commitment to social work. He wanted to understand the systems that allowed such violence to occur and to find ways to improve the lives of those in the community. His discussions with Gloria were a source of intellectual and emotional nourishment. They talked about their dreams for the future, including the hope of eventually having a home of their own. Gloria, for her part, was finding success in her job and gaining confidence in her abilities. She was a woman of the modern era, striving to define herself on her own terms while still valuing the traditions of her family. Her love for Michael was a partnership of equals, built on mutual respect and shared goals. The investigation into the mugging that took the life of Beverly LaSalle remained a focus for the local police department. They collected evidence, including the lead pipe and witness statements, and worked to build a case against the group of young men responsible. The detectives understood that this was more than a simple assault and that it represented a significant threat to the community. They used forensic analysis and traditional street work to track down the suspects. The eventual capture and trial of the individuals provided a sense of justice for the family and for Beverly. It was a reminder that the law exists to protect all citizens and that violence and intolerance will not go unpunished. The experience of the police in this case emphasized the need for community cooperation and the importance of thorough investigative techniques. As the months passed, the seasons changed in Queens, bringing new challenges and new opportunities. The house on Hauser Street remained a constant, a place where the family gathered to share their lives and their stories. There were celebrations and arguments, laughter and tears, but through it all there was a sense of belonging. The lessons they had learned from their experiences remained vecceptehatum, shaping their perspectives and their actions. They knew that the world could be a difficult place, but they also knew that they had each other. The bond of family was the foundation upon which they built their lives, and it was a source of strength that could not be broken. The memory of Beverly LaSalle was honored in the way they lived their lives, with kindness, courage, and a commitment to justice. Archie continued to manage his bar with a renewed sense of purpose. He enjoyed the camaraderie of his patrons and the familiar rhythms of the business. He was more observant now, keeping a sharp eye on the door and the people who entered. He had learned that security was a collective effort and that he could rely on his friends and neighbors to look out for one another. The robbery had changed him, making him more aware of the vulnerabilities of his life, but also more appreciative of the things he had. He found comfort in the simple pleasures of a cold beer and a good conversation. His relationship with Michael remained contentious, but there were moments of genuine connection, often centered around their shared love for Gloria and Joey. The daily life of the Bunker family was a testament to the endurance of the human spirit. They faced the mysteries of life with a mixture of fear and hope, always striving to do what was right. Their story was a reflection of the larger narrative of the country, a story of change and tradition, struggle and success. We learn from them that justice is not just a concept, but a practice. something that requires effort and commitment every single day. We learn that love is the most powerful force in the universe, and that it can overcome even the most difficult obstacles. The sun set over Queens once again, casting a warm glow over the houses and the streets, and the Bunker family settled into another evening together, grateful for the peace they had found. The transition into the winter months brought a new atmosphere to the neighborhood. The air grew crisp and the evenings grew longer, prompting the family to spend more time gathered in the warmth of the living room. Archie took a particular interest in the heating bills, often engaging in lengthy debates with Michael about energy conservation and the merits of different furnace models. These discussions were less about the technical details and more about their differing philosophies on responsibility and the role of the individual. Edith, meanwhile, focused on preparing hearty meals that brought everyone together at the table. She found comfort in the familiar smells of roasting meat and baking bread, which served as a sensory anchor for the household. During this time, Gloria found herself taking on more responsibility at her workplace. She was promoted to a supervisory role, which brought both a sense of accomplishment and a new set of challenges. She had to navigate the complexities of managing her former peers and ensuring that the store ran smoothly. This experience allowed her to develop her leadership skills and to gain a deeper understanding of human behavior in a professional setting. She shared her experiences with the family, often seeking advice from Edith on how to handle difficult personalities. These conversations highlighted the wisdom that Edith possessed, a wisdom born of years of observing and interacting with a wide variety of people. Michael was nearing the completion of his degree and was beginning to look for positions in the field of social services. He was passionate about working VACAP had at-risk youth and found a position at a local community center. This work was both rewarding and demanding as he dealt with the real-world consequences of poverty and social neglect. He brought home stories of the challenges faced by the families he worked with, which often sparked deep discussions about the causes of social inequality. While Archie remained skeptical of Michael's work, he couldn't help but notice the dedication and effort that his son-in-law put into his career. It was a subtle shift, but one that indicated a growing, if unstated, respect. The memory of the bar robbery and the loss of Beverly remained in the background of their lives, a somber reminder of the fragility of safety. The family made a conscious effort to stay connected with their neighbors, participating in community watch programs and attending local meetings. This increased sense of civic engagement was a positive outcome of the tragedies they had experienced. They understood that their safety was intertwined with the safety of the entire community and that they had a role to play in maintaining a peaceful environment. The police department continued to provide support, offering workshops on crime prevention and safety tips for small business owners. As the holiday season approached, the Bunker House became a hub of activity. Edith took great delight in decorating the home, filling every corner with festive touches. The sound of holiday music and the smell of pine needles created a sense of magic and anticipation. They hosted a small gathering for their friends and neighbors, a celebration of the community and the bonds they shared. It was a time of reflection and gratitude as they looked back on the year and the progress they had made. They honored those they had lost, including Beverly, with a moment of silence and a toast to her memory. The start of the new year brought a sense of renewal and a focus on the future. Archie continued to work hard at his bar, finding joy in the familiar faces and the steady flow of business. He was more relaxed now, having found a balance between vigilance and enjoyment. He even began to show a softer side, often sharing stories and jokes with his patrons. His relationship with Michael had reached a point of mutual understanding, characterized by a decrease in the volume of their arguments and an increase in the quality of their interactions. They still disagreed on many things, but they had learned to do so with a greater degree of respect. Edith remained the heart and soul of the family, her kindness and love a constant presence. She continued her volunteer work, finding new ways to support the community. Her relationship with little Joey was a source of endless joy as she watched him grow and learn. She was a woman of great strength and resilience, a model for the entire family. Her love for Archie remained steadfast, a quiet and powerful force that anchored the home. They were a family that had been through a lot, but they had emerged stronger and more united. The daily life of the Bunker family was a continuous journey of growth and discovery. They navigated the complexities of their lives with a mixture of humor, grit, and love. Their story was a reflection of the human experience, a story of resilience and the endurance of the spirit. They showed us that even in the face of difficulty, it is possible to find peace and happiness. They showed us that the bond of family is the most important thing in the world and that it can see us through even the darkest of times. The sun continued to rise and set over Queens, and the Bunker family continued to live their lives one day at a time with a sense of purpose and a heart full of hope. The arrival of the spring season brought a renewed sense of energy to Hauser Street. The trees began to bud, and the first flowers appeared in the small gardens along the sidewalk. Archie took advantage of the milder weather to perform some much-needed maintenance on the house, often spending his weekends painting the porch or repairing the fence. These tasks gave him a sense of satisfaction and a way to channel his physical energy. He even allowed Michael to help with some of the larger projects, a sign of their improving relationship. They worked together in a companionable silence, interrupted only by occasional instructions or comments on the work at hand. Edith spent more time outdoors, often taking little Joey for walks in the neighborhood. She delighted in pointing out the signs of spring to her grandson, sharing her love of nature with him. These outings were also an opportunity for her to catch up at her neighbors and to stay connected with the community. Her cheerful presence was a welcome sight, and she often found herself invited on porches for a quick chat or a glass of lemonade. Her ability to build and maintain these social connections was a vital part of her life and a source of great personal fulfillment. Gloria and Michael were focused on their respective careers and their plans for the future. Gloria was thriving in her supervisory role, finding that she enjoyed the responsibility and the chance to mentor others. She was also exploring the possibility of returning to school to further her education, a decision that Michael fully supported. Michael's work at the community center was going well, and he was making a real difference in the lives of the families he served. He was learning to navigate the complexities of the social service system and was developing a deeper understanding of the challenges faced by the community. They continued to talk about their goal of owning a home, carefully saving their money, and researching different neighborhoods. The investigation into the bar robbery and the death of Beverly LaSalle had reached a conclusion, but the impact of those events remained. The family continued to be active in community safety programs, working to ensure that their neighborhood remained a peaceful place. They also maintained their connection with the police department, attending meetings and staying informed about local issues. This ongoing engagement was a testament to their commitment to the community and their desire to prevent future tragedies. They understood that safety was not something that could be taken for granted and that it required constant effort and vigilance. As the summer months arrived, the family enjoyed the long days and the warmer weather. They spent their weekends at the local park or taking trips to the beach, enjoying the chance to relax and have fun together. These outings were a source of joy and a way to build lasting memories. Archie even began to show an interest in baseball, often taking Michael and Joey to a local game. It was a simple pleasure, but one that brought them together and allowed them to share a common interest. These moments of connection were a vital part of their family life and a sign of the progress they had made. The daily life of the Bunker family was a story of resilience and the power of love. They had been through difficult times, but they had emerged stronger and more united. Their story was a reflection of the human experience, a story of the struggles and successes of ordinary people. They showed us that it is possible to overcome even the most difficult obstacles and to find peace and happiness. They showed us that the bond of family is the most important thing in the world and that it can see us through even the darkest of times. The sun continued to rise and set over Queens, and the Bunker family continued to live their lives, one day at a time, with a sense of purpose and a heart full of hope. Archie continued to manage his bar with a steady hand, finding satisfaction in the familiar routines and the loyalty of his patrons. He was a man of his community, a constant presence in the neighborhood. He had learned to embrace the changes in his life and to find joy in the simple things. His relationship with Edith remained the cornerstone of his existence, a source of strength and comfort. They were a couple that had been through a lot, but they had remained together, their love deeper and more resilient than ever. The story of the Bunker family was a story of endurance and the power of the human spirit. As the year drew to a close, the family looked back on the progress they had made and the challenges they had overcome. They were a family that had been tested by fire, but they had emerged stronger and more united. They had learned the importance of honesty, courage, and love, and they had applied these lessons to their daily lives. They knew that the future would bring new challenges, but they felt prepared to face them together. They were a family that believed in the power of the human spirit and the importance of community. Their story was a testament to the endurance of the soul and the power of love. The sun set over Queens once again, casting a warm glow over the houses and the streets. The Bunker family gathered in their living room, sharing their stories and their laughter. They were grateful for the peace they had found and for the love they shared. They knew that they were lucky to have each other and that their bond was the most important thing in the world. They looked forward to the future with hope and a sense of purpose, ready to face whatever came their way. The story of the Bunker family was a story of resilience, a story of love, and a story of the human spirit. The morning light of a new decade began to peek over the horizon, bringing with it a sense of quiet expectation on Hauser Street. Archie sat in his chair, the familiar upholstery conforming to the shape of his body as he watched the first signs of activity in the neighborhood. He was a man who had weathered many storms, and he found a sense of peace in the stability of his home. His thoughts often drifted back to the events of the past few years, the robberies, the losses, and the challenges. He realized that these experiences had shaped him, making him more aware of the importance of family and the value of a single day. He looked at the photograph of Edith on the mantel, a smile playing on his lips as he thought of her unwavering support and her boundless love. Edith entered the room, her presence like a warm breeze that softened the edges of his thoughts. She brought him a fresh cup of coffee, a gesture of affection that required no words. They sat together in the quiet of the morning, sharing a sense of companionable silence. Edith was thinking of the progress Michael and Gloria had made, their success in their careers and their dedication to their family. She felt a sense of pride in knowing that they had raised a daughter who was strong and independent, and that they had welcomed a son-in-law who was passionate and committed. Her thoughts also turned to little Joey, who was growing into a bright and curious boy. She saw in him the future of the family and a source of endless hope. Michael and Gloria were preparing for a new chapter in their lives. Michael had been offered a position as a director at a large social service agency, a role that would allow him to have a greater impact on the community. Gloria had decided to return to school to pursue a degree in education, wanting to share her passion for learning with others. They were excited about these new opportunities and were working together to plan their move into their own home. It was a bittersweet transition, as they would miss the daily interactions with Archie and Edith, but they were ready to establish their own household. They kept that they would always be a part of the Bunker family and that their bond would remain strong. The neighborhood of Queens was also changing, with new families moving in and new businesses opening. The sense of community remained strong, fueled by a shared commitment to safety and mutual support. The lessons learned from the past were integrated into the daily life of the neighborhood, with residents looking out for one another and working together to maintain a peaceful environment. The police department continued to play an active role, providing resources and support for community safety initiatives. The tragedies of the past had served as a catalyst for positive change, bringing people together and fostering a greater sense of unity. As the years passed, the Bunker family continued to grow and evolve. Archie eventually retired from his bar, leaving it in the capable hands of a young man he had mentored. He spent his days enjoying his hobbies and spending time with his family. He remained a constant presence in the neighborhood, a source of stories and a repository of local history. His relationship with Michael had reached a point of genuine friendship, characterized by deep respect and a shared sense of humor. They spent many afternoons together, discussing the events of the day and sharing their thoughts on the future. Edith continued her volunteer work, becoming a beloved figure in the community. Her kindness and love remained a beacon of hope for all who knew her. She spent her days caring for her grandchildren and supporting her family in every way she could. She was a woman of great strength and resilience, a model for the entire family. Her love for Archie remained the cornerstone of her existence, a source of strength and comfort. They were a couple that had been through a lot, but they had remained together, their love deeper and more resilient than ever. The daily life of the Bunker family was a continuous journey of growth and discovery. They navigated the complexities of their lives with a mixture of humor, grit, and love. Their story was a reflection of the human experience, a story of resilience and the endurance of the spirit. They showed us that even in the face of difficulty, it is possible to find peace and happiness. They showed us that the bond of family is the most important thing in the world, and that it can see us through even the darkest of times. The sun continued to rise and set over Queens, and the Bunker family continued to live their lives one day at a time with a sense of purpose and a heart full of hope. The legacy of the Bunker family was one of resilience and the power of love. They had been tested by fire, but they had emerged stronger and more united. They had learned the importance of honesty, courage, and love, and they had applied these lessons to their daily lives. They knew that the future would bring new challenges, but they felt prepared to face them together. They were a family that believed in the power of the human spirit and the importance of community. Their story was a testament to the endurance of the soul and the power of love. The sun set over Queens once again, casting a warm glow over the houses and the streets, and the Bunker family settled into another evening together, grateful for the peace they had found. Archie continued to manage his bar with a renewed sense of purpose. He enjoyed the camaraderie of his patrons and the familiar rhythms of the business. He was more observant now, keeping a sharp eye on the door and the people who entered. He had learned that security was a collective effort, and that he could rely on his friends and neighbors to look out for one another. The robbery had changed him, making him more aware of the vulnerabilities of his life, but also more appreciative of the things he had. He found comfort in the simple pleasures of a cold beer and a good conversation. His relationship with Michael remained contentious, but there were moments of genuine connection, often centered around their shared love for Gloria and Joey. The memory of Beverly LaSalle was honored in the way they lived their lives, with kindness, courage, and a commitment to justice. They understood that her sacrifice had not been in vain and that her bravery had made a difference. They shared her story v'kepatehat their children and grandchildren, ensuring that her memory would live on. They were a family that believed in the importance of standing up for what is right, even when it is difficult. They knew that justice was something that had to be earned and that it required effort and commitment. As the years passed, the Bunker family remained a constant in a changing world. They were a testament to the endurance of the human spirit and the power of love. Their story was a reflection of the larger narrative of the country, a story of struggle and success, tradition and change. They show us that it is possible to overcome even the most difficult obstacles and to find peace and happiness. They showed us that the bond of family is the most important thing in the world and that it can see us through even the darkest of times. The sun continued to rise and set over Queens, and the Bunker family continued to live their lives, one day at a time, with a sense of purpose and a heart full of hope. Archie Bunker sat on his porch in the late afternoon, watching the neighborhood children play. He felt a sense of peace and contentment, knowing that his family was safe and happy. He thought of Edith, and a smile played on his lips. He realized that she was the best thing that had ever happened to him, and that her love had been the steady force in his life. He was a lucky man, and he knew it. He took a deep breath of the fresh air and felt a sense of gratitude for the life he had. The work was done, the peace was earned, and the love remained. The morning sun rose over the quiet neighborhood of Queens and cast long shadows across the porches of Hauser Street, where the laundry hung still in the crisp winter air. Archie Bunker sat in his yellow wingback chair and stared at the dark television screen as he contemplated the events of the past few weeks that had shaken his sense of order and security. As a criminal psychologist looking back at the tragedies that touched this household, one Meathead first examined the senseless loss of Beverly LaSalle, who was a person of great kindness and talent. The motive for the attack on Beverly was not financial gain, but a deep and toxic intolerance that exists in the shadows of the human heart when people fear what they do not understand. A gang of young men, fueled by a lack of empathy and a desire for perceived power, sought to feel important by targeting someone they saw as different. The sophistication of the attackers was low because they used a primitive weapon like a lead pipe and acted on impulse rather than careful planning, but the impact was devastating and final. To prevent such crimes in the future, we must teach the community that diversity is a strength and that every life has value regardless of how it is presented to the world. The police can find such criminals faster by monitoring areas where youth congregate and by listening to the small details provided by witnesses who see the early signs of aggression in their neighborhoods. The primary lesson here is that silence in the face of prejudice only invites further violence, and we must all be vigilant in protecting our neighbors. While Archie sat in his silence, Edith moved quietly in the kitchen as she prepared a simple meal of beef stew and potatoes for her family. She felt the absence of her friend Beverly like a cold draft in a warm room, and she often wondered if she could have done more to show her appreciation for the person who had once saved the life of her son-in-law Michael. The memory of the funeral remained heavy in her mind, and she found comfort in the small tasks of daily life, such as polishing the furniture and folding the laundry. Her love for Archie was the steady anchor of the house, even when he grumbled about the lukewarm tea or the changing times that he could not control. Edith believed in the inherent goodness of people, and her struggle to reconcile this belief with the murder of her friend was a testament to her strength of character. She spent her afternoons volunteering at the community center and helping the elderly residents who often felt forgotten by a world that valued youth above all else. She remembered the lessons taught by Aniola about the importance of staying active and having a purpose in one's later years, even when the rest of the family saw you as a burden. Iola had found her happiness in Buffalo with her friend Herbert, and this gave Edith hope that everyone could find their own version of peace if they looked hard enough. Michael Stivic, whom Archie often called Meathead, sat on the porch and looked out at the sidewalk where he and Beverly had been jumped by the gang. His mind was filled with the details of the investigation, and he wondered if the police would ever truly find the group of young men who had taken a life for no reason other than ignorance. He felt the heavy weight of survivor guilt, knowing that Beverly had sacrificed her safety to ensure he could return home to his wife and child. He threw himself into his sociology studies and tried to understand the systemic causes of violence such as poverty and the lack of educational opportunities. He believed that the key to a safer society was through compassion and social reform, while Archie remained convinced that a strong hand in the values of men like Herbert Hoover were the only way to restore order. Their relationship was a constant clash of ideologies, yet beneath the noise there was a shared existence that defined the household. Michael felt the pressure of his upcoming exams and the need to provide for his family, which caused him many sleepless nights as he walked the neighborhood and watched the police cruisers go by in the dark. Gloria worked at a local store and found a sense of pride in her own labor, even as her father grumbled about the changing roles of men and women in the workforce. She was a woman of the modern era, striving to find her own voice and balance her life as a mother and a woman who wanted more for her future. Her love for Michael was a bond that had been tested by poverty and the constant arguments with Archie, but they remained committed to raising little Joey in a world that was safer than the one they currently inhabited. Gloria often had to mediate the explosive tensions between the two men she loved most, and she found strength in her role as the bridge between the past and the future. She dreamed of one day having a house of her own, where the arguments would not echo through the hallways and where she could raise her son with the values of kindness and equality. The second major incident that a criminal analyst must consider is the sophisticated robbery at the bar during the professional football championship game. The two men involved, including the one who called himself Sam, utilized a tactical psychological maneuver to control a large crowd without using excessive force. They chose the moment of the national anthem to begin their crime because they knew that the attention of every person in the room would be fixed on the television screen, and their sense of communal respect would lower their guards. The motive was the theft of $1,200 and a $500 football pool, but the method was what defined their sophistication. By forcing the men to remove their trousers and stand in their underwear, the criminals created a state of extreme vulnerability and shame. This ensured that no one would dare to chase them into the public street or provide an immediate pursuit because the embarrassment of being seen in such a state was a powerful psychological barrier. To catch such clever thieves, the police should look for patterns of ritualistic behavior and investigate individuals with a history of using public humiliation as a tool for control. Archie Bunker was a key witness because he remembered the face of one man from a previous encounter near a jail cell, which highlights the importance of a sharp memory in solving crimes. The lesson here is to remain vigilant even during times of celebration and to understand that a collective eye is the best defense for a small business. As the weeks turned into months, the investigation into the bar robbery eventually made progress because the police used the detailed descriptions provided by the patrons to track the suspects. It was discovered that the men had a history of targeted robberies in neighborhood taverns, and they used the same psychological tactics to intimidate their victims in other boroughs. The recovery of some of the money was a small victory for Archie, but the real gain was the realization that his friends and neighbors were willing to stand together against those who sought to harm them. The experience changed the way Archie looked at MoFi, his community, and he became more observant of the people who entered his tavern. He talked with Harry and Barney about the insurance claim and the way the corporation treated the little guy, and they all found a sense of solidarity in their shared struggle. Daily life on Hauser Street continued with the small details of existence that made up the human experience. There were celebrations of birthdays and the first steps of little Joey and the quiet satisfaction of a job well done. The lessons learned from the crimes they witnessed were integrated into their lives as they became more aware of the importance of kindness and the value of truth. Edith Bunker provided the moral center of the home, and her honesty was a light that could not be dimmed even by the pressure of modern advertising. She had been offered $218 to lie for a television commercial, but she chose her integrity over the money because she could not bring herself to say a product was better when she knew the truth was otherwise. This simple act of honesty was a powerful example for Gloria and Michael, and it showed that even in a world of greed, the human soul is not for sale. The relationship between Archie and Michael remained a constant battlefield of ideas, but there were moments of genuine connection often centered around their shared love for Gloria and Joey. When the pipes in the basement burst during a cold snap, they worked together in the icy water to fix the leak, and they both realized that they needed each other to keep the house standing. Archie might call Michael a meathead, but he secretly admired the dedication Michael had for his studies and his family. Michael, for his part, began to see the vulnerability beneath the gruff exterior of his father-in-law, and he realized that Archie was a man who was simply trying to make sense of a world that was moving too fast for him. They were two men from different eras who were tied together by the women they loved, and they learned to find a middle ground in the quiet moments of the evening when the television was off and the house was still. The police eventually made an arrest in the case of the gang that killed Beverly LaSalle, and the news brought a sense of relief to the Bunker household. It was discovered that the attackers were young men from a nearby neighborhood who had been looking for trouble and had found it in the worst possible way. The trial was a difficult time for Michael, as he had to testify about the night he lost his friend, but he did so with dignity and courage. The conviction of the group was a victory for justice and a reminder that the law exists to protect everyone regardless of who they are. The community learned that violence and intolerance would not be tolerated, and they began to work together to create programs for the youth to help them find a better path. The legacy of these events remained with the family as they moved forward into the unknown future. They had seen the darkness of crime and the light of family love, and they had learned that the human spirit is resilient and strong. Archie Bunker continued to hold court in his chair, and his voice was a constant presence in the house as he shared his opinions with anyone who would listen, but his tone was sometimes softer when he spoke of the people he had lost. Edith stayed by his side, her kindness a constant shield against the harshness of the world, and her wisdom often found in the simplest of gestures. Gloria and Michael eventually found their own way and moved to a house with a yard for Joey, but they returned every Sunday for dinner to share their lives with the people who had raised them. The story of the Bunkers is a story of survival in a world that is often cold and confusing, but it is also a story of hope and the power of the human heart to overcome even the most difficult of circumstances. We must all be brave enough to be honest, and we must be strong enough to love those who are different from us, because that is the only way to build a truly just and peaceful society. The sun will continue to rise over Queens, and the lights of Hauser Street will flicker on as the families sit down to share their meals, and the march toward a more hopeful future will continue one day at a time. We are all part of this journey, and our choices determine the direction we take, so let us choose to be kind, and let us choose to be brave, and let us choose to stand for the truth in all things. Archie Bunker walked into his tavern on a Tuesday afternoon and noticed the way the sunlight hit the polished wood of the bar. He thought about the many years he had spent serving his neighbors and the many stories he had heard across that counter. He felt a sense of belonging that no robbery could ever take away, and he realized that the tavern was more than just a business, it was a sanctuary for the men of the neighborhood. He greeted Harry, and they began to discuss the upcoming football season with a sense of excitement that had been missing for a while. Archie was more careful now with the cash, and he had installed a new alarm system, but he refused to let fear run his life. He was a man who pulled his own weight, and he expected the same from the world around him. At the same time, Edith was at the grocery store, and she was carefully selecting a pineapple by pulling on the green leaves at the top, just as Aunt Iola had taught her. She smiled as she thought of Iola and Herbert, and she hoped they were enjoying their time in Buffalo. She ran into Barney's wife, and they spent a few minutes talking about their grandchildren and the latest news in the neighborhood. Edith had a way of making everyone feel special, and her presence in the store was like a warm breeze on a cold day. She bought a few extra things to make a special dinner for Gloria and Michael because she canoe kept. They had been working hard and needed a little extra love. Michael spent his day at the library buried in research for his final thesis on the impact of community policing on urban crime rates. He was passionate about finding ways to bridge the gap between the police and the residents, and he used the events of the bar robbery as a case study. He believed that if the officers spent more time walking the streets and getting to know the people they served, they could build the trust necessary to solve crimes faster. He thought about the detective who had interviewed him and Archie, and he realized that the man was just doing his job in a difficult system. Michael wanted to be a part of the solution, and his dedication to his studies was a reflection of his desire to make a difference in the world. Gloria was at her job, and she was dealing with a difficult customer who was unhappy with a purchase. She used her patience and her kindness to resolve the situation, and she felt a sense of accomplishment when the customer left with a smile. She was learning that she had a talent for management, and she began to think about her own career goals. She loved her family, but she also wanted to have a sense of identity that was separate from being a wife and a mother. She talked Captain Hat, her female co-workers, about the growing movement for women's rights, and she felt a sense of empowerment that was new to her. She was a woman of the 70s, and she was ready to embrace the challenges of the future with confidence. As the evening approached, the family gathered around the dinner table, and the smell of roasting chicken filled the house. Archie talked about his day at the tavern, and Michael shared his latest research, and for once they did not argue, but instead listened to each other with a sense of respect. Gloria told them about her promotion at work, and Edith beamed with pride as she served the meal. They were a family that had been through the fire and had emerged stronger and more united. They knew that the world was a complex and often dangerous place, but they felt safe in the love they shared. The criminal analyst looking at the lives of the Bunkers would see that the key to their resilience was their ability to find meaning in their struggles. They did not let the tragedies they witnessed define them, but instead used them as a way to grow and learn. They understood that justice was not just about punishment, but about healing and moving forward. The motive for a crime may be simple, like greed, or complex, like hate, but the response must always be one of compassion and truth. The police can use the facts to find a suspect, but the community uses the truth to build a better life. The Bunker family showed us that even the most ordinary people can be heroes in their own way, and that the greatest victories are found in the quiet moments of daily life. The sun set over the city, and the lights of Queens began to twinkle like 1,000 tiny prayers for a peaceful night. Archie Bunker leaned back in his chair and felt a sense of home that no one could ever take away from him. He knew that tomorrow would bring new challenges, but he felt ready to face them with his family by his side. The work was done and the peace was earned, and the story of the Bunkers was a reflection of the strength and the resilience of all people who strive to do what is right in a world that is always changing. We must remain hopeful and dedicated to the values of justice and love, and we must never forget every person, regardless of who they are, is a part of the family of man. The legacy of those who have passed, such as Beverly LaSalle, will live on in the hearts of those they saved, and the lessons they taught us about bravery and grace will never be forgotten as we move forward into the unknown future, together with a sense of purpose and a commitment to the common good of all people everywhere. As the years continued to pass, the house on Hawser Street remained a constant in a shifting world. Archie eventually retired from his work and spent more time at the tavern sharing his stories with a new generation of patrons. He remained a man of strong opinions, but he had learned to listen a little more and judge a little less. Edith continued to be the heart of the home. Her love for her family never wavered, and her kindness remained a beacon for her neighbors. She and Archie spent their evenings on the porch watching the world go by, and they found peace in the quiet moments of their life together. Michael and Gloria raised Dewey to be a man of character and compassion, and they were proud of the person he became. Michael had a successful career in social work, and he used his influence to advocate for those who had no voice. Gloria became a leader in her community, and she worked tirelessly to ensure that the streets of Queens were safe for every child. Their love remained the foundation of their lives, and they continued to support each other through all the ups and downs of their journey. The story of the Bunkers is a testament to the endurance of the human spirit and the power of love to overcome any obstacle. It reminds us that we are all in this together and that our actions have a lasting impact on the world around us. Let us choose to be like the Bunkers and find the strength to be honest and kind in everything we do. Justice, truth, and love are the foundations of a good life, and they will always prevail in the end as long as we have the courage to stand up for what is right. The house on Hawser Street will always be a symbol of that strength, and the story of the people who live there will continue to inspire us for generations to come. The criminal mind is often driven by a sense of lack or a need for dominance, but the human heart is driven by a need for connection and belonging. When we understand the motives behind a crime, we can begin to address the root causes and work toward a safer world. The police are the guardians of order, but the citizens are the guardians of the truth. We must all be like the detectives of our own lives and search for the facts that will lead to a more just society. The experience of Archie Bunker and his family shows us that even in the face of fear, we can find the courage to do what is right, and that the greatest shield against darkness is the light of a loving family and an honest soul. The cycle of life on Hawser Street was a reflection of the larger story of the country as it moved through the challenges of the late 20th century. There were times of economic struggle and times of social upheaval, but the people of Queens remained resilient and strong. They looked out for each other and they worked together to build a community that was safe and inclusive. The Bunker family was a part of that larger story, and their lives were a reminder that every person has a role to play in the pursuit of justice and the promotion of peace. We must carry the lessons they taught us into our Vekepna lives and work every day to be more compassionate and more truthful in our interactions with others. In the end, the story of Archie and Edith is a story of love that endured despite all the odds. It is a story that shows us that even when we disagree, we can still find a way to live together with respect and dignity. It is a story that celebrates the strength of the human spirit and the power of family to sustain us through even the darkest of times. Let us remember the bunkers and the houses of Hauser Street, and let us find the inspiration to be the best versions of ourselves as we move forward into the future, with hope and a heart full of love for our fellow man. The journey continues, and the story is still being written, but the lessons remain the same, and they are the only things that truly matter in the quest for a better and more just world for everyone.